All right. Good morning, everybody. Today's date is September 18th, 2024. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in our New York City office with video conferencing to our offices in Albany and Buffalo. This meeting is also being live streamed on the authority's YouTube channel, where you can also find the recordings of our past meetings. Present today are Chair Lily Fan, Commissioner Edgar De Leon, and Commissioner John Maya. Staff in attendance, General Counsel Shannon Kearney-Sarfo, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Maureen Hughes, and myself, Secretary Roper. The next regular meeting dates are October 9th, October 30th, and November 20th. While in the meeting room, please silence your mobile phones and take any phone calls or conversations outside. Please do not touch the microphone when you approach the podium or table. Items will be called in the order they are signed in, first in Buffalo, and then in Albany, and then in New York City. When your item is called, please approach the podium and identify yourself. Representatives should identify their clients that are present. Chair, do you have any announcements?
Yes, very quickly, two things. The next two board meetings, October 9th and October 30. If you are a professional that works in this area, just be aware that those two meetings are likely to be longer. As you know, we're trying to address all backlog around our office. Next two meetings, we're trying to focus on the liquor store backlog. So, and if you have clients that are have pending applications, please be diligent in responding to requests for information, et cetera, as your supplementals need to get in. So please just expect a higher volume of workload in the month of October for you. The next thing I want to mention is that we are seeing there's a lot of requests for holdover items. So, you know, we change the meetings every third week so that everybody can have more time to work. But it's, you know, it's less than helpful if you're not diligent during the first 2 weeks of the break and, you know, end up waiting until last minute to submit things. It's your responsibility to ask Secretary's Office for supplemental. IFOIL backlog actually doesn't exist right now. So if you ask us for a FOIL request for application information or opposition information, the response time is very, very fast. And so please do try to think through what you may need in order for you to be ready for full board and not come here and then we don't have the materials. Okay, we're going to have to wait another 3 weeks because that's not fair to your clients. So we're just trying to cut down on that backlog because we're seeing, you know, every week we're getting 20 items that's getting ticked over to the next meeting, which doesn't help business start. So with that, we will go to Buffalo. Thank you.
All right. So the first item in Buffalo is number 13, LFH Buffalo Inc.
Good morning, members. Jacob Pierkowski of the Tarantino Law Firm. I'm joined by Mark Hutchinson of LFH Buffalo Inc. We've submitted a request for a letter of warning on this matter. This was an incident wherein my client had applied for and received the DBA. It just wasn't submitted to the Liquor Authority. It's been approved as of 7/15, and my client has a blemish-free record with the authority since 1995. So this is really just a miscommunication and no intent to conceal or hide information in any manner.
So the charge was on May 28th. The application was accepted June 11. Are you saying that the application was submitted before the charge?
No, the application was submitted after the charge.
So when did the name change?
The name, the DBA was received by the state on February 28th of 23. The restaurant opened in August of 23. They were using the name Angeline, which is the DBA at that point. And we acknowledge that the liquor authority was not aware of this. We had not submitted the DBA. There was no endorsement application at that point. Once we received this charge, we realized that it had not been turned over to the authority, so the DBA was turned over in July.
All right.
Do the members have any further questions?
I was gonna say letter of warning.
Okay. Go ahead.
If the members are ready to vote, Commissioner De Leon,
Yeah, I'll accept the letter of warning.
Commissioner Maya,
I'll accept the letter of warning.
and Chair.
All right, I'll accept letter of warning. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Thank you.
You've, Ms. Suresh, you just joined the meeting. Are you the Punjabi interpreter? Oh, you're muted if you're trying to, or I can't hear you. Yeah, I'm not hearing you if you're trying to speak, Ms. Suresh. No, I think you may have some audio issues, so we'll move on until you're able to fix that because we can't hear you.
All right.
Next in Buffalo is number 10, DOLGEN, New York LLC.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Rich Bailey. I'm the Regional Director for Dollar General, and this concerns a situation to where alcohol was sold to a couple of underage individuals back in May.
How many stores are under your management?
I have 229. And they,
Is there a scanner? Do they all
I'm
sell
sorry.
beer? Do they all sell beer?
Not all of them. There's some in Pennsylvania that do not.
Do you know how many stores in the New York state sells beer?
I apologize, I don't have that number completely broken down. If I had to guess, I would say at least in my portion, which is generally around Buffalo and to the east and south, it would probably be around 100.
Okay. All right, so I'm not gonna make it a condition, but I'm gonna ask you to consider using scanners in your whole chain and try to implement some kind of technology that will not allow the cashier to make a sale without scanning a proper ID.
I may have misspoke. I thought they did have the scanners because we are supposed to accept only IDs and to be able to scan. I may be wrong in some of our older stores, but I'll be glad to follow up on that for sure.
Okay, just look at that and look at, potential ATAP training for your whole business. I don't see this a lot from Dollar General stores, so I'm not overly concerned. This is also a first sale, and you've
Well,
had
I
the license for
appreciate
5
that.
years, so.
Yeah, I've been with the company. I used to work at Target, came here, been with them for a year now, and this is the first case that I've encountered. So we've been pretty diligent about not only the training aspect, but holding people accountable if they don't follow it exactly to our standard operating procedure. So I wouldn't expect to see me back here.
And one cashier made the 2 sale on the same day, right? So
That's
I'm gonna
correct.
charge this one. Even though it's 2 people, it's essentially considered 1 sale.
Right, but despite the fact that you may have scanners or something here, the observation was that there was no ID was requested at all in this particular sale.
Yep,
So,
understood. Yeah, that was.
that's a per se problem there. Want to drop this to 35, that's what you're saying?
Yeah.
All right,
Are the members ready to vote? Commissioner De Leon,
3,500.
Commissioner Maya,
35.
3,500, thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
It's 3,500 because it was two sale to, at the same time, to two different agents.
Yeah.
So we look at it as one bad decision,
Yeah, I
but it
heard a little
doesn't
bit
mean
in the
that it's
background.
not. Yeah, it doesn't mean that it's not serious. And 18 under, obviously. So anyway, we appreciate you coming.
Okay, thank you guys as well. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole, that's the last one in Buffalo, correct?
That is correct.
All right, if you could just stay, leave the stream open until 10:30, and then you can sign off. All right, thank you. And Ms. Suresh, I think we're getting an echo from you, and you're on the stream twice.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm just getting an echo from you for some reason.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Is that better now?
No. I mean, I can hear you, but I can hear myself.
I'm so sorry, I don't know why.
I think it's because for some reason there's two of you on there, on the stream. So you might have to leave again and then try to get back on. Here, let me see if I can kick the double one. 1 second.
I'm really sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, everyone.
Where's the licensee?
The licensee is here. So we do have a Punjabi interpreter, and that number is 19.
It's not 36?
No, because the interpreter is here for 19.
Okay.
Which I was trying to get her to, so we can get her off of the stream.
Should we come up?
Is your client here? Okay,
Number 19?
number 19.
This is G2 Wine and Spirit?
That's correct.
Okay.
And if you could introduce yourselves.
Yeah, all right. I'm Martin Miller of Miller Buscemi. I have co-counsel Charles Lynn with me, and we have the licensee, who is Mr. Gotra. He doesn't speak English,
Okay.
all right?
Okay, so you need to let the interpreter speak
Okay.
to him.
Hi.
Yep, yep.
कैसे हैं आप?
ठीक है जी
Are you interpreting or, because he just said something?
Yeah, he said he's doing well.
No, you gotta interpret what the lawyer is saying. He just gave an introduction, so you have to interpret that for the licensee. Martin Miller, Mr. Miller, can you go again?
Yeah, I can go ahead.
Just introduce yourselves again
right.
so that.
My name is Martin Miller, and I have co-counsel Charles Lynn, and we represent the licensee, and the licensee, Mr. Gotra, is here, and he speaks no English. He speaks
I
Punjabi.
speak
Go.
हाँ जी, तो वो कह रहे हैं कि वो जो है ना वो आपका केस
It doesn't matter.
वो लाइसेंस है वो भी बंदा उसके पास है, तो आप इंग्लिश नहीं बोलते, आपको इंग्लिश नहीं आती ना बोल?
नहीं इंग्लिश आती है कम आती है बल्कि थोड़ी आती है आई एम अंडरस्टैंड हाँ जी
Okay. Yeah, so he understands that. We can continue.
Can you actually just directly translate what he says? So if he says, I speak limited English, say, I speak limited. You know what I mean? Just
Sure.
direct translation. All right, thank you.
Of course. He said he speaks very slight English, and we can go ahead with that.
ना आई पंजाबी च मैं जवाब देंगा जो पूछोगे ना मैं पंजाबी च जवाब देता हूँ आप
जी पंजाबी में जवाब देंगे.
हाँ जी हाँ जी
He'll respond in Punjabi.
All right, we're okay? Can I go ahead, Your Honor?
Yep, just stop for her to interpret, please.
Yes, I will. All right, here, just one more second. In addition to having the owner, I have Arajit Singh with me. He is the object, I suppose, of the charge that was brought against the licensee.
वो कह रहे हैं कि ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ वो है अरजीत सिंह जिनके खिलाफ वो चार्ज लगा हुआ तो वो भी हमारे साथ है.
Okay.
Okay? This charge.
And he's the son-in-law.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, so this charge, it was unavailing, and it stems from an investigation by SLA investigators, wherein they walked into the store in 2022, and when they walked out, they thought that Mr. Singh was a part of this licensee.
All right, we should probably let the
I'm
interpreter.
sorry. Yeah.
हाँ जी तो कह रहे ने कि ਤੁਸੀਂ ਔਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ son-in-law ਸੀ ਜਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਦੂਜਾ ਬੰਦਾ ਸੀ ਐਂਡ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਸਟੋਰ ਤੋਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਨਿਕਲੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ ਉनको लगा कि ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਵਾਲੇ ਹੋ ਲਿਕਰ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਾਪ ਦੇ.
ਨਹੀਂ ਮੈਂ ਉਸ ਟਾਈਮ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਸੀ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਨ ਲਾ ਟੇਕ ਕੇਅਰ ਕਰਦਾ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ.
Okay.
ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਦੋ ਬ੍ਰਦਰ ਉਸ ਟਾਈਮ ਡੈਡ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਵੈਰੀ ਅਪਸੈਟ ਸੀ ਮੈਂ ਲੌਂਗ ਟਾਈਮ ਉੱਥੇ ਰਿਹਾ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਤੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਨ ਲਾ ਸੀ ਇਹ ਟੇਕ ਕੇਅਰ ਕਰਦਾ.
Okay. He's saying that okay. He's saying that at that time excuse me, two of his brothers passed away in India, and at that time he was in India, so his son-in-law was taking care of the store.
All right, well, that's what I was going to say. So what had happened was there was a tragedy. His two brothers died. He went back to India to tend to family business. And when he left, he had no one but his brother, his son-in-law, to look over what was going on in the liquor store. And that is what happened.
Okay.
The
If you
son-in-law.
if you want to
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead. Sorry, I know.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
tiny
Anji.
bites.
What year did they pass away?
2022. I'm sorry.
Two of them same.
The same, 2000, I'm sorry. It was 2023. No, 20, yes. Don't, sir.
All right, and
We need to
Could we,
interpret.
could we just ask the gentleman, when did this, when was this?
When was what?
When did the person pass and when did he go to India?
Okay,
That's what-
in January of 2022.
let's let Mr. Suresh ask.
तो वो पूछ रहे हैं कि किस साल में आपके भाइयों को फौत हुए थे आपके दो भाई किस साल में फौत हुए थे
22 ਹੀ ਹੋਏ 22
क्या बोला आपने
22 ਮਾਰਚ ਚ ਹੋਏ ਦੋਨੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਕਰੋਨਾ ਆਇਆ ਸੀ ਕਰੋਨਾ ਦੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਤੇ ਦੋਨੇ
तो मार्च 2022 में हुए थे.
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਹਾਂਜੀ
Okay, so he's saying they passed away in March 2022.
Okay, all right.
And the commissioner also asks,
And so therefore, how long was he in India?
Okay. How long?
Should I ask him? Okay.
Yes.
अब पूछ रहे हैं इंडिया कितनी देर तक सो
ਮੈਂ 6 I think 6 months ਮੈਂ ਰਿਹਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ.
Okay. He's saying he was in India 6 months.
ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ ਸੀ ਟੂ ਮੱਚ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ ਸੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੀ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦਾ ਕੀ ਪੋਜੀਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਘਰ ਦੀ ਪੋਜੀਸ਼ਨ ਕੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਦੋ ਬਰਦਰ ਚਲੇ ਜਾਣ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੀ ਹੈ.
Anji. He's saying it was a big loss, it was a big tragedy, and he needed a lot of time to recover, and there's a lot of family there, and he had to take care of a lot of things. It was a big tragedy for him.
And I don't know if you heard, he said 6 months.
He said 6 months?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, so he asked his son-in-law to look at the business, which he did. You translate. Don't
वो
say.
कहता है कि ਤੁਸੀਂ ਫਿਰ ਆਪਣੇ son in law ਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਿ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਦੀ ਟੇਕ ਕੇਅਰ ਕਰੋ ਔਰ ਉਹਨੇ ਟੇਕ ਕੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਦੀ ਫਿਰ
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਫਿਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਹੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਸੀ ਮੈਂ ਕੁਝ ਕਰਨਾ
ਜੀ
ਬੇਟੇ ਨੇ ਕਰਨੀ
yes
ਮੇਰੇ
so
ਬਾਅਦ
he's
ਬੇਟਾ
May I help out? Let me interrupt. just instruct the interpreter to say exactly what you say.
And then to
And
him,
when there's a question, then we'll wait for the gentleman to answer.
all right, did you hear what the commissioner said? When a question is raised, just give him the question. Let him answer the question that was asked. And instruct him, that's all he's got to do.
Okay, sure. Sorry.
Questions, not about what turned into an availing, but something else.
I'm sorry, I may have accidentally muted when you said that. I'm so sorry.
Okay, this is
Yeah.
difficult. Just say a little bit at a time, because I deal with interpreters. So just a little bit at a time, little sound bites, and we'll go back and forth so we can finish.
As an
this.
aside, this is part of the problem we have at Zooms at
Yeah.
administrative hearings, just having nothing to
got
do
you.
with that, but go, okay. All right, so while the licensee was in India, he asked his son-in-law to look after the business. And while he was away, investigators of the New York State Liquor Authority came into the premises. Repeat that. Can she hear?
So that be easy for you.
No. Can she? I don't think she can hear.
I can
Not
hear you
muted.
now.
I don't think we
I'll tell him. Just wanted to make sure. Wait. तो वो वो बंदा कह रहा है कि जिस ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਵਿੱਚ तो उस वक्त ਤੁਹਾਡਾ son in law ਦੇਖ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਇੱਥੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਫਿਰ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਦੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਚਾਹੀਆਂ
Okay.
Yeah. And
Okay.
दूसरी ਗੱਲ
There's no answer.
There's no answer needed. Okay. An investigation was conducted by the Liquor Authority. Certain documents were asked to be brought, which they were. And when it was concluded, the charges were brought. And I believe the key to the thing is a signatory from a bank, where it clearly says that the son-in-law was just a manager. Repeat what I said.
Okay. ਉਹ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਸੀ ਨਾ ਉਦੋਂ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ son in law ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਸੰਭਾਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਉਸ ਟਾਈਮ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨਾ ਬੈਂਕ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਆਈਆਂ ਪੇਪਰ ਵਰਕ ਆਇਆ ਸੀ ਮੰਗਣ ਦਾ ਉਹ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਦੀ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਉਸ ਵਕਤ ਆਇਆ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਬਸ ਅਭੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜਵਾਬ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਣਾ ਬਸ ਸੁਣੋ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਉਹ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਮਝ ਆ ਗਈ ਹੈ
नहीं फिर बोले
Okay, now, sir.
You don't have to respond. Tell him not to.
कुछ नहीं बोलना जवाब देगी तो बोलना
ਓਕੇ ਜਵਾਬ ਦੇ ਦਿਓ ਬਸ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਮਝਾ ਰਹੀ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਅਟਰਨੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੇ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਉਹ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੀ ਨਾ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ son in law ਇੱਥੇ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਸੰਭਾਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਉਸ ਦੌਰਾਨ ਨਾ ਪੇਪਰ ਵਰਕ ਆਇਆ ਸੀ ਬੈਂਕ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪੇਪਰ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਜਮ੍ਹਾਂ ਕਰਾਣੇ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਸਾਰਾ ਪੇਪਰ ਵਰਕ ਜਮ੍ਹਾਂ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਬਸ आपको समझ आ गई ना इस बात की
हाँ जी
Okay.
ओके
May I go on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because of the charge, I put in an application for a corporate change to make the son-in-law an officer of the corporation. And I'm asking that the New York State Liquor Authority accept the penalty that was suggested. There was no intent to deceive anyone here, but the authority felt the way it did. We're looking to resolve this matter, and we're asking that the authority accept the penalty that was suggested, along with acting on the corporate change.
ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਉਸ ਦੌਰਾਨ ਨਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਬੈਂਕ ਦੇ ਪੇਪਰ ਵਰਕ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਮੰਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਬੜੇ ਲਾ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਸੀ ਫਾਈਨ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਲਾ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਸੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ son in law ਟੇਕ ਕੇ ਕਰਦਾ ਸੀ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਦੀ ਰਾਈਟ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਸਾਡਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸੀ ਹੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵਿਖਾਈ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸੀ ਹੈ ਸਾਡਾ ਧੋਖਾ ਦੇਣ ਦਾ ਮਕਸਦ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੈਂਕ ਵਾਲੇ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਵਾਲੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਧੋਖਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਵਾਲੇ ਕੋਲ ਖੜਿਆ ਉੱਥੇ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਸੰਭਾਲ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਚਾਰਜ ਨਾ ਲਾਓ ਬੋਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਹੈਲਪ ਕਰ ਆਪ ਚਾਰਜ
All right, can I respond? I understand there was a tragedy. And, condolences. However, I just want to mention that in our evidence, the son-in-law is not on payroll. He was never a manager. He's listed on a bank account as an owner. He is listed, his email address is the one being used for federal taxes purposes. He was ordering alcohol, banking, writing, signing checks, making withdrawals, paying the employees, and that he wasn't actually paying him. So our evidence suggests that he was a co-owner, and it's fine that you're fixing it now, but you're also offering $5,000 for a reason, because this license was only issued in 2020.
May I?
So you are, you're submitting in conditional no contest, but I just don't want people who are listening to this to be misled into thinking that you've now fixed something that was unintended. Like, I just want to clarify that.
Can the interpreter?
I don't know if you want the interpreter to tell him this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
ਉਹ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਬਸ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਸਭ ਨੂੰ ਗੱਲ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹਨੀ ਆ ਸੁਣਨ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿ ਟ੍ਰੈਜੇਡੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਐਂਡ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬੜਾ ਦੁੱਖ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਬ੍ਰਦਰ ਫੋਤ ਹੋਏ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਗਏ ਹੋ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜੋ ਪੇਪਰ ਵਰਕ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੋ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸਨ ਇਨ ਲਾ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਓਨਰ ਵਿਖਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਮੈਨੇਜਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹ ਪੇਰੋਲ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਨਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਐਜ਼ ਅ ਮੈਨੇਜਰ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਪੇਰੋਲ 'ਚ ਮੈਨੇਜਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਓਨਰ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਲਿਕਰ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਸ਼ਰਾਬ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਆਰਡਰ ਵੀ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਸਾਰਾ ਪੇਪਰ ਵਰਕ ਵੀ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਟੈਕਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਸਾਰੇ ਕੰਮੋਂ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਬਸ ਸਭ ਨੂੰ ਐਕਸਪਲੇਨ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਕੀ ਸਿਚੁਏਸ਼ਨ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ
Okay, that's all. Madam Chair, if I may address the issue, I agree with you. This is an unusual set of circumstances. This doesn't come up all the time. This was a son-in-law coming to the aid of a father-in-law who had to go to India.
It's fine. We're not in a hearing here. I could also ask you to bring in bank records and show me when he got on the bank account. That will tell everybody what the truth is. But we don't need to do that because
Okay.
you're submitting a CNC. I'm just saying, let's.
I agree.
Okay. I'll accept 5,000.
Commissioner De Leon?
Let me ask you a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
This is a little confusing to me. What is the name of the gentleman who's being, I guess, represented as the owner?
This is.
Yeah, can you please translate?
We gotta get the translation thing in order here.
It's not helpful when she's not in the room. It's just.
You should translate the question that was just.
All right, so
He's got to state the question.
I know that.
What is the name of the gentleman who is being represented as the owner here?
Yes, sir.
ਉਹ ਪੁੱਛ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਬੰਦੇ ਦਾ ਕੀ ਨਾਂ ਹੈ ਜੋ ਓਨਰ ਵਿਖਾਇਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਸਟੋਰ ਦਾ
ਬਲਕਾਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਹੋਤਰਾ ਜੀ
His name is, you got it, Balkar Gotra.
ਬਲਕਾਰ ਸਿੰਘ
ਬਲਕਾਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਹੋਤਰਾ
ਬਲਕਾਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਬਤਰਾ
ਗੋਤਰਾ
Okay, thank you.
ਜੀ GHOTR ਗੋਤਰਾ
Yep.
That is the name that we have in our records.
Yes,
What is the name? Is it the son or son-in-law?
son-in-law.
Okay. And what is your name, sir?
ਅਮਰਜੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ
Okay, and that is and you spell it A-M,
AMARGIT
right? And that's the name that we have on the change
Yes,
application?
yes.
Thank you. I will also accept 5,000.
And Commissioner Maya?
Yeah, 5,000.
All right.
All right, thank you very much.
So let them know that they accepted the offer of $5,000.
ਓਕੇ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ 5,000 ਜੇ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੰਨ ਲਿਆ ਹੈ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਫਾਈਨ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ
All right.
ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਓਕੇ
ਓਕੇ he said okay
ਲੈਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ
All right. Thank
Okay.
you.
I have one question. I have just one question. Members, do you want to see the corporate change back at the full board when this is reviewed?
No, if it's just adding the son-in-law.
Okay,
I'm okay with it.
I'm okay.
Are you okay with it?
Yes, I am.
thank you.
If it adds somebody else though,
Okay.
then I want it flagged.
All right.
ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ
Thank you.
welcome.
Thank you, Mr. S.
ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ
thank you
Sorry
so
for your
much
loss.
You can sign off. Thank you. All right. And Mr. Mailer, you have a client that needs a Mandarin interpreter, correct? Yep. The interpreter is actually here in person. So 39 GV Cafe, New York Inc. It's another interpreter. Who's here?
39.
39.
Is there an interpreter here too?
All right, please, stand next
The
to me.
interpreter is in person.
Chair, would you mind if I just
Again-
speak for a second? No, go ahead. Okay, may I just speak for 1 second?
Yeah.
Who is the interpreter? Okay. Whatever is said, we'll pause at a reasonable time, repeat it exactly. Okay? Thank you.
And if you could,
And attorney also.
if you could put your name on the record, the interpreter, just say your name.
This is interpreter Hong Yao.
Thank you.
Bring the microphone so she could be.
I'm not supposed to touch it.
Okay.
I like to follow the rules if I can.
If we can't hear her, yeah, sure.
May I?
Let's go.
All right. Again, my name is Martin Mailer of the law firm of Mailer and Buscemi, and I represent the licensee GV Cafe NY Inc.
你好，我是我是代表律师事务所的，我是呢今天是代表这个执照。
All right. There was a hearing before an administrative law judge, and there were 3 charges when the proceeding commenced.
之前呢有一个听证，那有对您指出了一个3项的这个指控，是在那个法官的这个指定下。
After the hearing had been completed, the administrative law judge asked questions about one of the charges relating to local code violations.
那么在这个指控之后呢，实际上有一个提出了一个问题，就是关于这个违反当地一个规定的一个这个疑问。
As a result of the questioning, the administrative law judge on his own added a 4th charge. In other words, the charges relating to local code violations, there were 2 of them. One for an alleged blocked exit and the other for a fire extinguisher that was not hung up on a hook.
那么这个法官呢，就是针对于这个就是你当地的这个就是违反条例的这个指控呢，实际上是牵涉到2个方面，一个呢是关于出口，另外一个就是说一个消防标志。
At the end of the hearing, the administrative law judge rendered a decision. The charge relating to an assault was dismissed. The charge relating to not maintaining the premises in a proper manner was dismissed. The charge relating to the alleged blocked exit was dismissed. And the only one he sustained was the fire extinguisher that wasn't put on the hook.
那么在这个听证之后呢，法官呢对3项对一些对这个对就是2项指控呢，他都就是撤销了哈。最后留下的一个就是关于这个消防的这个指控。
While I may, in a sense, disagree with the charge he sustained, because technically only the fire department really is supposed to bring those violations, and that's only after they warn the licensee that, hey, there's something wrong, fix it, and then they come back and issue a summons. I'm not here to argue that per se. However, I would ask that the technical violation, the fire extinguisher was functional. It just wasn't hung up on the hook. And I would ask that of all that's happened here today, that the authority issue a letter of warning for the charge that's remaining.
那么这之后呢，我的疑问就是说，所有的这个指控呢，都是跟那个消防标志是直接相关的。所以呢，我希望就是怎么做，就是这个在这方面进行讨论。
I understand that it was not mounted, and I understand that it was functional. What I can't tell from the record is, was it visible? Do we know where it was?
Yeah, no.
Someplace that it could be found if needed.
Yes, it was where it was supposed to be. It just wasn't on the hook.
Yeah, it sounds like a very minor thing, but I want him to understand that I have been at situations where these have gone very, very bad. So safety of the public coming to your location is very important to me, and I just wanted to make sure that you understand that. That's all.
所以最后我就是我是认为这个就是说消防这个标志呢，贴在上面，但是没有挂在那个上面。但是我认为，这个对公共安全意识来说是非常重要的，所以我希望就明白这一点。
If the other members are ready to vote, I'm ready to vote also.
Thank you.
The
I-
officer testified that the extinguisher was not mounted to the wall behind the clerk's desk.
That's what we're supposed to do.
Behind the clerk's.
Well, there were 5 or 6.
Over there.
No. There were 5 extinguishers throughout the premises. They were all hung up, they were all in the right place, except this one.
Okay.
You know, what I have in my, the image that I was left with is, God forbid something happens and you're running around looking for this thing and you can't find it.
No.
That's all I wanted him to understand. I'll accept the letter of warning, if you will.
Commissioner Mayo
Accept that as well.
and Chair.
I'm gonna dismiss charge 1, 2, and 3, and a sub-letter of warning, maintaining charge 4 that the ALJ added. Are you guys okay
So what was
with?
the penalty? I'm sorry, you said.
It's just
set,
letter
right?
of warning.
Letter of warning.
Letter of warning, Commissioner
But
Mayo?
dismissing charge 1, 2, and 3 is okay, right?
Yeah.
I agree with the chair.
Okay.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
So let them know that it's just going to be a letter of warning.
哦，
So
所
if
以
you need to
在
know.
水泥撤销之后，只有提出一个警告哈，这个有
Thank you. Thank you. And that was it. So thank you so much. Yep. All right. So going to Albany. Next is number 36, TAZV Productions LLC.
Six.
36.
Yes, Chairperson Fan, members of the board, good morning. I'm Adam Bro of Myers & Myers. I'm representing the licensee, TAZV Productions LLC. Present with me is Gary Fox of Putnam Place, which is the DBA of the licensee. Board would indulge me, I want to address 4
Sorry.
issues.
I'm sorry, sir. Your client is the licensee?
My client is the
himself?
licensee.
Okay, great.
My
Thank you.
client is the LLC.
Okay, but that person is the licensee himself, or that's a manager? Because you
No,
didn't
This
specify.
individual is an employee of Putnam Place. He's an
Okay,
employee,
so
he's not the licensee could not, or I'm sorry, the principal could not be here today, unfortunately.
Okay, so what's his title?
I'm not sure if he necessarily has a title, although I know he is supposed to be promoted to general manager, which we will be disclosing formally to the board or to the authority.
Okay, does he have a personal questionnaire in already, or not yet?
No, that's what we're going to be, because of his promotion as general manager in the near future, we'll be submitting a personal questionnaire for that purpose.
So he's nothing right now?
He's an employee, but not the manager. I mean, it's just ongoing problems, that's what I'm asking. All right, all right, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like, if the board would indulge me, I want to address the charges in 2 groups. The first being the charge of the unauthorized use of a bar, and the other group being the 3 charges concerning promoted events. With respect to the unauthorized use of a bar, our understanding is that the additional bar was part of the scope of an alteration or additional bar application that was approved back in 2020, and that was the reason for its use. And so as a result, we believe that that particular charge should be dismissed. If there's some miscommunication or misunderstanding with respect to that scope of that approval in 2020, then we would certainly be willing to rectify that by filing the appropriate application to be able to use that additional bar, but we were under the impression that that was included in that 2020 approval.
A bar was disapproved, I should.
It was disapproved?
Yes. Let me just check. I'm gonna look at what's done.
Thank you.
How big is this place?
Mr. Fox?
The capacity is 275.
Okay. And how many concerts a month do you do?
Basically every Friday and Saturday.
So 8 a month?
Yep.
That was, there's a seasonal bar. 2021 that was disapproved. I don't see anything else.
This is the second time. We had
Yeah.
one in 2021.
I don't know why it was just.
On what I'm basing that, our understanding is, I have an approval letter here dated November 23rd of 2020, based on an application that was filed the same year.
Okay, so I'm showing that the seasonal bar was disapproved in 2021.
Okay. I'm not sure if the bar that's in question, and that's the subject of the notice of pleading, is the same seasonal bar that was disproved. Because I do know that they have activities outside even beyond, what would be considered peak season Saratoga Springs.
Well, he said he has an approval letter.
What's the date of the approval letter? I'm sorry.
He said November 23rd, 2020.
It's right, it's page
Yes.
7.
Is there a reference number of any kind on it?
It's right here.
I can,
Is it the same one?
yeah,
I don't know.
It's page 7.
Yeah, this is the letter.
excuse me.
Okay. Sure, I think it's.
You want to take it back, or you want us to just drop the charge? Because
I mean, I think it would be probably preferable to them to just drop the charge and move forward. If Maureen is comfortable with that, based on the way she's looking at it.
I think there's a question of which bar we're talking about here.
yeah, I think maybe.
We're not doing it on
All right, we're gonna send this back to council's office and just take a closer look, sir. Thanks
Okay.
for coming, but we're gonna try to, if it's the same bar, we will withdraw that charge. And we can talk about the rest of it next time.
Okay. So are we done now, or should I go on to the other three charges regarding the promoted events?
I think it's gonna go back to council's office. I don't think we need to.
It'll likely come back anyway.
It'll come back.
It'll come back anyway. So it's going back to council's office to do further investigation of that one charge, and then it'll come back to the members anyway.
Okay, fair enough. So
About the-
we'll be called back to address the other charges as well then?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Very
And
good.
if you're going to add the manager, I would do it in the meantime. It's not
Yes,
related
indeed.
to this.
Understood.
So, okay, just make sure you stay in compliance in the meantime. Thank you.
Yes, we will. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next is item number 67, JPH 820 Limited, DBA O'Leary's. 67.
Hello, my name is Jacob Hughes, DBA JPH 820, Business as O'Leary's.
And my name is Nikki Hughes. We have submitted the documents that you guys requested from the last board meeting.
So let me just put on the record, what did you submit from last time?
So from the last board meeting, you requested to submit documentation showing all rent transactions to Sean Hughes for the lease agreement. So we gave you copies of our tax returns that states how much we have paid in rent for the year.
Okay. Donald, was the request made, from their end? Do they have our, submission from our investigators?
They do not unless they had it to begin with. Did you, when the case was in progress, did you request evidence from counsel's office? Like when
No,
before
we
it came to the
didn't.
full board?
No, we did not receive any emails on specifically what you guys,
So not when you were coming up with the CNC offer, like when you were working with the prosecutor on a CNC?
So let me just tell you what we have. Since last week, we have, or last board meeting rather, we have a document that was an employee questionnaire that was taken from Sean Hughes on the day of the incident In fact, it's not sworn on day of the incident. It's actually taken 2 days after, where he declares that he's an employee of Jake's. So before we move forward, I think you should take a look at this document and get called again. Donald, can you send it to
Paula
Paula?
should already have it. Paula,
Oh yeah, Paula, can you,
it's the new supplemental for 67.
all right, let's second call this. Paula, can you print
Yes,
that
so-
supplemental for them? Thank you.
So-
Or have someone else in the office.
I'm sorry, can I speak?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So yes, so at the last board meeting, we stated that Sean Hughes is a part-time employee. We came to the agreement that he was willing to step down completely as an employee, and then that you guys requested just the rent forms.
That he was an employee?
No, that is not,
He said that
that's,
they admitted he was a part-time employee, and now they agreed to remove him completely.
did he?
At the last meeting, that's what she's representing right now.
I know, I'm asking you, do you remember?
Oh, can't remember what I had for breakfast. No, I can't remember. I have to be honest, I can't.
I remember, it's just,
That is my general recollection.
exactly.
That is my
So,
general
I
recollection.
don't-
Yeah, something's not jiving. Yeah, that's my general.
Maybe we could second call and review meeting from last time.
Let me show you. Yeah, just a second.
All right, we're going to go off the record for a brief conference with council. We'll be back on shortly. Paula already gave them the affidavit, correct, or the questionnaire?
I did, Donald, yes.
So what is, can I ask you a question?
All right, we're back on the record after a conference with council. Again, the item is 67, JPH 820 Limited, DBA O'Leary's.
Okay, may I speak?
Yep.
Okay, all right. I want to speak first to both Jacob Hughes and Nikki Hughes, so I'll just call you Mr. Hughes and Ms. Hughes, okay?
Yes, sir.
And I know your dad is Sean Hughes. And I just want to review, I just need to review a few things with you to decide how I might look at this today or on a future day. You remember last time I spoke with you about your offer, and there were 5 provisions in your offer that you made. Remember that? I'm not going to go through those again. Do you remember I went through that?
Correct.
Correct? Okay. And you remember when I did that, I made it clear, I thought I made it clear that when you made that offer, we're not having a hearing or anything. You accepted that your dad, that's Sean, was at the premises on the date of the charges. That's what we went through. You remember we did that, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then Chair Fan and Commissioner DeLeon, they had some concerns about Sean. So now I want to talk to you about today and what you're going to help me. You're going to help all of us, and particularly me, I know, in the analysis here. You understand that there's a tremendous concern about Sean being an employee or operating or having anything to do with this business. Do you understand how seriously we're taking that?
I do.
Okay, all right. And you understand that we feel, or I'll just review the evidence. There's an affidavit that indicates your father was there. There's other evidence that you've been permitted, you're permitted with what we've got. And there's other evidence that shows your dad was there. So this is what I want to ask you. In light of everything I'm saying, which is I'm trying to emphasize the grave concern, I'm asking you this, and I don't know if the Chair Fan or Commissioner DeLeon would go along with this. Would you like one more opportunity to come back and address the very serious issue we have about Sean, number one, being there on the date of the charges and Sean not participating any further in this business? Would you like to come back another day and address that very seriously?
No, because I would like to get to some type of agreement here today. At the last board meeting, I believe, you stated that Sean Hughes' past should not reflect on us. I stated that Sean Hughes would step down. He's willing to, because as his children, he wants us to succeed. And he is willing to completely step away as being employed there. So then that's when you asked for the rent documentation, which is what we submitted.
Yeah. Okay. Last question, and then I'll be finished with my inquiries here. I believe last time you said that Sean was not an employee on the date of the charges. Did you say that or not?
He was not working that night.
I don't believe I did. He is
Okay.
a part-time employee. That states.
Okay. And Mr. Jacob, did you say that? Because I thought one or both of you said that.
No, I did not say that.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions, so.
All right, go ahead.
The members ready to vote? Commissioner DeLeon?
Okay. A lot of work has gone into this case. We've reviewed it extensively. I have some serious concerns. And my concern is that you, Ms. O'Leary, as the person running the place, potentially to run the place in the future, I respectfully submit is not the person that I want to see running a bar in that location with so many young people. The misrepresentations here are adding up. You said that your dad was not working there. He was working there. He even submitted an employee questionnaire, and we have the affidavit. You said that you were running the place and have an application to run the place, but you're not listed anywhere in our records as being a manager or owner of the place. You said that you have your own security, but clearly that night it was your dad who was acting as security. The sale of alcohols to minors is as severe, almost as severe as we can get. And the number of sales in this case, which I see at 12, is significant. With all that and the opportunity that has been given to resolve this thing and that the work that the agency put into it, I just cannot see going forward with your ownership of this establishment. So my vote is to cancel and bond.
Commissioner Mayo?
I'll have some difficulty articulating where I exactly stand on this, which will be exact. I would rather see a civil penalty calculated with a bunch of conditions and basically some sort of being ensured that that Mr. Hughes Sr. is not part of this. So I would state that I would like to, I would have preferred to proceed on the offer from the last meeting with safeguards regarding Mr. Hughes. That's my position.
But you would do the same civil penalty and the same stipulations, but add.
There's my problem articulating it. I don't know what the maximum delegation is on the civil penalty, but
It's 10,000 per charge.
per charge. Now we're looking at some big numbers, and I think if I did the math correctly at one point, it was over $90,000. I don't know what it would be. So I am not agreeing with Commissioner De Leon.
There are 13 charges, so
Yeah.
you can go 130,000.
Yeah, 130,000, so I have bad math as well. I would prefer to have a civil, to have come to a civil penalty with conditions, so I do not, so my position is different than Mr., or rather Commissioner De Leon's.
Kind of, I know, for the record, you can.
Yeah.
So for the record, you would need to state
Yeah.
the civil penalty.
Yeah, and I need to add, I'm sorry, did I interrupt you?
No, I was just saying for the record, you would need to kind of make clear what your, so you would deny
Yes,
that.
so
the-
I will make it clear. At the last meeting on August 29th, I was willing to accept 30,000 civil penalty, no pictures, security camera footage retained for 2 weeks, independent compliance monitor, all scanners working and data at all times. As it went around, to my recollection, there was a major concern about Mr. Hughes Sr. I would have agreed to that.
Which is what? You have to say what it is.
Okay, thank you. And as for Mr. Hughes Sr., what I would agree to presently is absolutely, he has absolutely nothing to do with the business. He shouldn't be there during any primary hours. I understand he's got 2 children. He should have nothing, and if it comes out that way, I would consider it a gross violation. I could comment on video and publicly available evidence and the affidavits, but I would, my position is to work out the civil penalty with all the provisions as we discussed on August 29th.
And Chair.
Okay. All right, and I just want to state, this is only for the record, I understand now that there's an endorsement application to replace Jacob with, is it Nikki? I understand that has been filed, so for the record, I'm trying to capture everything that I know of this case. Thank you.
One of the reasons why we do these hearings in person or we try to do it via WebEx, it's because so that we can talk directly to the licensees and the managers. In this instance, it's very clear that the licensee, the current licensee, and the person who is already filed to take over continues to dodge the responsibility of holding a liquor license. There are multiple sale to minor here. Again, obviously, the prior situation at this location is not held against this particular licensee, but I would say that based on the conversation we've had here over the past 3 weeks, I am leaning with Commissioner De Leon that I do not find the manager or involvement, or future licensee to be in any way credible, I am at cancel and bond.
All right. So now the CNC's been denied. The board has made a counteroffer of cancellation and bond. You don't have to accept it now. You'll receive a letter. You can either accept that counteroffer, cancel and bond, or deny, or reject it and go to hearing. So that's the options.
Okay, can I please speak to maybe reconsider, or is this final?
So the members have voted, so there's nothing really to speak now. Whether or not you can request reconsideration, you would need to reach out to council's office outside of the meeting. But those are the options with the those are the two main options with the counteroffer.
Okay.
The accept-
I would just like to speak if you don't mind.
voted.
I mean, the members have already voted, so there's really nothing, again, if you want to argue the facts of what happened or the evidence, you would need to go to hearing.
Okay.
All right?
All
So
right.
thank you.
Thank you.
Next in Albany is number 3, Empire Lounge LLC.
Go ahead. All right. Good morning. I am the licensee, Melissa Jackson, and this is my husband and manager of the Empire Lounge, Jeff Jackson.
I'm sorry, you are the licensee and he's the manager?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
Okay. This is a second summary suspension on this license. You got 2 in a row here.
Within 3 months.
Yeah. I don't.
The members have any questions or?
I don't think it's questions. I think at this point, I mean, all the documentation has been submitted. Our first summary suspension never should have been a summary suspension, in our opinion. We argued that the first time around. I don't know that there's any point in going into that. And this, well,
No,
go ahead.
let's go into that.
Go
You
ahead.
know, because it shouldn't have been a suspension at all. Because what was founded was that the alleged that was sent in weren't true.
I mean,
I'm sorry, you're talking about the first one or the second
yes,
one?
ma'am.
Well,
The first one.
The first one. And
Right.
even here in the case of the second one, no one is disagreeing that what happened that evening was tragic.
Absolutely.
But our argument has been from the beginning that, you know, if this was gross negligence on our part, I would understand it, but it wasn't. We had security outside with wands. We're not sure how, you know, a weapon got into the building. But we believe we did everything that we could to prevent that. And I think our other point has been from the get-go that if it was the common response from the authority in these situations to do a summary suspension across the board for any licensee having this type of an incident, we wouldn't be fighting it, but it doesn't seem that that's the standard. So, but here we are.
Argument.
Are the members ready to vote?
That would be my vote. Are we ready?
Are you ready, sir? Yes.
Commissioner De Leon?
Okay. This is the second summary suspension within a 3-month period. I've heard the arguments that you've made. The incident in this particular case is egregious. It does involve a shooting. Apparently, there was a friend covering as or acting as a security guard. But the method of operation does not
Well,
include.
I just want to clarify that this went to hearing and all the charges were sustained by the ALJ. So this is not the forum to be fighting the facts.
That I was going to end with saying that these charges have been sustained. There were approximately 75 to 100 persons present in a video, and only 60, I think, are the max. No employee called the police regarding this incident, and the doors were locked to the establishment when the police arrived. And it was also promoted as ladies' night. With the two summary suspensions within the 3-month period, and the facts of this case that have been sustained at hearing, I have to vote cancel and bond.
And you would adopt the sustained?
And I adopt the sustained charges.
And Commissioner Maya?
Cancel, bond, and sustain.
And Chair?
I'm going to sustain charge 1 to 10, cancel and bond.
All right. So, thank you. They voted. It is cancellation and bond claim.
What do we need to do, up here?
Paula, there's nothing else in Albany, correct?
That is correct.
All right, you can sign off. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so moving on to New York City. First is number 43, TIERRAS Tropicalis Restaurant LLC.
Good morning, everyone. Robert Romano here for TIERRAS Tropicalis Restaurant. This is a conditional no contest plea in the amount of $3,000. Satisfied.
Here we are. And I have a note here. I was okay with it. Go ahead.
This is a motor vehicle accident where the gentleman involved in the accident said that he had had 5 beers at the licensed establishment. The offer is $3,000. I will accept $3,000.
I will accept 3,000.
Chair?
There's significant history here, so I would really try to avoid some of these violations moving forward, sir.
Yes.
I'll accept 3,000.
I'll discuss that with him. Thank you.
Thank you.
All set. We'll send it to you in the mail. You send it.
Next is 52 and 53, AASA Group LLC. 52 and 53.
Again, Robert Romano for AASA Group LLC. This board has asked to see management. Last meeting, I brought you Mr. Nasir. He was unable to make it today because of his scheduled flight program with Delta Airlines. Here is the general manager, Alexia Alusha. Forgive me if I didn't pronounce that correctly. And he's here to answer
So
any
he's the
questions.
manager. What about the other licensee?
They Mr. Gozi and Mr. Nasir and Mr. El-Nani. They all seem to work in the airline industry and have very difficult, that's why to get Mr. Nasir here last time is extremely difficult. Mr. Lucia is at the premises pretty much all open hours and is the general manager.
How long,
Excuse
me, how long have you been in this industry, sir?
10 plus years.
10 plus years, you said?
He's been running this place on temporary permit since they started without any issues whatsoever. I think the reason we're here, a number of reasons. One, mainly because of the size of the premise.
Yeah, it's a huge place,
Right.
a huge responsibility.
Yeah, but it's a restaurant. More than anything, it's a landmark building on the boardwalk.
Yeah.
So it's a Mediterranean restaurant and an artisanal cocktail bar. So like even though it's big, it's pretty simple to run in regards to that aspect.
The maximum occupancy is 724 persons.
Correct, 724. And that's on 2 levels, on a rooftop and on the
And
ground.
there's only 10 employees for an staff.
Well, the foot traffic there is very like minimal. It's in Coney Island, but it's on 21st Street, so it's kind of like away from the rides, and the small where the residential buildings are. So we don't have a lot of foot traffic unless we have an event. That's the only reason
You
why
said
we
it
would
was-
have more employees.
You said it was a restaurant,
Yes.
but you have a DJ, recorded and live music, dancing and promoters.
No, well, that's for like private events. Well, like on a daily basis, it's a Mediterranean restaurant with a Turkish-based food.
Let me see if I have this correct. What are your hours now, sir?
Wednesday to Sunday, 3 p.m. till 10 on Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday to Sunday is 3 p.m. till midnight. About.
Okay, and are you looking to change the hours?
No, if anything, for the fall winter season, we kind of die down more since it's more seasonal.
If you have pictures of the premise, it's a beautiful, iconic building.
Yeah, we have pictures.
Yeah.
Okay, so there is no request, because the community board denied a request to change hours.
I'm confused. We got approved by the community board. I have.
That's not what I have. There was a request to change hours, which was denied by the community board.
When was this? Sorry.
Yeah, you had original hours and then longer hours were denied by community board.
It was approved. I have everything from the community board. Are you talking about till 2 a.m. liquor license? Is that?
So it looks like the community board is okay with you operating Sunday through Wednesday till 12 a.m.
Right. Yes.
Thursday to 1 a.m. and Friday and Saturday to 2 a.m.
Yes.
And it looks like maybe you requested after that to extend them and they said, no, this
No.
is what we're okay with.
I'm not sure. I have the approval of that.
Are you
Yeah.
okay with these hours?
Yes.
that-
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You have approval of what?
Exactly what she said.
Okay, but you know that then you asked to expand to 4 a.m. and it was denied. That you accept, right?
He can accept it, but
yes.
it's not a, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not aware, but I mean, I've never asked for 4 a.m., so I don't, yeah.
Okay, well, someone asked for it. Did you ask for it?
No, I did
No,
not.
it must have been making part the.
Okay, but let's just establish what this place is, because this is a cabaret liquor license. This is in theory not a straight up restaurant. And you have private events,
Right.
you have ticketed events. I mean, I just want to be on the same page here.
Sure, sure.
Because it feels like we're talking about two different places, but.
No, it's not. If you guys look it up on Instagram, whatever, it's a Mediterranean restaurant.
I think, which has
With
events.
third-party promoters involved in certain events.
Certain events. The majority of the time, it's being run as a restaurant. But they do have these events, and that's where the
Well,
cabaret.
it's more than the majority, like, of the time. Like, we have like a Turkish event with a singer in a couple weeks, but like before that, we haven't had a Turkish event in like 3 months. So it's very sporadic in regards to that aspect.
And you work with promoters to bring in acts, to do events?
No,
I see June.
I don't work with anybody.
Third is what I see.
The singers management might come and ask if they could do an event from the partner side, and we would.
So what
like to
happens when you have an event that starts at 10 p.m.? Are you serving dinner before that or you're closed before that?
Well, it depends on the event, obviously, if we need to set it up, but typically we would be open before that. And if it's an event at 10, the events are usually based with food and tables. It's food based, the Turkish events. So it's more food based and singing than let's say everything being moved and it being anything like standing only.
Who's the one with the revoked AX license?
That was Mr. Nasir.
And that was the person who was here last time, right?
Yeah, so that was in 2008.
That's when they've been operating.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But your application is DJ with recorded live music, with dancing, and with third-party promoter.
Yes, that's the application, but that is
a just in case scenario, so we don't want it where if we do have any kind of event like in the summer and stuff, we don't want it where we never told you guys that we might have a DJ, stuff like that.
the vast majority of the time, the premise is going to be run the way the premise has been run since they opened without incident. And that's operating as a restaurant with a rooftop.
Well, the thing is also that we're like on the boardwalk, which is a parks department thing. So we cannot truly have anything that most venues have outside of that area, like where they are more like on the street level, right? The boardwalk more or less closes at 1 o'clock all the time. We can't make noise, so we have to use the side entrance, stuff like that. So 99.9% we operate as a restaurant, unless something is being asked.
Yeah, but you're applying for cabaret liquor. Like, I mean, there is a stage, right?
Yes, of course.
There's
for the singer. If they
Is it consistently having a performer?
No, not even weekly.
But without
And then
that,
there are times when you clear all the tables and then there's dancing, right?
We don't clear all the
It's
tables.
not a trick
fully
question.
ever.
You just
No,
have to
no.
tell me what you want to do. Like,
No,
it
right.
doesn't.
We don't always clear the tables fully. We always have tables on the sides. We always serve food and stuff. Most of the events, as I said, are food based, right? Because the Turkish crowd likes to eat with their singing. So that's what it usually is.
Okay.
it's basically like, wow, but I don't know, it's 700 people.
Any problems, Joe?
I mean, it should be as needed. I mean, if you can't run the place with 10 people.
Hope I'm in a position that you say you can't. Also, it's if they haven't had any.
And I remind the board that, for the last several months, that this place has been run without incident.
Yeah, I mean.
In its current form.
I see that, and that certainly goes
Right.
to the credit of how
Right.
it's being run. But we also have an establishment that maxes at 724.
I agree.
Obviously, you have a website and you have videos, and it looks like a raging party, and that's a good thing, nothing wrong with that. But there's only 4 security guards and 10 employees. And that's a
No.
little concerning to me.
We
Now,
can-
so far,
Right.
you've had the temp since July of 2023, and we have no incidents, and that certainly bodes in your favor.
Sorry, the for security guards is a regular base restaurant runs. It's not if we have a singing event and stuff like that.
Thank you.
That's
So we can-
obviously per 50 people, we add a guard. So that's a total.
So when you're operating at a restaurant, how many people are there on an average night?
Seasonal, so a summer season or fall winter. Fall winter,
Give me both scenarios.
summer season, Friday, Saturday, maybe like 50, 75.
Okay.
Winter season, much less. We kind of close down. with
I-
that aspect.
I did not file this application, but I would offer to amend the method of operation page.
I'm sorry, in the winter you close down?
No, we don't close down because because it's a landmark building, so we can't close down. We have to be open at least 4 days a week, I believe. So we're open, but the foot traffic is so limited in Coney Island during the winter season, which is basically from like October, November to like May for us. So we just basically have people on Saturday, Sunday, and possibly Friday nights. But I would say like 30 to 50 people about for the restaurant.
This is a huge property. What is the rent there? This is a
The
real-
rent, Okay, so Live Nation is our landlord, and they rent from the city. So it's kind of that kind of aspect, since they run the amphitheater next door, and they don't run the building itself. So we got it from them.
You should have.
It's $120,000 per year
Right.
with 7% gross sales. But somehow the investment is only 90,000 and the licensees are just not here.
Yeah.
I understand one of them is a pilot, but the other is not a pilot, right? The one that's never come
He
to the
actually,
board, Alanani.
He
He's
was
also a
he was
pilot?
No, I think he was a private investor. He was a silent, but reported, but, he did it as.
He's what?
A silent, when I say silent partner, I mean, we reported him, obviously. He been reported to the authority, but he was money, not operation.
Sorry,
Okay, but we've kicked this over multiple times.
Well-
He's supposedly on our record, he is an owner of an licensed restaurant, presumably in New York City, right?
Right.
Sorry, about the investment, 90,000. The building itself has been done and equipped with $1 million worth of stuff from the city. So we don't need to do anything in the building, and we can't drill stuff like that because everything is landmark. Our base, the bar, everything is already there for I don't know how many years before us, right? So that's the reason why.
What's your relationship with Live Nation? Because they're the tenant and you're the operator?
No, they're the landlord.
They're the landlord.
What do you mean they're the landlord? No, the city of New York is the landlord.
City, they rent from the city. The
Live
amphitheater-
Nation rented from the city and you're what?
Subleasing.
You're subleasing from Live Nation.
Yeah.
So who's the operator? That's you?
Yes.
ASA Group is you?
Well,
No, he's a general manager.
You're the general manager
He's not an
of
owner.
ASA Group.
Yes.
And ASA Group have those two gentlemen.
Yes.
The pilot and the
Right.
restaurant owner.
Right.
They are partners in the LLC.
Right, they
who
hired.
are subletting from Live Nation, and they hired you to run the business.
Correct.
Yes,
Is
because
that
Live
clear?
Nation doesn't know how to run a restaurant and stuff like that, so
Huh,
they don't
I don't know
they don't take care
that,
of
but okay.
No, but they just do the amphitheater, which is next door.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they own theaters and stuff.
They own
Yeah,
theaters
yes.
and
Live Nation, yeah.
Concerts they do,
and concerts.
which is in the building like next door.
Uh-huh.
We are the world.
So how long is your sublease with them? So they take 7%.
Yeah.
So why is the investment 90,000? Who bought the tables and chairs? It came with everything.
Most of it, yeah. For the rooftop, we had to buy like tables and chairs, but for downstairs, everything was there more or less. Obviously, like here and there, like we would have to buy
This
stuff.
application, but there's no way they started this business with $90,000.
No.
What do you think? The financials are just not there.
I can come back with a ledger, if need be.
Yeah, the building is like fully equipped with everything there, right? Bar, tables, chairs, everything is there.
Okay.
Full-blown kitchen, everything.
Okay.
Commercial kitchen. Pizza make, everything, pizza oven, huge.
And
Has enforcement gone down to check on this place?
Not really, because they haven't really been.
They haven't run
No. I wrote this down last time concerning.
Yeah, that's a concern too. Want to talk about it? This is again.
All right. Shannon.
Give us a second.
All right, we're going off the record for a conference with council. We'll be back on shortly. All right, we're back on the record after a conference with council.
All right, so Mr. Romano, just a few things.
Yes.
I think the finances needs to be worked on just a little bit more. Right now, you're showing $90,000 of investment.
Okay.
Just the rent is $120,000 per year. Obviously, you don't pay it all up front, but
Right.
I think you just need to clean that up
There
a
is
little
cash
more.
flow.
You're talking about hiring 75 people.
We're-
That in itself is 90,000 a night, or more. I just want to clarify that you said Mr. Alanani is not, it's only the money guy, that's what you said.
Yeah,
That he's
passive
the
investment.
silent partner, but in our application, it says that he will manage the premises 5 days per week, 40 plus hours. That's what it says on our application.
That was, and then,
So that's why we've asked multiple times for him to appear.
okay,
I understand he is not a pilot.
right. No, Mr. Nasir is the pilot.
So with all of that, I appreciate you coming in, and we want a personal questionnaire from the manager. And we know you've done really well with running the place. This is not an attack on you as a professional. We just want to make sure that we cross our T's and dot our I's here, because it's a gigantic establishment, and once we license it, it's going to be a big place with a lot of bells and whistles, and we're not going to try to limit your method of operation because of the nature of the business, but we just want to make sure
Right.
that we take a look at employment history. And I just want some clarification, who's actually running it? Is Ellen Nani there or not there?
He's not there.
He's not there, then you need to,
We'll amend that. And
Amend
I
that.
have a personal questionnaire submitted. it. I
so
can
we're
give you a
going
hard
to
copy as
just,
For this gentleman here?
Is this
Yes.
Uh,
I anticipated, and I.
what is that? Oh, that's your
That's
personal
his
questionnaire?
questionnaire. I also have some concerns as to whether or not you're really running any kind of a restaurant. So I would ask that enforcement go out and check.
So just, I guess we haven't voted yet, correct, or?
I
Commissioner-
would approve the conditions as laid out by the chair.
And the conditions are up
Wait,
here.
wait. So are we gonna hold it over, or you
Oh,
want to
yeah,
approve
yeah,
it?
no.
Oh,
I would-
Because
I would hold-
she has to look at that.
Yeah, no. I would hold it over,
Okay,
echo the concerns that you put. We have the personal questionnaire, and I would ask for enforcement to come out and check and make sure that there really is a restaurant there at times.
Okay.
So I just want to go over before further. So we want an amended financial disclosure form. We want PIQ for the manager, which we have an amended PIQ for Elinani to reflect his actual involvement.
How about we have him show up, actually?
Well, we tried
yeah,
that.
that would be helpful.
That would really be helpful. There doesn't seem to be a reason for him not to be able to show up.
But you still want the amended PIQ for him.
Yeah.
And you want him to show up tomorrow, next meeting, try to. And you also want enforcement to visit the premises. Commissioner Maya?
I agree with all of those statements by the chair and by Commissioner DeLeon.
And I guess Commissioner, or the chair.
Yes, 10-9, please. Thank
I
you.
don't think so. You don't need Mr. Lucia to, again?
If he wants to come, he can come.
Can I just ask just two questions? You have, your employment history is from 2017. Do you have anything prior to that?
Yes, I
Well,
didn't have.
you can submit it since it's being
Okay.
held over. So just work on it and submit it as a supplemental.
Of course.
Okay.
And you could send Jamila's to.
Okay.
Mr. Romano, you gotta submit that like this week so that we have some time to do work with it, okay? Don't submit it on 10-8. That's not.
No,
helpful.
you'll have it in the next 48 hours, most likely.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. You can go.
All right, thank you.
Next is 54, Tamarindos, Fiesta, Latin Corp, Latina Corp.
Howard?
And find out about who applied for those late hours, please.
He
It's
left,
not
but I-
encouraging when the manager does not know that that was an application for
Yeah.
longer hours, like,
Got it.
that makes no sense.
Okay, Robert Romano, I'm here with Eric Trigueros. It's, did I get that right? Okay. We're submitting a conditional no contest penalty in the amount of $2,500. This is for noise, disorderly conduct, failure to supervise. And I can tell you, you wanted Eric to appear today, and I can tell you this restaurant, I'm actually a little familiar with it, having lived in not too far from it in Westchester County, and it's a very
You
nice.
live there too? I thought you live in the city.
Now I do. I lived 25 years in Armonk, and I moved to the city a few years ago in Westport.
You moved to the city?
Well, back. I'm originally from the
That's a
city.
weird thing to do. I'm
I was
sorry.
born and raised in Manhattan, Upper West Side. So
Fair enough.
anyway, so he's here. It's a nice place. It really is. And the incident that took place down the corner from the restaurant. And it is a restaurant. It's actually a very nice.
What time do you close?
Monday we're closed. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, kitchen closed at 9. So we just wait for the customer to finish and 10. Friday, like around 11:30, because the kitchen closed a little late. Saturday I close 2. Every 2 weeks, but normally it's the same as Friday. So.
Okay, so then why is this incident happening at 2:30 in the morning?
Well, we do last call at like 1:45 too, and actually I don't know.
I assume this is on the Saturday night on
Saturday.
Super Bowl Sunday.
Yes, actually I don't know what happened because nothing in the restaurant happened. Also in front of the restaurant, we finished the night normal. We were cleaning. I was back in the door when the cop came to me, and he told me there was a fight in the corner of the street, but there's like 4 more bars in that street. And he said one of the person that was involved in the fight, he said he was with us, and he was, I think, 19 years. But we always ask for ID, and we always make sure everything is okay. And he just told me to need a copy of your license and a copy of your liquor license, and no more explication. So I don't know what happened, who were the persons, because like I said, in the restaurant, nothing happened. In the front, nothing happened. It was, and he said it was a lot of people that were involved in the fight. So that's the only thing I can say. I know.
All right.
Members ready to vote?
I mean, I see 2 incidents on basically 2 Saturdays in February where the police was involved.
Yes, sorry, the first one, it was not it was a person that he was trying to come to the restaurant. We told him no because he was already drunk. So he started like trying to get in, like fight because he wanted to be in. So we called the police, and because he was getting crazy because he wanted to come in, and we said, no, you're not allowed to come like that. So he get crazy. He want to throw chairs and everything. So we called the police, and that was they took the guy, but it was nothing like.
Okay.
Commissioner De Leon, if you're ready.
I'll accept 2,500.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mayo
2,500.
and Chair.
2,500.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is 55, Harlem Express Wine and Liquors, Inc.
But do you want to go on the record? Your attorneys.
Sand Park representative, Harlem Express Wine and Liquor. This is the liquor store removal case. I'm here, the owner is the Mrs. Hawkin, and there's a opposition. Let us speak first.
Robert Romano. I'm representing the five closest stores. DAUSA Inc., Shangri-La Wine and Liquor Inc., Renaissance Wine and Spirits Inc., YNS Liquor Store Corp., and Harlem Discount Liquor Wine Inc. If
Are
I,
those your clients behind you, or are they?
you can go in there.
Hi, my name is Liu. I'm from Shangri-La Wine and Liquor.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Lucy, Philian Liquor Store.
Which one?
For Philian Liquor Store.
Friedland Beer.
Free what?
Friedland Beer, they are the.
Oh, Freeland? Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Freeland, okay.
And they're doing significantly down. What size is your store?
605.
No, what size? Like
what size?
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. No. It is 800 square feet.
That's the retail?
It's, yes, that's what you have.
Because it was originally reported 3,000 plus square feet. Is it big or small?
I'm just reading from your report.
Well, she should know how big it is. Can you ask her?
You know how large square?
Okay, I'm sorry.
多大?
多大?
How big?
多大呀？
对，
多大？
多少尺？
1800尺，咋说？
1800.
1800, okay.
It's 1,800?
Yeah. 1800 feet.
1,850?
1,800 feet is what you
Yeah.
said.
1,800 feet, square feet?
反正1800尺，我不知道是什么。
1850.
1800尺。
50, 20, 50. 1800.
1800尺。
尺。
Okay. It's 1,800, the second closest store. It's not 800. These numbers are all wrong.
Not 800, 1,800.
It's 1,800. That's what she's saying.
Okay. And this is Shangri-La?
No, this is Friedland.
Friedland, okay.
He's Shangri-La.
Okay, got it.
我说吗？啊，
Okay. Who else?
下一个人。
Afternoon, my name is Johannes and the YNS Liquor.
YNS?
Yes.
Okay. And you are, sir?
Jose Garcia, Renaissance Wine and Spirits.
Renaissance. So, Romano, you are representing how many stores?
I was told by the five closest stores that I could represent, that I would be representing all of them. And
so it's Lewis Wines, Friedland.
I have.
And then Shangri-La. And Renaissance.
Right, and YNS. And Harlem.
And RNS. But not Hamilton.
I am not Hamilton.
Okay, I understand.
Okay.
All right, go ahead. Sir.
I'm not.
And everybody is 0.3 miles away. How is that possible?
Right bullseye. Normally, on when I see a removal akin to this application, I would think, and this is probably not, some people might say it's not a wise thing for me to start to say, but it would, on paper originally, to me, it looked like this one is one that would be almost rubber stamped. And then the more I got into the file, the more I realized it shouldn't be rubber stamped, it should be denied. And why? Mainly for the following reasons. The sales figures for all the surrounding stores are plummeting. There's no question, using your formula or any other formula, the sales have been going down.
Yeah.
As you say, there are 6 stores within 6 blocks, 0.3 miles.
And I just, so you can address it as you go on. That's not what I have.
Okay.
First of all, again, here I have 2023 figures and 2024 figures for some months, all right? So I'm going to use 2023 and project on 2024.
Wouldn't you use 2022 to 2020?
No, I don't use the COVID years.
But 22, it was.
Yeah, 22 is not a COVID year.
Yeah.
I don't use those years. I use the most recent, either 2023 or 2019. I understood that 2020, 2021, and 2022 were kind of out. That's the approach I take.
So if you're using 2023, you don't.
That's it. That's it. Using 2023, how many months I have for 2024 divided by that number of months and then multiplied by 14. I see Shangri-La, an increase of 100,000 roughly. I see ROC, an increase of, projected increase of a little shy of $1 million, but 800, 900,000. No response from Hamilton. YNS, I see an increase of about 100,000. And Harlem, I see an increase of almost $1 million. That's how I did the math.
And respectfully, I would say,
I get it.
I'm looking.
We're operating with different figures.
Right, where I'm looking at 22 to 23, which are the last 2 full years that you have.
Right.
And looking at those numbers, you've got the closest store, 1.38 goes down to 745,000. The second closest store goes from 1.16 to 1.10. The third closest goes from 1.54 to 1.34. And then the fourth store, as you said, did not.
But we can, I would theorize, and I'm not saying I'm 100% right, that 2022 was a tail end of a COVID year with inflated figures. 2023 gives us a more rational figure. And from 2023 going into 2024, projected sales are going to rise. That's how I see the numbers, when we combine both yours and mine.
Okay, all right. This area, the area that the store is proposed to move to, and also the area it's in now, is not a heavy density area in terms of, you don't have office buildings with thousands of people. You've got, it's the West Side Harlem density, which is average, I would say. It's not heavy, it's not very light, not riddled with parks. But the main reason I'm objecting to this application is the fact that they're moving from a street to an avenue. And it's almost like going into a different neighborhood because, and they're happy to tell you as well, their shoppers that start on shopping on the avenue remain on the avenue, and they don't. And the customers that this store currently has on 145th Street.
Could we agree on 2 things, Mr. Romano? One, that the purpose of the move is due to a demolition. So it's
I understand that.
That's one reason. And second, that the square footage is considerably smaller.
I understand that as well. Okay. I understand. That's why when I said to you, I would look at it and go, oh, sure.
Okay.
However, moving from the street to the avenue, to me, is the biggest issue I have. In that their customers are now coming from mainly 145th Street that happen to pass it. It will be a significantly different, I believe, in my opinion, it will be a different clientele that they will be getting. And where will that clientele be coming from? From their stores. And
yeah, but that's not a reason. I mean, you're basically helping them because the argument is that it served better public convenience and advantage if they're moving from a street to an avenue.
not to the people that are living on 145th Street, and not to the people that.
Yeah, but there's another store, Renaissance, is on 146th Street, serving that, and
Well,
then
there
there's
you'd have
Eighth
to go
Avenue Bottle
around and
that's
around
also
the
on
avenue.
145th Street.
Well,
145th is a major street up there also. It's I think at least 4 lanes, right? It's a double street, I believe.
Yeah.
145th? Pretty sure.
Anyway, they are moving 801 feet closer to Shangri-La. He had an issue, you have 8 you'll have, 7 stores within a third of, together combined within 0.3 miles, which is 6 blocks, which is a lot of stores. It's a lot of stores. And again, in my reading of the sales numbers, I believe they're going down. I respect your opinion and your formula, but I disagree with it. And that's it. If you would like, Andy, would you like to say Shangri-La or customers from 135? Yes. Okay.
Yes. I'm the manager from Shangri-La wine liquor store. Around my store, we already have some competitor. So if the new moving here, we will add another competitor, and it's hard for us to doing our business, and our business every year is going down right now. So it's it's not good for our business. So we strongly oppose this application.
Sales numbers going down.
Definitely down.
Okay. So we can hear from the applicant.
Okay, sample representative. Reason why for requesting removal of liquor store, the store, they lost the lease for the original. The landlord sold the property to develop who will build a 920 unit complex at these locations.
920 units?
Yes, correct.
And are you closed right now?
Yes, we closed it actually the last month. I mean, the last year,
So
December.
the license is in safekeeping?
Yes, it is for January. We put in the safekeeping. And Mrs. Hogan is operate business for almost 10 years, this location since 2014. And then all location is the 2,472 square foot space. And the new location is the 1,200 with about 874 square feet dedicated to retail space. And then we are downsizing 50% from the original locations.
Did you just say you just closed last month? Because this is.
No, I mean the 2023 December.
Oh, okay.
We received the license in safekeeping in January.
In January.
Okay, so you've been in for more than 6 months. Have they been extending it?
We don't have an extension on file, so when it's 6 months, you really need to let us know and ask for an extension of safekeeping because we don't have that on file. However, we do keep in mind that you put the license in safekeeping because you're pending a removal application. So that's how we can match it up.
Okay.
But it really needs to be, you really need to put a request in.
Oh, okay, sure.
Okay.
Oh,
Technically, it's already been canceled.
oh,
That's what she's trying to say.
okay. So current location is to the new location only 1,130 feet, which is the 0.3 miles away. And as you see from the lamp, there's no change in the other 4 nearest liquor stores. All location and the new location, it's all same, the other nearest 4 liquor stores. We're in the same neighborhood. We're not jumping from the other location to these areas, so.
Okay. So the new location is renovated and ready to go?
No, it's not. We're just waiting for the approval they're still operating the daily grocery stores. And then they're trying to wait until we get approval, and then they're trying to retire and then close those stores.
Okay, I understand.
Forgive me, I was remiss. I was going to bring that up.
And the new space is how big?
It's the 1,200 square feet and then 874 square feet retail.
800 square foot retail,
Yes.
okay. And you're going to renovate it, or what's the deal?
Yeah, we're going to renovate it.
It's going to be a non-bulletproof new store?
We are thinking of the bulletproof.
Okay.
This area is very.
All right, so if it's going to be around longer, you really need to request for the safekeeping to be extended.
I understand.
Can you extend the safekeeping more than 1 year total? I was under the impression that was not allowed.
It's only been.
It's
in
not
safe
1 year, it's
keep-
only
yeah.
been.
Since
No,
you're
no,
in-
no,
Ask for
but
first
aren't you allowed
extension.
6 months and then 1 6-month?
Yeah, but then they will have it until January of 25 at least.
To be open.
Yeah, because they put it in safekeeping in January of 24.
Right. So
Yeah,
then-
now it's been 6 months. He's gonna request 6 months. And then if they need another 6 months, it'll be at the discretion of the board.
And keep in mind that our backlog is kind of holding up the issue, this going to the members.
No,
so
no,
we
don't
just-
take responsibility. All right, are you guys good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm ready.
Okay. Okay.
Commissioner De Leon?
All right, so, I'm not going to repeat the numbers of the financial reasons that I stated. This is a move that I see out of necessity with the demolition, and you are moving to a smaller square footage. And the numbers, as I've done them, going from 2023 to 2024, I'm projecting an increase in sales for everyone. So with all that stated, I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya
Approve.
and Chair.
I'm gonna vote to approve, with the condition that they ask for the extension on the safekeeping and that you work hard to try to be open by January of 25, because at that
Yes,
point it
yes, we
will
will.
be 1 year.
Thank you very much. Thank you, board.
You okay with the condition?
Agree.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Agree.
Okay.
All right. So next is 56 Sherman Creek Liquor LLC. It's 56 Sherman Creek Liquor LLC.
For the applicant, Robert Swetnick.
Okay.
I
And
believe
there's,
you have a submission from us with an affidavit from the landlord that you requested last time.
We got that.
Yeah, did the landlord come or no?
No, you didn't ask that to come, you asked him to submit an affidavit.
No, I mean, some people who care about the business would show up. I'm just asking.
Okay, no, I don't think this landlord will.
Fair enough. All
It's
right.
opposition, obviously.
And, well, everybody should put their
Yes.
appearances on the record, I guess.
And Robert Romano for MWBE Cannabis Corp. And Red Morales.
Okay.
Next.
You could put your appearance on the record.
What happened?
Let me put your appearance on the record.
Let me-
Yes, I did.
Okay,
Let me-
thank you.
I'm just going to start very briefly on the, my part of this, and that is that the 4 closest stores indicate sales are down.
I'm sorry, who do you represent, Mr. Romano?
I'm representing another tenant in the building, MWBE Cannabis Corp., because this materially affects her if they grant this.
Okay, but that has nothing to do with the other stores doing down. You're not representing one of the stores, right?
Well, I'm giving you reason to deny this application, or I'd like to give you reason to deny the application.
No, but there is, I just want to reflect on the record, there's no protest from the neighboring stores, right?
That is true, actually.
I didn't hear you.
I'm talking about package stores.
She's saying,
I
did they
have
mail it
a
in?
There is
protest
two
from
liquor store protesting.
Sherman, Dykeman Residence, MWB Cannabis,
NYC one.
and NYC Wines.
Yes, there is two on records.
Sherman Wine, oh, I see. So there are 2 stores that are protesting. Did they come today?
No.
No,
And I don't have a record that they've ever shown up. Am I wrong? I think I may
no,
be
it's only
wrong.
been,
Yeah, that's correct.
It's only she's been showing up, right? The other 2 protesting stores have never shown up, right?
last time it was,
Tenant associations also show up in the last meeting?
That's what I'm asking, ma'am.
no, the stores did not show up.
The stores did not show up, right? Okay.
And I'd just like to point out that both the 4th closest store and the 6th closest store, both under half a mile away, are less than a year old. And it's been my experience with this board that you allow people to test the waters and, get their feet.
I know if you're representing a different business, which has a different argument from the stores,
Okay.
I would ask you to not speak from the angle of package stores, but speak on her behalf.
Okay. Well, Ms. Morales.
A quick question. there's litigation regarding who has the valid lease. Is that
It
correct?
looks like there will be.
There is not.
None
I
yet.
do. I do have records over here that I want to present it to the board.
Well, no, but my question specifically is there any litigation pending in court right now to determine who
No.
Not yet.
has a valid lease?
Landlord believes that.
And we got the
each person has a
affidavit.
Separate space.
Yeah,
Not yet.
okay, go ahead,
in that
ma'am.
case. So I would like to approach the board if it's possible. I brought records because there is a particular item over here that it says, presented by the lawyer over here, that is misleading the board, claiming that somehow I'm froze some information on my list. This is the information on my list. This is my original.
Okay.
But I would like to approach it. I actually submitted 3 weeks ago. The lawyer over here, he didn't request that for what it shows pretty much the full list.
Okay, I'm sorry, what is that document? That's the lease, right?
That's my list. In my
Okay,
list,
okay.
in my full list that I was submitted 3 weeks ago, it shows the diagram, which is exactly the same diagram that he has. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, so you're saying that the diagram of the property on your lease
Yes,
and the diagram on the property of the lease
that they have. So pretty,
is exactly the same?
it's exactly the same information. I do not want to question basically the landlord because the landlord is just being a good friend, a good community partner, and he's being great to me. I know that he wrote a statement over here, and I want to clarify because under no circumstance, I wanted the board to believe that I'm misleading or making false statements over here. And that's the reason that I want to present in these particular documents to you. I brought a copy to the other part so they can see pretty much that the same information. May I approach the board?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Can you give it to the secretary? She said she submitted it 3 weeks ago, so.
3 weeks ago, actually,
Is that the lease?
it was, I submitted by mail and then I dropped it off. Over here, I believe it was on August 28th. It was stamped on the 8th floor and sent it over, and that is the reason that it was a second meeting. So the full list, it was submitted and pretty much. The information over here that I'm presenting is a conversation between me and the landlord when he sent me the bill. For that, I took 4 copies, this gentleman 5, because I want the gentleman to have 1, so he doesn't, will be no misunderstanding. In the letter that the lawyer over here proposed, he mentioned the landlord statements. And I want to clarify that when they submitted his application, they show 202 Street and 9th Avenue. That's on the diagram that they showed on the liquor license application. If you have that application in front of you. In the statement that the landlord says, the landlord clarified, contrary to them, and this is what the landlord mentioned, that 202nd Street is belong to them. 9th Avenue is belong to me. They falsely claiming to the board that they have 6,000 square footage. Now, if you go to Google Maps and you see the full property, the mechanic that the landlord mentioning is in 202nd. So everything in 9th Avenue is belong to me. The 6,000 square footage that they falsely claim that they have, they don't have that.
Can I ask you a question, ma'am? Forgive me if I
Yes.
got it wrong. But regardless of what addresses we're using, is your argument that the premises is the exact same premise
It's exactly the same premise, sir.
that would be licensed for 2 things?
Different 2 things, there is no, and the.
One being cannabis,
And
one
another
being
one.
liquor.
And if you see, because there is a mistake over here, and like I said, I want to bring anything information related the landlord because the landlord is being wonderful to me. If you see the last folder that I sent, you see the pictures. There is no wall in between. In their application, they're falsely claiming that they have 6,000 square footage. In my list that you already have in your hands also say 6,000 square footage. The total amount on the building is 10,000 square footage. 4,000 square footage is belong to the mechanic. The 6,000 is belong to me and eventually belong to them.
And how much belong to them?
The same amount. So there is a mistake on the list that it needs to be addressed, all right, that before, because if you provide a license to them, claiming that they have 6,000 square footage, then what is my space? It's gonna be at
I
this.
know, so what do you plan to do? We're redoing the entire outside of this building? Because it looks like it's a,
I provide renderings. I do construction for the city of New York.
oh,
So
okay.
I do renderings. I did the renderings on that, and that's my submittal.
I know
have
you did the
drawings.
rendering, but are you going to build it out? That's the question.
That's the idea. I have a pre-approval on my cannabis license. Basically, all this.
On your
situation-
cannabis license, you have a pre-approval?
Yes, this particular situation over here is really hurting me because eventually we don't know where is the direction that we're going.
When are you gonna get your cannabis license?
I had to go through a few steps. I have like some conditional approvals that actually the lease that they have on the permits is really affecting me. All right, I want to continue in the statement from the landlord. They got a lease in April 1st, 2024 for 5 years. My lease is for 10 years as record shows. All right, and it was issued few months later. All right, one of the things that I want to clarify, because on the statement that they made to Liquor Authority on the diagram that they submitted, they claim that they have from 200 on 202nd Street to 9th Avenue. They show 6,000 square footage in the diagram. If you see the statement provided by the landlord say that the only space that they have in 202nd Street in that direction. Going
Okay,
south.
so how much rent or real estate taxes, et cetera, have you paid?
I have over there 14,000 in rent. It was 20,000 in deposit. And what else I have now, because I have the landlord, if you see my lease, I'm gonna start paying $2,000 on that. Now, can I finish, sir, please, because I am not interrupting you.
Yeah.
Ma'am, let me ask you a question.
And how
Yes.
much have you paid, sir? Have you paid rent, real estate taxes?
Correct, just commissioners, their rent is abated still. Our rent we're paying already.
It doesn't matter. I have
Your
a,
rent is abated,
No, her
her rent is abated,
we're already paying.
and you're already paying.
No,
This-
I mean, I see
That's not-
invoices for her to pay, so you're,
No, no,
they're
she paid
both,
once she signed the lease only, according to the landlord.
Okay, and your lease was signed first?
after, meaning my lease, if I go to court, I have more value because my lease, it was the latest
I know
lease.
that you spoke well of the landlord,
Yes, sir.
but this beginning to sound a little bit to me like a problem created by this landlord.
It's a problem, and I do not want to go into more detail because it's a little difficult situation.
Uh-huh.
The part that I believe that it should be is this license, it shouldn't be particular issue until clarification of the space, because I have my
And-
rights.
Let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
Have there been any discussions amongst all of you and this landlord about partitioning this space and issuing new leases?
In
And
my-
is that even an option?
In my previous,
You'll get your
answer.
opportunity.
Okay, thank you, sir. In my previous filing that I did 3 weeks ago over here, I show a text that I've been kind of, because I've been trying to get to an agreement with them before that we go
Okay.
to this particular
All right, so
part.
there've been some discussions. Can we hear from?
And they have refused to do it complete. There's always the part, oh, I'm gonna talk, I haven't done. And this is the reason that we are over
Okay.
here.
Let me hear from Mrs. Swetnick, right? Yeah.
No one has contacted me regarding these discussions. But when I spoke with the landlord, he said that he would show her where her space is, where our space is, where the mechanic shop is. And he said he's somewhat flummoxed at the confusion.
That's a statement is inaccurate, sorry.
bring the landlord.
All right. One of the things that I want to show also over here, that is, they have submitted 2 letters of support.
Uh-huh.
I provided to that gentleman over here. He can pass along, please. From Washington Beat. The Washington Beat and Inwood Merchant Association. Inwood Merchant Association and the Washington Beat are on the same space, 181st.
bid.
Yes,
Washington bid.
and they only cover from 179 to 181st. It's like a 29 blocks. They are in the zip code 133. They are not even on my area, and they having an opinion about something. So now we have the.
May I speak, please?
Yes,
All right.
at some point, we have to hear from everyone.
I'm confused what this is to do with
Exactly,
anything.
yeah.
All right, and when they tell me what is the time.
Who
I
works
will
at the
speak.
bid?
All right, sorry. So basically, and they have 2 letters of support from elected official. Mr. Garrido over here is the union representative. He do endorsement. This is a conflict interest, and besides of conflict interest, this is traffic of influence. When the people that writing letters for him, he have endorsed previously, and they are run for election in 2025. Mark Levin, for example, he's running for controller. So that's meaning that Mr. Garrido is going to be the endorsement. So these 2 letters of support should be taken in consideration because this is traffic of influence right here. Really. I am willing to have, and I wish that they can sit down in there to have a conversation about this because it needs to be addressed.
Okay, ma'am, if we can hear from Mr. Swetnick and
you.
the applicant wants to.
May I just ask one question before?
Yes, sir.
You're on the ground floor.
Yes, it's one commercial building.
Okay, and is the proposed entity on the ground floor?
Yeah,
Okay.
one-story.
It's one-story
No, I-
building.
Yeah, I just want to know what her understanding. Are there 2 separate spaces in the building? Yes
No.
or no?
No,
Okay, will you, it's okay, whatever your answer is. You're saying that the ground floor is not subdivided in any way?
it's divided in 2, the mechanic place and the space that we have in this
Okay,
conversation.
you're saying you have a space and there's a mechanical,
Yes,
okay, plant,
Mechanic shop.
okay.
I
There's
have
presumably
provided,
like a restaurant there right now. Is that a restaurant? The
No.
thing that's on the corner? Is that not a restaurant?
no, they have a CEO actually for that, is Group 6. And
It's
you
what?
have Group 6, he have a license, he have cabaret license, and he have a sprinkler system,
What
he
is
have pretty much
Cairo?
everything. That's the space.
Okay, that's the space you guys are talking about, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
It's been closed for over a decade.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so there are 2,
2 space, the mechanic
No,
and that
there's a
space.
mechanical, this is the
The
building,
mechanical
the
plant
mechanical
And
plant,
Yeah.
which is the auto, and no one is touching that. No one has a
No.
lease for that.
right?
But that's
And
part
they're
of the
both
10,000.
talking about having a lease for Cairo.
Okay,
Yes.
Okay.
So 202nd Street is belong to this gentleman. 9th Avenue is belong to.
We agree.
okay.
All right, and 9th Avenue, it has
On Ninth Avenue, we have
5,000.
two in Second Street in different spaces.
9th Avenue, it has 5,000 square footage that belong to the space that I have. The 5,000 square footage is according with the regulations of the cannabis because I have a micro business.
It really, I know the landlord submitted an affidavit. It really sounds like we got to hear from this person. It really does sound like we have to
Can
hear
I,
from this
can
person.
I request that you call him up only because he is, number one, he's licensed by you. But from his attitude, when I spoke to him, he was saying, "You're crazy, stop bothering me. You've got your space, she's got her space, I got a mechanic shop, don't,
Well,
get
yeah.
this affidavit at him. So
I don't think
we
he,
can drag him
I don't
down
think the
here.
landlord's going to appreciate finding himself in litigation over this matter.
Okay,
And maybe
again,
that's
if
a,
you do it through a
I-
call
I-
for him,
I
you know,
would like
we
to-
both have his phone number.
I would like to point it out that in order for me, hold on a second,
Yeah.
give me a minute. The last statement that I want to make. I'm sorry, sir.
I'm going to hold
I
you to that. I'm going to hold you to that, so make it
Yes.
good.
Okay. The last statement that I want to make is, in order, even if you put the landlord on the phone, nothing is going to change because legally the landlord need to do an amendment to
It's
their
what?
lease, an amendment
Amendment. to the-
to their lease or to my lease, in order to legally have a space divided by 2. He having a phone call, it doesn't gonna resolve the issue. He had to go where I have to make an amendment to my lease, and they have to make amendments to the lease.
Can I
That's
ask
the
both
legal
of you,
report.
are either of the leases recorded in the county clerk's office? Many
No.
leases are not.
No.
Okay, so we don't have that, okay.
Ma'am, if we can hear, oh, do you have a question, Mo?
So we don't get involved in landlord-tenant disputes.
Right.
That's not our call. We require that you provide a valid lease. I'm seeing in your protest letter that you had said that you sublease to the applicant. Is
No.
that correct?
No,
'Cause
and that was in
I
my.
don't show that. The record does not show that.
No, in my first filing, I have done 3 filing. I'm sorry, sir, she asked. In the first filing, I have, the first part, it was, we solicited for a gentleman for a full contract, that it was all the way to the bank, that they are no longer there. All right, nothing had to do with the structure of the lease, and nothing had to do with any of me. The core of the legal aspect say that my lease need to be amended and the lease to be amended so we can show pretty much where that space start and where is that space finish. That's the only thing that I want to clarify. Landlord conversation on the phone doesn't really gonna do nothing until we
Thank you.
got that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Let's hear from other persons.
Well, first,
Good morning.
you want to go or you want me
But
to?
yeah, no, let me just say, first of all, I've never had a conversation with the young lady. And I entered into a lease in April and went through the application process. I had no
April
knowledge.
of what month?
Of
What year?
Of 2024,
24.
this year.
All right, and when did you sign your lease?
I believe it was June, if I am not
Afterwards.
mistaken. I am the
I believe
lady.
it's 23 September.
No, our lease was.
No, June of 24.
September.
Yeah, our lease was several months earlier, and the landlord confirms that too. And the lease dates confirm it also.
I am the latest.
So the lease on file for our applicant is April 2024, and the cannabis lease that we have is June 2024. And then we were notified through the supplemental information that we have a lease from the landlord stating that it's a different part of the building that you are leasing.
That's correct.
So that's the last information that we received.
What's the whole footprint of the building?
10,000 square feet, of which there's a mechanic shop on the right. And then there's the other space that we're talking in question. My
So you both
understanding
think
is
you
that
have
there are two
6,000
addresses.
square feet?
I think we live about
This 10,000
4, right?
in total,
Five.
4,000
Five?
belong
Is
to
the-
the mechanic, 6,000 is the one in question between them.
And what- we don't
What
have
is-
6 though.
What does your lease say in terms of square footage?
6,000.
And what does your lease say in terms of square
4,
footage?
right?
It says 4,500.
4,500. There's a difference.
So why are you filing for 6,000 if you have 4,500?
The original lease letter had a $6,000 square foot.
What does that mean?
I don't have the original lease with me, but.
Are you saying the original lease that you received, that's what it said?
I
6,000?
had a lease for 6,000 square feet.
Okay.
In April when I started, I'm paying for 6,000 square feet.
And
I
then
don't
is
know
there a
about
subsequent
anybody else
amendment?
6,000 square
What's
feet.
retail and what's storage, I think.
Yeah.
It's the same space, Pana.
I don't understand. So why is there originally, is there an amendment of your
No.
lease that says 45?
6,000 square feet is what I'm paying.
So, but you just said that you have 45,000, 4,500
It's
There's-
retail.
of
Yeah.
retail.
Yeah.
So the original total square footage, what we have on file and what we provided to the members is 6,000 square feet total with 4,000 square feet devoted to retail space.
Yes, correct.
So you're saying that now you have a lease for?
No, it's the same lease.
No, it's
Oh,
the
it's
same
the
lease.
same lease?
Same 6,000.
Okay, so both leases say 6,000.
Yeah.
And both leases have the same diagram. Do I have that
I
correct?
don't know about her lease and diagram. You know, again, but I mean, but the issue is that.
No,
Said
it was a
4,000.
net, it was a retail, a
You're
part
talking
of
about
it.
4,000?
6,000 square feet.
4,000
We started
retail.
in April, we're paying for 6,000, we apply for the licenses.
So
I have
how
no
did you
knowledge.
come up with 4,000? Did you
I mean,
measure
I would-
yourself, or where'd that come from?
That came from what portion they were gonna use for
I
storage.
understand, but how is the, he's saying 6,000,
On the diagram, they decided where they're gonna put the wall.
and then 4,000, where'd that come from?
That's
Storage versus retail.
Oh, I see.
I don't know why this landlord gave.
Okay.
Right. There's the back of it they're gonna use for storage and office.
When they're ready, I'm gonna ask you a question. I don't wanna, I don't wanna interrupt, wait.
It's Ninth Avenue.
Counsel, when did you find out about the June lease?
Last meeting.
Last week?
The meeting here.
Yeah, well, we asked for the objections and we got it 2 or 3 days before the
The
meeting.
last meeting was August 29th, right?
Right.
And
Yeah,
did
never
you-
heard from them before. No, we never knew there was a problem.
So, I mean, did you, I'm sorry, I'm cutting you
No,
off.
no,
quick.
no,
I
no.
mean, have you asked the landlord what is going on?
Yeah, we did. I mean, I spoke with him. He spoke with him. And basically the landlord says, there's 3 separate spaces. Stop by, what are you going crazy? She, doesn't understand. He did an affidavit at my request.
But are you saying, Counselor, there are 3 separate spaces, but the leases do not reflect that? Is that the problem?
Her lease is, in his mind, the 9th Avenue space. Enter on 9th Avenue, it's 9th Avenue. Our lease is 202nd Street. So in his mind, it's 3 distinct spaces. He doesn't have to list every other tenant in the building.
No, I got that part.
But I have a question.
But Mike, if I can just finish this thought, I want to get it clear in my head. Your argument is these are separate spaces.
That's based on what the landlord tells me, yes.
Well, that's what the landlord says, but the leases.
The leases show them as
Hold on.
separate spaces. They show hers as, and he said to me, I
That's
even
not-
crossed out where it said, when she put in her lease, AKA 202nd, he says, I crossed it out. Theirs is just 9th Avenue. Yours is just 202nd Street.
Okay.
It's a big building that goes around, but I don't want, and I crossed it out so there'd be no confusion.
Those two addresses are two separate places within this building?
Correct.
They're walled off?
I haven't been to the building.
Okay, so what we're missing here is the wall, one thing, and it sounds, correct me if I'm wrong, that we have two leases that don't accurately reflect that there are 3 spaces.
No, none of the leases, well, any, but. with all due-
That could be a problem
Yeah,
of drafting
but
or
with all-
whatever it
But
is.
with all due respect, whenever someone does a lease, you don't reflect every other tenant in the building.
No, but you gotta reflect the right address and the right amount of footage.
Who has keys to the space? Who opens the doors? Who has
I have,
keys?
I have keys
You have
somewhere.
key and you have.
I have-
Yeah, they're
The
two-
lease should
To the
identify
202nd Street, I don't know
separate
about any of this.
I do have a key
This
and I
is,
can.
I will tell you this.
This is shit
She
show.
recognized that she has even 1 square foot of space that she's entitled to. Their lease is inaccurate.
But let me-
I get that, but have you guys been there? Have the 2 lawyers actually been to this physical space?
He's not.
I
But
mean,
the
do you
issue-
know if it's 6,000 square feet or 12,000 square feet, the building? It's not 12,000. So it's gotta be this overlapping problem that we have, that we both claim we have a right to.
May I ask a question?
This is crazy.
Can we get to speak at some point?
Yeah, okay,
All right,
wait a minute.
Go ahead.
You do not know what the configuration is because you were asked that 2
I
minutes
just
ago.
have the diagram we have.
What is the configuration? With your eyes, do you see 2 separate spaces? Yes or
The
no?
space that I saw at 202nd Street has 6,000 square foot, has an entrance in 202nd Street, has 6,000 square foot. I don't know about any other space
Okay.
beyond what I saw.
So you don't know, you can't tell me today that there's 2 separate.
If you go in on 9th Avenue, he doesn't
So
know.
The
what
Ninth
you-
Avenue, I
aren't
don't
you-
have a-
now I
I have
ask the
keys
council,
and access.
why aren't you settling this, the claim to this demise in Supreme Court then?
Because
how can we do this?
until we came here, all right, there was no issue with the landlord or the space. We are asking for a liquor license. We have a valid lease. If subsequently it turns out that there is a dispute, that will have to be,
Well, we don't know that you have it, I mean, I don't know, I can't speak for
we
anybody else.
submitted a valid
issue is
lease and we have,
A off-premise location, if it's been licensed for cannabis, which I see
it's
approval
not.
here
It
from.
is not. She has
It's
what they call a
pre-approved by
pre-approval.
OCM.
A pre-approval is like a pre-approval for a mortgage. A pre-approval is nothing. She doesn't have a license.
I don't know what it is, but I see a pre-approval
But that-
from OCM.
But that is
I
not.
cannot license both places.
Well, you don't license it, Ken, but a pre-approval for a license is
cannot
not
be
a
double
license.
license.
I can't,
But
I
that is not a license
I
for
think the
cannabis.
landlord needs to say on the lease, you have space 1 and you have space 2,
Sir?
and that's how we identify the spaces.
okay, when it's my turn, it sounds to me, and I know nobody wants to do this, but I'm familiar with this. Someone's got to bring an action returnable by order to show cause in Supreme Court and get a subpoena on the landlord to show up and answer. Because I could say that if I have to opine today, I can't make a vote because I don't know who the heck owns this. And we're not the adjudicative, we're not the forum to adjudicate whose lease is whose. I've tried to vet this out. These are not the kind of leases that would be filed, ordinarily recorded in the county clerk's office. I don't know what's going on. It sounds like somebody has to go to Supreme Court and get direction from them. And so if it's,
But we-
whatever happens
if
today
we-
as the chair
but we-
manages this today, I don't think it should go forward today, and that's going to be my position.
All right, but if we don't have a valid lease, we would not be able to be ready to open and operate. So nothing,
But we don't know that, and we don't have a landlord.
Both sides and the landlord are all setting themselves up for a tremendous amount of grief if you cannot get around a table and work this out. Okay, and the landlord has got to show up, and he's got to address this, because it appears that he issued 2 leases for the same property.
I can send you.
It appears. I know that you say differently, and your lease came first, and that she has a pre-approval for this, which I imagine they've investigated for the cannabis.
I
It
can
is
count.
very, very messed up.
Sending a lot of text messages, me trying to reach out to them, to try to address the situation.
To me?
before that I
And
come
not
over
to me
here.
either.
To me?
I don't know who she sent them
Hold
to.
on one second, to
No.
Darío Leaga, which is like his personal friend. I've been trying, and I have access.
Yeah.
Darío Leaga.
May I just state, please, I'm asking the chair and Commissioner De Leon, could we please stop all discussion on this file today? I think you need to go to Supreme Court because I'm not gonna, I don't know what they're gonna do, but I can't possibly move on this case.
The issue with that is that we don't know when that'll happen, do we?
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to, it's an order to show cause, and you've got two pending businesses. It seems to me that they'll expedite a return date, but somebody's got to get a judge to figure out who's got a valid lease.
Well, the issue
Because I
is,
can't-
the issue
I
is who
can't-
are you gonna be suing, but that's all
No,
right.
you're going to be suing
I
whoever
can't sue
brings the
her.
suit. I don't know what you're going to do, but it sounds like the
Everybody's gonna sue
universal
her.
parties
You
have already
should
been
make it so.
described.
All right.
Can we hear from the gentleman, because he's been trying to speak, and he hasn't been given the opportunity?
Yeah, like, I'm as frustrated, I guess, because I came in with the best of possible intention to open up a business that's been closed for over 12 years. I wanted to invest in my community. 2,000 new apartments are coming down. I got a lease. I went to the application. I did my background. I knew nothing about the existence of any other lease. I knew nothing about the existence of any other application in this building. I applied in good faith, and I was hoping that we can get a license. And now, the last hearing, I learned that there was a second lease and that there was a second application. So I know no of this discussion until then, until the 29th. I was gonna say, for the record, I've been paying my monthly, and I've been paying the taxes appropriate as I am required to do since I entered into a lease. So delaying further this means also I have a legal obligation to keep paying this lease, which I'm gonna now discuss with my attorneys, which I've been doing diligently since the beginning of this. So I know nothing of the process.
There is a solution here. I mean, if litigation has to be done, then that's what you do. I would recommend everybody gets around the table and works this out.
Can I say something?
Can we put a vote? I mean, we've
Yeah,
had enough
yeah,
discussion,
yeah,
cross
yeah.
discussions. So how would you want to proceed?
I vote to hold it over. I concur with.
To win though?
I think, I would ask that we hold it over until we receive a letter requesting a date, and I believe that letter would come upon either further negotiations or further court proceedings. So I think we'd have to hold it over until we have a letter requesting a date.
No, I think the landlord needs to come next time,
Yeah, but
10-9.
Could we make the landlord?
Yes, 10-9, have the landlord come.
10-9, I'm
Bring that
out
floor
of
plan.
country.
10:30.
30.
10:30.
Bring a letter. Bring the landlord and bring the floor plan.
Counsel, do you think you could get
And
the landlord?
I want to give you a
Well,
copy
I
of
think,
this. 'Cause this is,
honestly, no.
Give them a copy of this.
Pardon me?
Put this in the file.
I can't speak, but if you guys can't get the landlord here,
Can
I'm
we-
going to be saying the same
Okay,
thing.
with all due respect,
Yes, sir.
if we bring the landlord here, can we have this called first? Because he thinks.
No, that's not how this works.
All right, well, he thinks, he's your
Well, you know what?
licensee
If he
officer.
thinks then he's getting disapproved, and we're trying to protect the applicant here.
All right, no, it's just to
This is
get a
something
guy
we've been
here and tell me he's
paying,
gonna be
and
here
I don't know
all
what's
day.
going on.
He's really being short-sighted.
Like, this guy is taking money from both of you, and then you're protecting him, like, oh, he can't come, he's a great guy. Like, what is going on? Who is this person?
He's your licensee.
I mean, he's obviously taking advantage of both of you.
No,
And we're
according to him,
trying
they're
to help
separate, wait,
here.
just for the record, since you're saying that,
Mr.
he
Fortnett.
says they are separate spaces. So
Okay,
I
then
don't.
tell him
so-
to bring the floor
All right,
in.
but I don't
He
think you
should
should
have
say
been
he's
doing-
taking advantage,
Well,
because
I'm
you're
saying that
accusing
he's
the man of
taking rent from
something
him.
which he'll get upset
And he
about.
can't be bothered to come how many blocks here? 75 blocks. These people, come from Utica to do this. He can't come 75 blocks to protect his own business interests?
No.
This woman has been here every single time.
And so have we.
Yeah, I know that, but
Well, I don't know
we're
what
trying to resolve this conflict, that he can just come in and explain himself with the floor plan of his building.
Okay. All right. Nope. Commissioner De Leon, you're okay with 10:30?
I'm fine, and let me just say that we're gonna add the text messages provided by the cannabis person and the bid letter
To me, please.
to the record.
Text messages to me,
You
please.
can request it. You
To
can-
me.
What?
Are they text messages to me? You're
I
saying?
do have.
Well, what are they?
Landlord.
Enough. You guys need to have a mediation outside.
No,
of
but
this
what
as
is she
well.
presenting
Figure it
to you
out.
that you're putting in the
You
record?
can
That's all he's
request it.
asking.
Okay, Mr. Swetnick?
No, if it's being
You can
presented.
request it, Mr. Swetnick.
We are
Mr.
requesting it.
Swetnick!
No,
Yes.
if she hands it up to you now, we don't know what you're
I just
being
gave it
handed
to
up.
you.
Mr. Swetnick, this will be part of the record, and you can request the record any way. You know how to request materials in the record. So Commissioner Meyer, 10:30,
Yes,
correct?
10:30.
Okay, thank you. We're moving on.
Thank you. I'm sorry for speaking much.
No, you're fine.
Next is 45, Biller Jesse John Inc.
Okay, that was fun. Robert Romano, I would,
Which number is this?
45. I have the principal here with me, but I was retained this morning and I'm not, I would ask that the courtesy of allowing this to go back to council's office so we can hopefully work out a solution.
So you're asking for it to be put over?
Well, no, it was a default.
It's a default to now because it's being returned.
Right, I'm throwing it back.
45.
I mean, I could call Mr. Amaretto and ask him for a number, but I don't think he has authority anymore.
45?
It's a default.
Did I get it wrong?
Oh, yeah, it's good. Okay.
Okay.
I agree, back to council.
Back to council's office.
Thank you very much. Wasn't that fun? See how easy? Thank you.
Next is 49, CVS Albany LLC.
Sorry.
It's us.
Good morning. I'm Andrea Hellman from the law firm of Allen and Fortuna. I'm here on behalf of CBS Albany LLC to ask that the members of the authority accept the offer of a $6,500 civil penalty, and I had submitted supplemental materials in support of that request.
That's fine.
Okay. 6,000.
We're ready?
I'm ready.
Commissioner De Leon?
Okay. Going to lower this to $6,000.
Commissioner Maya?
Yeah, 6,000 is fine with me.
6,000.
And
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Have a nice day.
Thanks.
next is 50, Wine and Liquor of W&L Station, Inc.
Number 50.
50.
Morning.
Morning. Hello, sir.
Robert Lewis for the applicants.
This is the one where the applicant was in Albany last time?
That's correct.
And then we asked you to bring representation and all the protests were on the record. Did you guys speak last time already? All the protests, you can put your name on the record first.
I didn't get a chance to speak last time, I wasn't here.
Okay, so just run us through what stores you're representing
If I may,
first.
if I may, if you give me 2 minutes, I'll recap what I said the last time.
You are
And
the
another minute
protesting
for what
lawyer?
you said.
The protest, yeah.
5 minutes, I swear. Because
That's
what he says. is
fine,
gonna
I
be
just
fresh.
want their name on the record.
Okay.
I know who you are.
There's one other witness for the opposition. Would you
Witness?
state your name for the record, please?
Cameron Coletti from Mount Ivy Liquor Store, Coletti Enterprise.
Okay. Sure. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, excuse me. All right, that. All right, so this is an application for a new package store in the village of Pomona, New York. The village of Pomona, New York is 2.4 square miles in area. The population is less than 4,000. The adult population is less than 3,000.
Oh, I remember now. You want
Okay.
to
There
verify
are
your.
there are two established liquor stores serving the village, this little village of Pomona. And they're both less than a 2-minute drive away.
Okay? The surrounding area of the village of Pomona is served by 6 additional established liquor stores within 3 miles of the proposed location. There's a large Orthodox Jewish population in the village of Pomona. It is well served by the second closest store, which has 90% of their inventory is kosher. Okay?
90%.
90% of his inventory is kosher.
Oh, 90% of the inventory is kosher.
What's the name of your store? I forgot.
The name of his store is Jeff's. Yeah, Jeff's.
Okay, I remember.
Okay, I understand. And the size of the Orthodox population is?
It's 31% in the area.
31%.
Yeah, I lied about
of
the 85
village,
list.
Not the larger.
Yeah, the surrounding area is 31%.
Okay, and 90% of your SKUs are kosher products. What about you guys?
We carry the traditional wine and liquor.
Okay.
You carry some kosher.
10%.
Yeah.
Okay.
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 So, all right, so let's see.
So
All right.
just tell me again,
All right, so
what
just
stores are represented today?
The stores that are represented today are the same as last time. Coletti Enterprises, Jeff's Pomona Fine Wine, Garnerville Wine and Liquor. Those are the 3 I represent. Those are the 3 that are here. Okay? Okay.
Just give me one
so-
second. I'm sorry, just give me 1 second. 1 second, 1 second. So Mount Ivy, Jeff's, right? Mount Ivy, Jeff's, and what?
Mount Ivy, that's your DBA. That's Coletti's is Mount Ivy. That's the closest store. Coletti Enterprises,
Coletti, yes.
DBA Mount Ivy. Then there's
Jeff's
Jeff's Pomona Fine Wine.
Okay.
Then there's Garnerville Wine and Liquor.
Okay, so the 3 closest stores.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Got it.
Okay, so now the closest store has consistently lost money for the past 5 years. They have seen a decrease in their revenue for the past 5 years. The third closest store is on a track to be down $100,000 in revenue in 2024. There is no new residential development whatsoever in the village or the surrounding area, and the population has increased in that area by 100 people over the past 12 years. There's no conceivable way to see that this will be a convenience and advantage to the public. We certainly don't need another liquor store in that little village of less than 4,000 people.
Okay, just remind me, you recently moved?
Yes, I was,
You want to show them that stuff?
yes, I moved over 2 years ago. I was in a shopping center where the business was going down, 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 and they opened up a new large kosher supermarket. I had the opportunity to move, so I moved 800 feet away, and we just I did a whole
Okay,
build
but
out.
you're showing growth since the move,
Yes.
since between 22 and
Yes.
23, there was significant
Yes,
bump.
but we, increase the space, increase the rent. We, have a lot more, inventory, but all kosher. We are servicing the supermarket next door.
Okay, I understand.
I'd show you. Okay, we'd just like to show you, elucidate some things we submitted before this meeting. Okay, pick those up and go.
Sure. Good afternoon, board. I'm Cameron Coletti, and I help manage Coletti Enterprises, Mount Ivy Liquor Store. My brother was here last time, but I brought 3 slides. It'll take 3 minutes of your time to discuss this.
You work at the store as well? Your brother owns it? but
Yes,
you-
it's under my brother's name, but I co-manage it, and it's the family business. It's been. Yep, correct. Okay, so the idea of adding another liquor store pretty much across the street from us, you can see right here, Mount Ivy Liquor. The main road that most of the liquor stores are on is Route 202. Right across, which is pretty much 15, 30-second drive difference, is the new applicant's liquor store location right there. And then in the other slide, Jeff.
Did you say 15 to 30 minutes?
15 to 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
It's just pretty much the difference of making a left versus making a right on the main road. You can see our store is located right here on 202. Jeff is right over here. And then the applicant is proposing to open a location pretty much across the route 202 right here on the other side. We also
Okay,
have
and
6 other stores.
Garnerville is on the other side.
Yeah, he's also on Route 202, and then we have a bunch of other liquor stores within a 3-mile radius, which is all 10-minute or less drive.
Okay, got it.
It's all rural, there's not a lot of.
Yeah, but do I have it correct from, it's hard for me to, well, maybe if I
Sure.
put on my glasses.
This material was submitted.
Proposed site on the other side of the route?
Yeah, so.
All the
we're
other
on-
stores are on one side and
Would you guys like to see this up close?
I would.
Yeah, you can take it. And then,
Can I just see that?
yeah, let's take that one up. too.
I'll give it right back to you. I just want to look at one thing.
You can give them that one too.
Okay.
While you guys look at that, I'm just gonna read for just a second. The idea of adding,
I'm going to be using that map and the other one as well. Keep it handy.
of course, the idea of adding another liquor store pretty much across the street from us poses a very serious threat to the survival of our business, unfortunately. We've been serving the community for 14 years, and we employ 2 individuals locally. Our store is 640 square feet. The
Can I ask
proposed.
a quick question?
Sure, go ahead.
How big is Route 2? Is that 202?
It's not that big.
Is it 1 lane, 2 lanes, 4 lanes?
1 lane each side.
1 lane each?
This is not a major highway. This is just
In
the,
between us is real
this is
little
just the
homes.
main road.
It's just a couple strip stores and a large 100-acre open field.
And as you can see, there's a lot of trees and not much of homes there in this area. Okay, our store is only 640 square feet. The proposed applicant's store that's going to be proposed across the street, pretty much 202, is 2,400 square feet in a community that has no additional demand. Unfortunately, our sales have been dipping off since 2021. in this-
I see 2308 with 1,600,
600 storage.
1,600. It's not 2,400.
Okay,
it's
I'm sorry.
23.
I guess I got the wrong information, but it would still be 3 times our size of our store. We carry all products, limited kosher, as well as some additional New York State products. And with all due respect to the past mythologies regarding sales, we're down for the past 5 years. And this chart pretty much shows that if you take the first 8 months of 2023 versus the first 8 months of 2024, you'll see that we're down 8%. And then also.
Council's aware of, I guess by now everybody's aware of how I do the math, because I've said it so many times. But when I do that math, let me respectfully submit it so you guys
We
can
just know you
address.
take an interest in the figures, so that's
Yeah,
why.
I see from 2023, projected into 2024, all of the stores projected to make more money. That's what I see.
With a 14-month multiplication, correct?
Right. Whatever months I have for 2024, I divide that figure by those months, and then I multiply by 14. Ivy, perhaps up by not much, 20,000 and 30,000, not much. Jeff's, substantially, from 1.4 to 2.1. Garnerville, from 714 to 761, not much. And Town from 780 to 891. So all projected to make the
Well, I
same
think
or a
we
little
agreed-
more
I
money.
think we agreed last time that he's on,
Yeah, I think the,
he's on track to
I'm
lose
Garnerville
100,000.
wanted liquor.
Oh, we had the wrong Garnerville?
right.
Is that it
There's
was?
two
There was
Garnerville.
This is the third closest store.
Okay.
Right. And he's on a track to lose
I remember that.
100,000.
I remember
Yes.
that.
Okay, so I respect your math and I understand the formula. You take the 8 months and then you divide it and then you multiply by
Right.
14. But if you were to take a quicker look at this chart of all the previous years and you see the numbers for the first 8 months and then you see the first 8 months of this year, we're not trending up. Like, and then we have the last 4 months of every year and then our projections for this year, there is just no up. Sure. If, I respect the math and I understand what
Yeah.
you guys have to look at the formula to figure out the full calendar year based on
It's
information.
something that
But
I want to
I
feel
would
like I'm
love
doing
for you,
something objective.
I would love for our family to be saying that we're up year over year. We're just not. Like at the end of the year, there's no 2 additional months
Yeah.
that we're gonna have
Again,
sales.
what I see for 2024 is a projection.
Gotcha.
And it would be a slight increase.
But
Not
if you were to look, if you were to take a minute to look at that, you'll see that it's not gonna project upwards. That's why we brought that information.
For you to look at.
You'll see 2023 versus.
To account for it, just to see if you're,
I'm not gonna do that. But in it,
No, I know, not right
You
now.
have
I'm
paper
just
or
saying,
document
just
versions
as
of
far
this?
as-
That
yeah,
already
this has been
works.
submitted
It's
by.
already been
This
submitted.
has been submitted by our council.
I had that.
Just
I
making
submitted
sure.
that.
Yep. This should be on file. I just wanted to highlight this. But more importantly, is the proximity of this store to the three closest stores.
No,
And
it's
in a
2020
community
March
that doesn't have any additional
until
demand,
September,
all
until
this will do.
really March of
I have no decision.
2021
yeah.
when the vaccines came out.
I-
What did
I
you
just-
decide on the end of COVID? It's September of 21, right? Yes, it's the end of COVID, as far as the board is concerned, is September of 21 for purpose of grandfathering.
That's what I understood. I understood it went into 2022.
Did you do the
No, but COVID
Commissioner does, or
ended.
did you?
Yes, we go along with
I mean,
the,
people-
I've always done the same.
I don't know, I mean,
formula as the
that's how
commissioner.
we.
He's been kind enough to give me
determined
this
it
chart.
as a board
I
already,
use
as
it.
far as the.
Yes. This is a much more
No,
in-depth
these
chart.
are real numbers. No speculation.
Yeah, no
These are real numbers. And the only reason I bring this up is because last time when we were here, when it got continuance, it was projecting up, which is just not accurate.
21, that's what we decided. It doesn't have to be applied here, but I'm just reminding you that that's what the discussion is at.
Well, you know,
COVID does not go into 22.
look, we can go crazy.
Yeah, we can.
With
We did last
statistics. We can play.
I don't want to hold you.
One
up
gentleman
anymore.
came here and wanted to do sales tax and, and wages and
Yes,
rent,
right.
and we can't do that, okay? I'm telling you the process that I'm gonna use, so you can always address it in the future, right? I see 2023, I use that whole figure, and I say, how are we doing this year? And are we expected to make more money? And what I see is a slight increase for some, a greater increase from others. That's how I'm gonna approach it.
The only thing that I'll say to add to that, respectful of your math, is if you take my numbers for 2023 for the first 8 months and use your methodology, you won't get the numbers that are on that paper for 2023.
So you're saying compare 2023, 8 months to 2024, 8 months?
No, 2023, 8 months versus full year. You won't get the number if you use.
Right, well, I have a full 2023, and I have months for 2024, and I tried to project what would all of 2024 give us. That's
We,
how I came
we
up with my
provided a
numbers.
projection
Yeah.
that, okay, so with that being,
Stop right there. Okay, fine.
thank you for your time, guys.
You're welcome.
All right.
One question. Sorry, that big chart with the numbers on it?
Yes.
Do you have it reduced to a?
Yeah,
Small page?
it should be on file.
Supplementary material I submitted
Okay,
last week.
okay, I'm sorry. My mistake.
It's larger. It might be good, you can put on your presentation. They have a copy already. Okay.
No.
Have you already introduced yourselves? I'm sorry.
I said, some people
Oh, I'm
were
sorry.
all facing down, so Robert Lewis for the applicant. Seems to me we have many stores in this area. All of a sudden, one person applies, now we have three objecting to it. Where were they when these other 8 stores are coming in? Where were they then? Fact is, the great separator here is Route 202. Along Route 202, Route 202 is basically a 6-lane road. And along Fields Mount Ivy Road, where this location is apartment complex after apartment complex. There's about 4 or 5 of them, all the way up the road. It seems to me, if you're going with the public convenience and advantage, we have that. It's easier for these people to utilize something on Fields Mount Ivy Road and not have to cross, if they're walking, not have to cross a 6-lane highway to get to his place or the other most next closest place. So now we have a
People are not
place in
walking
walking
in this
distance
area, are they?
of 4 apartment complexes. Why is that not to the public convenience and advantage? I think that it is. And these numbers that they gave you, it looks like the board is trending toward concluding that they're making money. And here we have one more store coming in. All of a sudden, it's a problem. The one that I don't know if it's Jeff's. It's in a larger shopping center down 202. It's quite a ways. Most of those people are driving there and coming from other areas, because it's not just Pomona. They draw from Muncie, Spring Valley, Garnerville, comes from other places as well. So it's not just Pomona. And again, we have a long stretch of road, Fields Mount Ivy Road, where you have at least, again, 4 or 5 apartment complexes. I think a couple of, I'm on that road constantly because I golf there. There's a few trailer parks, there's residential houses, a few developments there. So it's not the barren
wilderness that they're making it out to be. There's plenty of people there.
Council, you should know that I did a quick Google search, and what it says here is that Route 202 in New York is mostly a two-lane road, but expands to 4 lanes in some busier sections. It remains a 2-lane route at the edge of the development past Pomona and Montebello.
It is two at points, you're right. But where this is, it's 4, and there's turn lanes as well. I don't have to count from the turn lanes. So it's really almost 100 feet across 202. It's a ways. And it's difficult for people to navigate if you're walking. And I think with my client's location, no one has to do that. It's literally a 50-foot walk across Steeles Mountain Abbey Road, much less traveled. And there's a lot of people that he can service at that location.
One point. So if the apartment houses that the new store might serve are not new developments, they've been served by the existing stores for 15 years without a problem.
Across the street.
Oh, we gotta say, we gotta selling the steak.
Oh, that's one thing about he's only going to have 20% kosher, not 90% like Jeff's has right now. So I think it would be a very minimal impact on Jeff's business since he has much more of a kosher selection. This is only going to be 20% kosher.
Okay, so more stay liquids, like 20% before like they would say.
And he also has state liquors as well. They'll be carrying, I think that's be 20%.
Do the members have any questions?
I don't have any more.
Commissioner De Leon?
Oh, okay. So based on the figures that I've seen, the increase, based on the fact that the location proposed is on the other side of Route 202, I'm going to vote to approve. I do find public convenience an advantage.
Commissioner Maya?
I vote to approve.
And Chair.
That's approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Next is 31 Velvet Room LLC. That's Velvet Room LLC. Mr. Burke.
This is a CNC for $6,500. The offer was made by the authority. But I see that they just got their license, and these things occurred when they had a temporary. And I attribute a lot of it, if you look at the violation signs and things, it was inexperience. So I just ask that the board consider perhaps a lower civil penalty.
I'll take it. If we're ready, I'm going to maintain the 6,500.
Commissioner Maya?
65.
And Chair.
6,500.
Thank you.
Next is number.
If you think they're inexperienced, please talk to them about how to be in compliance.
I will.
Thank you.
Next is number 4, Platinum and White Wine and Liquor, Inc.
Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, members. Max Bookman and Phil Dorn, attorneys at Pazetsky and Bookman PC. With me is Daliana Sloan, principal of Platinum and White Wine and Liquor.
Is this number, I got the wrong one. Okay, I'm sorry.
This is the transfer and removal application for a liquor store on the Upper East Side.
Can you let the protests put their names on the record?
Yes.
Charles Lynn in opposition to this application. With me, I represent Manhattan Wines and Spirits Merchants, INC, and with me is the owner of that premises, Parita Patel. This had been adjourned a couple of times because.
So everybody is from that one store?
No, I don't know who. Nobody tells me anything.
Okay, so just let me get everybody on the record for it. Hold on.
Okay.
One.
I only represent Manhattan.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm an individual.
Can you come up to the microphone?
Yeah. Hello. My name is Manish Tekrawala. I'm from Big Apple Wine and Spirit. It's 73rd and 2nd Avenue.
So, sorry, first one is from Manhattan and you're from where,
Yeah.
sir?
Big Apple's a trade.
Big
It's a Big
Apple.
Apple.
It's Premier.
It's a Premier Wine and Liquor Inc.
Premier,
Uh-huh.
okay.
Yeah.
My name is Adam Diaz. I'm also representing Manhattan Wine and Liquors,
He's a manager.
manager of
Okay,
the manager of Garnett Wine and Liquors.
It's
Manhattan is Garnet.
Manhattan is Garnet, yeah.
okay.
My name is Andres.
Just want to throw it in there and confuse me more.
Bottle.
You were from where?
The bottle of barrel to bottles.
Barrels to bottles?
Bottle to bottles.
What is it?
Barrels to bottles?
On
Yes.
76 Second Avenue.
That's not one of the 5 closest, right?
It's not even one of the 8 closest.
Okay, what's your address, sir? What's your address? You. Tell me what your address is.
76 and Second Avenue.
72nd and 6. 76 and 2nd?
76 and Second.
Okay. The proposed location is what in 3rd?
Proposed location is 69th and 3rd.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So this is an application for a removal. The applicant had bought another store, Dan Supreme, which was about 443 feet away, and now they're doing the removal over to this new location. So
What was the size of the previous store?
oh, I can tell you, I'm sorry. No, I got it.
1,000.
1,000.
Size of the previous store was 1,060 feet.
And now this application is?
I think about 1,300 and something.
1347.
Okay, got it. Thank you. All right, go ahead, sir.
So the first thing that I want to address is that there should be a serious concern about this being a chain store. The applicant is filing as Platinum and White Wine and Liquors, Inc., doing business as Morton Williams. I'd like to point out that there are 3 other, quote, Martin Williams stores on the east side. They are Platinum Wines and Spirits, Bourbon Wines and Spirits, and Silver Wines and Spirits, all DBA's Morton Williams. In addition to that, I would just like to know, well, it should be emphasized that I know that having chain stores is something that is scrutinized tremendously by the authority. We had recently the penalties which were given to Stu Leonard's, which was $750,000. There was Wegmans, which was $1.125 million for the concerns that the authority does have about these chain stores.
So
This is a little
What's the
bit,
name of your store gonna be? What's the DBA?
Daliana's.
was that on the original application?
No.
No, they're amending it. Okay, how do you spell that?
DALIANA apostrophe S. It's her name.
Okay, got it.
And Rose by any other name is still a Rose. So it's still principals, relationships that are with the Morton Williams people. And the reason also that I emphasize a little more than usual is the fact that when you had Stu Leonard's had a Yonkers store and another store all the way out in the island. Wegmans, of course, had one store all the way upstate, nothing was close. This situation now, if this applicant is approved, you will have 4 Morton Williams stores from 23rd Street up to 76th Street on the east side between Park Avenue South and 2nd Avenue. It's very difficult for me to feel that there's not an enormous exposure here, or you have to be concerned that there's very well may be a chain store. And there should be some consideration because it's a public convenience and advantage question. you're over 400 feet under the removal, you're going into a store that's a bigger store, and therefore it becomes a public convenience and advantage question. And then your chain store question has to be something that seriously looked upon. And I would think that the investigation that was done prior to this was probably somewhat cursory, because I know sometimes these investigations go 6 to 8 months, especially something when you talk about Stu Leonard's or you talk about the
Sir,
Wegmans.
Quick question. If each store is separately incorporated, what's your analysis of that? Each store is separately incorporated, separate accounts, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Right, and that's the situation you have, the concerns you have with availing for co-op sales and for chain stores. You don't know what's going on there. Of course, an attorney who does liquor licensing will certainly set up that situation. But here we have an inkling, because of the way that the application was filed and where it's located, 4 stores within 20 blocks of each other on one part of Manhattan, has to make a concern that this is a chain store, and that since all the principals have relationships with Morton Williams, that there might be a problem. Is it speculation? The answer is yes, but there has to be that concern, and it's something that unfortunately has run rampant in the industry. So, these are considerations that you have to think about.
Okay.
Secondly,
Do you have anything up, Sessions, on that? Seeing job postings together, or, crossover managers, or what? Like, are you just suspecting, or are you actually?
no
have
speculation only.
Okay.
Speculation only.
Okay.
Now, I submitted a area map as part of my supplemental, which is this. Again, sometimes it's looked over when it's part of the supplementals. And we have stores that are very, very close. We have Manhattan Wines, which is 635 feet from applicant, 635 feet. We have Whiskey and Wine, 601 feet from applicant. And we have Millesima, which is 819 feet from applicant. And even without my survey, the Liquor Authority LAMP site shows that these are the numbers that are given. So it's not just my numbers in my survey, they're shown. And you have 8 stores within 0.3 miles. And that includes the 3 that I just mentioned. So the area is saturated with liquor stores. Interesting also, Millesima, which is the 3rd store, did a removal about 2 years ago, may have been shorter. And they moved from the upper 70th Street, I don't know exactly what it was, but it was around 70th Street down to this area. So 7 or 8 blocks. So they just recently moved into this area, and therefore that's a consideration, because it's almost like a new store coming into that area. So
Peter is a new.
Why? But they're submitting it as part of. I'm sorry, Mr.
No, that's okay. So Millesima you have to be concerned about whether that in fact came into the area and is deemed, quote, as a new store in this area. The other thing is that you have another, on this calendar, under Public Convenience and Advantage, SODACO LLC, which is doing business as McCabe's Fine Wine and Spirits at 1349 3rd Avenue. And the reason why that I add this one is that if in fact there is a consideration or there's a concern about this block of Morton Williams stores, this is a store which is existing and has put an application in for a expansion, an alteration, where they're increasing their store more than 25%. So I just think that, yes, is it just 0.5 miles, 0.6 miles? The answer is no. But when you take it into context of all of the Morton Williams stores, this is another store on today's calendar which is looking to make their store bigger, competition will be hurt by having that application approved. As far as gross sales, I went from store to store. Dan Supreme, which is the store that they bought in the last 4.5 years, has shown significant decrease in sales. Manhattan Wines and Spirits Merchants not only has shown significant decrease in sales, but its sales have also decreased from 2020 to 2023 of $2 million, a significant decrease
Can I
in
just
sales.
momentarily address that, so that you can address it?
Right.
Again, using 2023 and my 2024 calculations, everybody's projected to make more money. And we're talking about millions of dollars of alcohol being sold in this area.
All right, Commissioner, with all due respect, you know, that theory that you utilize with regards to gross sales is not found in the case law. It has never been used within the 50 years that I've been practicing before the authority. Not that I'm saying it's not proper or anything, but there are numerous ways to then approach and speculate what sales may be down the road. My policy that I use is a policy called Occam's razor. If there's a simplistic explanation, then that's probably what is correct. And that's why I'm saying, if you look at the statistics, you'll see Dan Supreme in 4.5 years has had reduced sales through everything.
But if you're talking about simplistic, I think it is pretty simple to use the last year, 2023, which is not a COVID year, to take the figure that we have for 2024, divided by the number of months that we have for 2024, and multiply that by 14 to account for the holiday bump. That's pretty simplistic.
All right, then they take the square root of 4, multiply it by pi, and maybe you'll come up with another number. I'm just saying, it hasn't been followed. If there is, many times when there's discussions and negotiation, there's more than one way to look at something. So to merely say that you're looking at the statistics here and they're absolutely going up is not proper. As another example on whiskey and wine.
It actually,
but
it's mathematical.
Oh, okay. Whiskey and wine, as an example, how there can be another factor. I looked up whiskey and wine because their sales has gone up a little bit. And I saw that the price of whiskey in the last 4 years has gone up 1.74%. Each year compounded. But Commissioner, just let me finish.
I get the
Right, so you can say, so.
We could get into sales tax. We could get into employee salaries. We could get into what the rent is. We could get into a lot of.
But those are
We
irrelevant.
work with gross numbers. The gross for 2023, the gross that we have for.
That's what I'm
2024.
talking about.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. They're all up.
Premier also, although they didn't put in this year's, I don't represent them, they didn't put in their current, but the SLA has records where it was going back a year, and they also have moderating sales, probably up a little bit. Now, the next thing that I have to say is, if in fact, Commissioner is correct, it's not that you look at the stores and say, oh my God, they all have little increases in growth and there should be another store there. It has to be a substantial amount of growth. This is one of the significant factors in determining public convenience and advantage. How close the stores are, population, has the population gone up a little bit? No, you don't look at that. Has the population come up substantially? The answer is yes.
Roughly, to answer your question, an increase of about 5 million, roughly.
Well, when you combine accumulated all
Combine
four
all the
stores?
stores and all the figures,
But,
as you just suggested.
okay, but wouldn't the other way be that there were 5 stores that have had decreasing, 4 stores that had decreasing sales, 1 store has significantly higher sales? That was an aberration, and it's possible that those figures are not correct. I'm just saying speculation, it's a possibility.
A lot of speculation.
With this Morton Williams store, unlike I know the one on 23rd Street, they're not adjacent to each other. In other words, the supermarket is not adjacent to this liquor store. So there's really no question here about one-stop shopping or anything. I think the supermarket is about a block and away from it. So that should not be an argument with regards to having this application approved. So based on all of the things that I had said, even on distances, this is a 600 feet, one store to the left, 600 feet right store, Millesima just 0.2 miles. The other one, I forget off the top of my head, 0.3 miles. So I mean, just sometimes distances there alone would be significant to disapprove it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, I'd like to speak as well. So my attorney is great. I'm in the store as much as I can be. What I can say from 2023 to currently right now, our revenue is down 11%. Not just 1 or 2%. Sales have gone down 11%. The proposed location that Martin Williams is moving to is actually not in the same, it's not in the supermarket. So it is not one-stop shopping. It definitely doesn't benefit the community because usually when you buy groceries, you're not looking to carry them into another establishment. There's other stores all within less than 1,500 feet. And even with Millesima moving closer to Manhattan Wine and Liquors, I've had customers that I've walked into in the street and asked them where they've gone, and they've just said because another liquor store was closer, that they prefer to do their shopping there. It's more convenient. And just recently, I believe last year, another liquor store on Madison Avenue was approved very close to us as well. So with the decrease in revenue, with another liquor store moving there, with another liquor store approved, this does not help any of the establishments in the area. In fact, it puts a strain on the stores that have been established there, 3 of which in the area are actually up for sale because they can no longer compete or, function day to day.
Well, I mean, you did say that.
Yeah.
What they tell you, what customers tell you is they'll go to another store because it is convenient. And that is what we're looking at, public convenience and advantage.
And from there, but what about the businesses that have been established in the area over the course of time?
Our standard is public convenience and advantage? That's our standard. And you kind of just gave a reason for it. And the figures that I see are substantial. The other reason cited by counsel is perhaps a greater concern, one that I'm sure Mr. Bookman is going to address about the chain, about this being a chain. And about,
Exactly, yeah.
And the perception of that, I think it should be addressed. Even if the DBAs are changed, then the appearance that it is a change, what is the effect of that? That is perhaps a real concern. But is there anything further you wish to say, sir?
On my end, no.
All right. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So basically, after the COVID, almost like a 60% my regular customers, they move. So there are like hundreds of apartments are empty over there, And in past 7 months, I am almost like a 22% down from the last year. So if you guys have some numbers that the sale of the alcohol increase, it depends upon the geography because the tourists are now coming back. But unfortunately, in our area, there is no tourist spots. So we depend on the neighborhood only. And when the people, they move, it's really hard for us to survive. And if the something new come, like a bigger store over there, we have to shut down our store because we cannot get the enough money to, run the store.
Understand. Okay. Ma'am, you want to say something?
Good afternoon, members of Liquor Authority Board. My name is Parita Patel. I'm owner of Manhattan Wine and Spirit, Garnet. So we are suffering a lot because what we used to do in 2019, we are very down the way manager explained and lawyer explained. And payroll is high, rent is high, and we sell everything what people need. So.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, members. It's been a long time coming, having our day in court, so to speak, before you today. So I would appreciate the opportunity to give you the affirmative points in favor of approving this application, as well as a chance to address some of the topics that have been raised by the opposition. I'd like to start with just resetting a little bit. This is a transfer and removal application. That is the name that the authority gives to a unique circumstance when an applicant purchases the assets of an existing liquor store and seeks to move the liquor store somewhere else.
They're purchasing a liquor store, Dan's. They're not intending, I'm sorry, I'll speak up.
Yeah, maybe
Might as well. So they purchased a liquor store, they purchased Dan Supreme, and they have no intention of operating at that location. Therefore, per advisory 2022-5, I believe, it says that they have to, it's considered new.
Yeah, and I'm not disputing that, and that advisory is what it is, and I'm not seeking to gain any advantage from that other than to emphasize, oh, pardon.
That's the advisory. 61 half a dozen in the other. That's kind of what you're saying.
I'll remember. It falls right into that, but it is what it is, you know.
I see. I got it.
Okay, the point I wish to make with this is when you have a removal application where the store that's being removed is not currently in business because it's been purchased, and in this case, it got taken over by a Whole Foods, the current location. When you have opposition that comes in, and we just need to be clear, they're not opposing a new store coming into the neighborhood to increase the saturation of liquor stores in the neighborhood. What they're looking to do is capitalize on the fact that they have one less competitor. That is always.
Just how far? Your application says 443.
Yeah, so actually I'd like to take issue with that. So,
Okay, well, what's the issue on that?
well, the issue is your lamp system, which is, I think the authority recognizes itself as notoriously inaccurate, says 400 something
What do you
feet.
say it is, just so I know?
200 and 252 feet. It's one block,
That's all.
Commissioner. It's
Yeah,
one
I
block.
got it, I
We're
got it.
going from 3rd Avenue and 68th to 3rd Avenue and
I
69th.
got it.
Okay.
Okay.
So, you know, I've sat here, I've heard everything the opposition has to say, but I just, point number one is, let's just remember, we're not asking you to add a new liquor store to the neighborhood.
Okay.
We're asking you to preserve the status quo by keeping a liquor store in the neighborhood. That liquor store, which was called Dan Supreme, had been there for 12 years. It was next to, I've lived in this neighborhood for 14 years. I live right here. It was next to Food Emporium. Food Emporium was a sort of dinky sort of supermarket, poorly lit, not great selection of this location. I don't want to disparage Food Emporium generally. And, you know, it was not really a thriving supermarket, and Dan's was right next to that. When Food Emporium went out of business, that supermarket got re-leased to Whole Foods, which is actually opening today. I just saw a press release. They've been building it out, okay? Been very splashy on the Upper East Side. Right now, there's only one Whole Foods on the Upper East Side. It's on 89th and 3rd. It's a big location, very popular. It's hard to, it takes forever to check out there because it's so popular. So brand new Whole Foods coming in, major improvement. My client would have been pleased in having purchased Dan's to just stay at Dan's location, but the thing.
We understand that.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not trying to cut you off, but I understand your point.
Okay.
So.
All right.
You have something else.
All right. Well, yes, a few things. I just appreciate that. Just to 10 more seconds on that. The point is, you know, we moved out of necessity. Okay. Additional points before I get to the chain concern. There is no change in the 4 closest stores. That's a factor that you consider when determining how much is the status quo being changed here? Because there's removals and then there's removals. I mean, you could technically remove a liquor store from Buffalo and move it all the way to New York. That's a removal too. One metric that you look at is, are the 4 closest stores changing? And here there's not.
That's related to your first point.
It's related, but your advisory on this topic sets them out, separates them out. It asks what's the distance, what's the size change, and So that's that. Next point, gross sales. Even though, as I say, removal, I think gross sales are less important because we're not seeking to change the status quo. Let's look at them anyway. Gross sales as projected, are going up. And I just want to make a point on this because I've been sitting here all day and hearing this. Every single lawyer in this room who practices regularly before the authority will tell you that there is a holiday bump that happens. That has been understood. Every liquor store owner will tell you that liquor stores make most of their money around the holiday times. Now, different people have different methods, different attorneys, different store owners have different methods of calculating or projecting what that holiday bump might look like. Some have complicated formulas, some multiply by 14 instead of 12, but it is well settled industry standard knowledge that there's a holiday bump. And so whatever method you choose to use in order to calculate the gross sales, they're projected to go up. Okay. One or two other points before I move to the big topic. This is going to be a full service liquor store, just like Dan Supreme was, offering a regular standard range of wine and spirits. We have some renderings that we submitted to show you the type of business that it's going to be. Daliana is going to there's two applicants here, Daliana and her father-in-law, Morton. Yes, of Morton Williams. Daliana will operate the business on a regular basis. She stepped away from the working world for a few years to have kids. One of her kids is 7, the other is 5. She's ready to get back into it. So I guess this is a good segue. A few points on this. Mr. Lin said that the authority ought to give tremendous scrutiny whenever there's a concern about liquor stores that again are chain liquor stores. There's been tremendous scrutiny over the past intervening months that the authority has given to this topic. And we've been open and transparent from the beginning, and we've been open and transparent, when there was a simultaneous, inspection, of all 3 other stores that have the Morton Williams DBA. We've been open, cooperative, and transparent. What I want to get across here, having spoken with Daliana more times than I care to remember on this topic in the intervening last 2 months, as well as her family members, who each have different stores, is Morton Williams has never had any intention of violating the law, or even or taking advantage of what has been called a chain liquor store. Every liquor store follows a standard pattern that is very common before this board.
Can I ask you a couple of questions about that?
Sure, Chair.
Just because it's getting close to 2 o'clock at this point.
Sure.
So can I just get this straight? You are co-owning this, ma'am, with your father-in-law? No, not your
her
father-in-law.
uncle-in-law, pardon me.
It's your uncle-in-law.
Uncle-in-law, pardon me. I have the family tree.
Your husband co-owns a store with his cousin. His cousin's wife owns a store with your mother-in-law. And your father-in-law co-owns a store with your aunt-in-law. That's the setup.
Well,
Here's the map.
I know, I'm just I just wanted to put that on the record.
Yeah, we submitted a family tree for the record, and
All the stores are renovated in a similar style. They use the same displays, right?
We got the ideas.
I mean, they're family.
I'm just
They're allowed-
asking you, because you're trying to tell me it's not a chain store, but all of them use the same stacks. So the whole purpose of not allowing chain store, that each person is only allowed to have one store, it's so that there's not a chain, especially now 4 in the same neighborhood where people go in and, oh, obviously this is a Morton Williams experience. It almost doesn't matter how you call it, etc. Because for the shopper, they recognize that as a Morton Williams store.
I'd like to be able to address that. Please, if I can address that. 2 points on that. First of all, there is no overlapping ownership of these stores. Now, I know you want to get to
I
this.
get that it's legal, but I like to think of what is reality and
Understood.
what passes the laugh test.
Completely. I was going to make 2 points. So first is, each of these stores is separately owned, just like the hundreds and hundreds of applicants who come before you every day, where there are different family members who own different liquor stores. Liquor stores are an industry where it's common for family members to have different stores. And so they're not doing anything different on that score.
But why are they doing it this way? Why is in like every marriage has a store? Like what is this? Why is it set up like this?
I mean,
And then you're telling me that she's gonna be able to affect other people to change the name of her store, which has not been done yet.
Well, no, she's not able to, but I'd like to address that second point. So it has become clear to us.
Those are your clients too?
I'm not representing them here today, but I have previously represented those other stores, and I have been in touch with the owners of those stores to talk about this case. Because it has become apparent, it has been put in issue, those other cases, those other stores. And so it's become obvious to me that in order to satisfy and address the concerns that you've raised in this case, I need to be able to talk about those other stores. Family members are allowed to talk to each other.
Can you address, I think the chair brings up a great point, and one that I considered also. One thing is the legality of it. The other thing is the appearance.
Yeah.
And can you address the appearance?
Yes, please. I keep trying to get to the appearance point. I just wanted to make clear on the legality point. I think I've made that clear. So if I can, yes, please get to the appearance point. So 2 things on the appearance point. The various family members in good faith thought what they were doing didn't violate any appearance concerns with the liquor authority, okay? They felt what they were doing was not only true to the law, but created the appropriate appearance that that didn't violate any appearance concerns that are at the liquor authority. In the course of the last 2 months, it has become evident to us, as the chair says, that there are concerns about the appearance of a chain store, even if legally there is no chain store. And because of that, I have gotten the various family members together who each own a separate store and have conveyed to them that it's not only a concern with this application, but it's a concern for all their stores. I mean, it has been conveyed essentially that this board has a concern with all those 3 other stores. And because of that, I have secured commitments from those other store owners to change the appearances in hopes of satisfying this board. Mainly eliminating the utilization of the name Morton Williams or any trademarks or any names, anything associated with the Morton Williams name at not only at this store, but at any other of the liquor stores except for their very first. Because of course, other grocery chains like Whole Foods, has one liquor store and associated with their name. And so
Did they know that before?
Pardon?
Did they know that state of affairs with the law? Did they know that before?
It was a surprise to the various family members that the board had a concern about the appearances.
I guess when I'm in the ether here, did they know that they have a second store that has the same name? That can be a
Of course they
problem?
knew that.
No, I mean, right?
Yes. I mean, each family member knew that.
And then the third store.
Yes, and that, by the way, and that was, this is not the first, pardon me, that was, those were submitted to the authority, in prior applications. We've used the Morton Williams DBA, the authority's been aware of that. We think, you investigated these stores, you did an unannounced simultaneous inspection. You've asked about availing, you've asked about co-op buying. We've addressed the concern about the appearance. We will no longer have any appearance whatsoever that there is a chain here. And we are at your disposal if there are additional safeguards that you would like to put in place to further address the concern about appearances. Daliana is here.
That all the stores use the same legal representation. That's your representation, right, Mr. Bookman?
Yeah, yes, as is often the case. Yes, people are allowed to pick their own lawyer. Absolutely.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, they do.
Do they all use the same accountant?
Yes. I mean, look, I'm happy to tell them they can't use me as a lawyer anymore if that's a concern. I mean,
It's just, again, it just.
We have followed the law. Your concern about appearances is valid and noted, and we are trying to address that.
Madam Chairman, can I just make one
The
sentence?
stores are all renovated looking the same.
Well, there's a common design, but I mean, if they have different names, I mean, look, it's not much creativity in the liquor store design business. It's not like it's restaurants. It's shelves. It's I mean.
When you're using the exact same shelves, I'm just.
We could change the treatments. I mean, we could change the.
Just one statement. The very fact that council called the other principals of the other stores shows it's a chain store. They all have to agree.
Family members are allowed to speak with each other.
We're going to go off the record for a conference with counsel.
All right.
Back on the record at conference with council.
If I could just make two quick points before the members vote. Number one, I was just looking on my phone during the break. I looked at photos on Google of the 3 existing stores. I must say, I bet if I gave you 5 photos from 5 different stores and told you to pick out the 3 that have Morton Williams branding, you wouldn't be able to do it. These are standard looking liquor stores. They don't look any different than any other liquor store. That's number one. Number two is, and this is just my final summation point, these 3 other stores were approved by this agency and this board with full disclosure of all the family connections. The concern about appearances has only been raised now. They believe each individual family member believed they were operating in good faith. When these additional concerns about appearances were raised, each family member has now stepped forth and is willing to address those concerns. But please don't punish this applicant for family members who have followed the law with the approval of this board and are willing to address the appearance concerns that you now have raised.
Okay.
I'd like to make one more point that
That's the end of it. That's the end of the case.
Are the members ready to vote?
Sure.
Commissioner De Leon?
I think the appearance here is the concern. The connections are the concern. The possibility of this becoming a conglomerate down the future is a concern. And I can understand that we can point to individual things as being legal. I don't know that that makes it right in the greater scheme of things. What the legislative history is here, I'm not ready to recite for you. But I do have a fear that if we endorse this, it can only continue to grow. And other stores can be purchased with the same argument, essentially by the same people having the same connections. And that for me is a concern. I think the figures that I cited, show tremendous growth in that area and would support it. But I'm not sure that we've gotten past this issue of it being a chain store or not. Based on our meeting, our general council meeting, and based on my own personal assessment of it, I do have concerns, and based on those concerns, I would have to vote to deny.
I don't know how family members could have liquor stores then. I mean, I don't know how that's applicable. I don't know how you apply that to future cases. I mean, family members these folks all have family members with liquor stores. I don't understand how that rule can be applied.
I understand your position.
It makes it very hard.
Commissioner Mayo?
Aye.
And Chair?
I'm not going to find public convenience advantage. I know the commissioners read the numbers a certain way. For me, 4 of the 5 closest stores are doing drop numbers. I, echo what the commissioner said, that it is against New York public policy to have chain stores and not for, conglomerates to have an unfair advantage over the mom and pop stores that we so support at this board. This is why we do the work we do here. A prior full board mistake is not something that means we have to continue to follow into that mistake. So I respectfully vote to deny.
All right. Just for the future, how many family members is enough? Is it 1 or 2? Because family members have liquor stores, right? So where do we draw the line?
Max.
Okay. Thank you, members.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Thank you so much.
Next is 26, SODACO LLC.
Sorry, everybody in the room, this is going slower than expected.
What number is this?
26.
Kevin Dano, the Dano Group, for the applicant, and this is Daniel Mesnick, who is the owner of SODACO, which does business as MCCABE'S. And this is a request for an alteration. First, I'm going to address why this alteration should be approved. And the actual floor space that is going to, that will increase to is just under 25%. The total space is larger because there's basement space and an office space, but the actual floor space is just under 25%. the way it was measured by the architects. They're going to use this space to put in a kosher section. They're going to use this space to put in a natural wine and an orange wine section. They're going to use this space to create a cold room for wine, so it's temperature-controlled room. And also, they want to put out a tasting table to, so that people can come in and taste and learn about wine, where they can teach people about wine.
You've started renovation on this space, sir?
I'm sorry, what?
Have he started renovations in the new
Yes.
space?
That's the second thing that I would like to bring up, which is a matter of just fundamental fairness. What happened in this particular case is that
Fairness for us or fairness for him?
it's for both of us.
Fair
For everybody here and everybody who may come here in the future. How's that? What
Great.
happened in this case is we put in an application for the alteration. Somehow, a approval came out of the liquor authority. After the approval came out, he signed the lease. He didn't sign the lease until he got approval. He did everything the way it's supposed to be. He didn't sign the lease until he got approval.
Okay.
Now he can't get out of the lease. He didn't start the construction and pay and enter into all the contracts until he got approval. After he got approval, we started to get emails from the,
What month was that mistake? That was,
December of 2023? Number 19? Is that the
when
date
did we
you
get the
have?
approval?
December or January, yeah.
December or January, I think it
Yeah.
was December of 2023.
December.
And that's when he entered into the leases. That's when he started the construction. He entered into contracts with people. He can't get out of these contracts anymore. So it's a matter of fundamental fairness. And there's no opposition.
that you think we should follow through with our mistake? Because I
Well,
just said,
it may be, but
I understand what you're saying.
yeah, I don't want to overdo this if I don't have to.
So I understand there's a third space that open. Are you taking that as well, or is that not going to be the plan?
No, just the space next to me.
Okay. And you're going from 1,800 to, no, adding 1,400. You're now 1,800. So how
think
much
they're
is
adding
total
13. I think
retail
they're-
is going to be?
1,300,
Here it is,
It's-
1895 to 1303,
1895 to 1303.
all in.
But that's
It's
not
going
all,
down? I don't understand why it's going from 1895 to 1303.
3303.
3303, I'm sorry.
3302.
And that's not all sales space, a lot of that space is.
I understand. So your retail space is only going from 1,000 to 1,300?
About 1050, yep, to about 1300. I'm moving my office upstairs in the new space. This is all to be in compliance with the not exceeding 25% of growth.
Barrel to bottles. Oh, they should say for this one. Did he come up with the wrong one?
I could add that this is a highly trafficked area. The business is there.
Do you think that's what happened? Because these numbers are crazy.
It's him.
Just looking at the sales numbers for bottles.
Nelson opposition? Or did opposition?
There's an op letter that.
There was a
I've
letter
already-
in opposition, excuse me for interrupting you, I really apologize, but there is a letter in opposition, but the letter in opposition
Assumes that it's in use.
came from somebody who's far away, who looked at his home address and thought that they were building at his home address. So I don't normally say this, but that particular letter in opposition is just a mistake and should be ignored.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, well, thank you for your presentation. Again, using the figures that I use, that I repeatedly stated, I see projected increases for 4 out of the 5 stores that we've received. I'm going to find public convenience and advantage and vote to approve.
Thank you.
Approve.
Thank you.
Just want to put on the record that this is actually within 200 feet of both a school and a church. The church was found to not be, both actually were found not to be exclusively used, is that right?
Yeah.
At the last determination, so I just want to clarify that. While the numbers are not so strong, I do understand council's fairness argument about what the system generated. Again, I don't take responsibility for a mistake that our system generated, but I understand that may have misled you into entering into certain contracts. You know, I'm hesitant to say that we need a store that big, but it sounds like you're going to improve the shopping experience, so I'm going to find public convenience and advantage and vote to approve.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cool.
Next is 47 Elm Street Restaurant LLC.
47.
47.
Thank you, sir.
Keevan Dano, the Dano Group, representing Elm Street Restaurant LLC. I have with me Ian Duke, who is the manager and one of the owners.
I'm
This is
sorry, say that again.
Ian
Who's the
Duke.
licensee? You're the licensee? And who's everybody else?
These are supporters.
Is there anybody
These
in
are supporters
opposition?
on this side, and you're in opposition.
Do you want to hear the people in opposition first?
Yeah, presumably, yes.
So, my name's Jay Fitzpatrick.
Gain mutual, but no
I live at
problem.
243 Elm Street.
Excuse me?
I live at 243 Elm Street. My name is Jay Fitzpatrick. I'm in opposition. I
Sorry, how
represent
far do you live from here?
from the, about 150 feet.
150 feet, okay.
And I represent about 30 family neighbors that live a little bit
Represent
further away,
30
but very
families?
close.
30 families or 30 neighbors?
30 families, 30 family homes that live relatively close.
Okay, and what is the organization? Is there a nonprofit or is
It's
just?
the Elm Street Neighborhood Association.
Elm Street Neighborhood Association, okay.
So from 2018.
Oh, wait, let me just put everybody on the record so I know who else is here. Thank you, Mr. Fitzpatrick. Go ahead.
My name is Michael Zinder. I live at 36 Pulaski Street, which is just around the corner from the venue.
Okay,
My name is Anthony Mason. I live at 24 Pulaski Street, around the corner.
okay,
I'm Brian Light. I live at 59 Pulaski Street, also around the corner.
okay,
Connie Cornish, I live at 47 Pelletreau Street, a block and a half away.
okay. So I just want to clarify for everybody, before you speak, that this is an existing license that is currently licensed, and that because of prior disturbances and disciplinary action, their method of operation was taken back, including their hours and their music and how the business was operating. This is a request for a change of method of operation to bring back their method of operation to where it was before. And so if you were to give comments, I would like it to be some more productive because the business is going to be there. So it's not just I don't like them, it's if these were to be licensed, this is the framework I would like to see it, if that makes sense. I really appreciate all of you coming here. It's a long drive, I get it. So I just want to make this time productive. Go ahead.
Okay, well, from 2018 to 2022, every year, every summer, every weekend, the Southampton Social Club imposed significant disruption to our neighborhood. We've endured severe traffic congestion, youth trials, intoxicated partiers, yelling, screaming, blasting, DJ music from 9 to 4. But for the last 2 years, since you put the restrictions on, it's turned into a normal residential street, a normal neighborhood. And we haven't had that for years, and it was wonderful. That's the reality. The facts are that the Southampton Village Code 116.2 states that a restaurant shall not include any form of live entertainment or any form of a nightclub. That document was provided to the board by the Southampton Village Senior Building Inspector. The Southampton Village Police supplied me with incidents, 27 pages of incidents from 2017, 2018 to 2022. This is what you did your investigation, which put the restrictions on in the first place.
Yep.
132 incidents. Everything from minor taking someone to the hospital because they got injured in the club, to assaults, underage drinking. These are all narratives. They're all reported here by the police, and everyone has highly intoxicated people, larceny, assaults, fighting, and there was just some normal things that happen in a club. Someone gets sick or has a stroke, but 132 incidents over these from 2018. This is fact. This is the police. No matter what they say, when they ran their business as a restaurant, for the last 2 years, it was nice. It was a restaurant, and they had people. There was some disruption, but very minor. And then at 10 o'clock or 9:30 or 11:30, they closed, and it was great. And we have no objection to that. We welcome that. We want them to be successful. But what they're going to probably tell you is how everybody loves them out there. We don't. The reality is that when they turn into a nightclub, which is against village code, everything goes disruption. It's just crazy. I sent you videos.
What was that code again? Just state the section again.
It is village code
116-2.
116-2.
Of town of Southampton?
Southampton, no, not the town. The town has nothing to do with the village.
Okay, I'm
The
sorry.
village, it's 116-2, and submitted by the senior village building inspector.
Oh, thank you.
So I think that really the whole memo that came through at the end of this really says is if they go back, if we reward them for bad behavior and they go backwards, and when I say backwards, this is what they want to be. This is what every night on the weekends, it was a get wild party. This is from them, not from me. And this is what happened.
This year, or this is from before?
Before.
This is before. The last 2 years been great.
No,
This
I
is
get
from
it.
2018, 2022.
This is what they want to go back to.
This is what they want to go back to.
Describe that on the record so that,
Okay.
because
It's
we
a
can't see
flyer
it.
for a
It's a flyer,
ticketed event.
yeah.
Is it a ticketed
Did
event,
you
or it's
submit
just a
that,
DJ
So-
nightclub
Did
you
event?
submit that to the board?
Yes, this was all sent to
Yeah,
you.
For the
it's
record.
it's
For
in
the
the, it's
record.
in the records.
And I can leave a copy of this. But
So you would like to not see nightclub advertised DJ events, right? Is there a preference for hours that you would like to see?
we would like to see no nightclub activities at all.
Right,
And-
and that is according to code, it's not supposed to have nightclub activities.
Right, and because of the disruption that they call this, and because of 132 police responding to their establishment over those years, that's not normal. This
Okay.
doesn't, I mean, the police resources,
I am not super familiar with this particular corner, like, is there a parking lot that there can be velvet road?
they have no-
Like, there is no such.
they have no
space for
parking
that.
lot. They have no parking lot, everything is out in the street. And
No parking lot, and Ubers are basically pulling up.
Ubers,
stopping on
taxis,
the
cab,
street.
lifts, buses, vans, it's not just, and then there's a church 300 feet away, a grade school 350 feet away, and it's surrounded, the whole is surrounded by family residents. It's a historic
What is
street.
the capacities? What's the capacity?
159 indoors, 151 outside.
151 outside, and where's the
On the patio,
outside?
in the rear.
In the rear patio, is that close to residence? Is that
Yes,
separated
yes.
by trees? And there is a house essentially on the other side of it? So
Houses.
this is basically a party happening in someone's backyard?
Pretty much, yeah. Many houses.
Well, they don't have they have a patio. The backyard was taken away from them.
It's actually,
I understand. Okay, but the capacity is 159 indoors. Is that with tables and chairs, or is that standing room only?
that is with tables and chairs.
Oh, wow, big, okay. Okay.
Anybody else, Mike?
Hello, members. So again, I'm Michael Zinder from 36 Pulaski Street around the corner. I wanted to also register my opposition to lifting all these restrictions. I think it would be tremendously detrimental to the local community, which is a residential community. And Jay has submitted for your record pictures of the area. They may try to say it's a commercial area. While the zoning for the strip of 3 venues that are on that particular portion of the street have been zoned commercial, it's a residential area. And you should take a look at those pictures before you rule to make sure you understand what we're dealing with here. Secondly, in addition to all the violations and the problems that Jay has adverted to, I wanted to clarify a couple things, just as you're thinking about ruling on this. In the memo from August from Deputy Commissioner Hughes, it mentioned that there was support for lifting the restrictions from various sources. One of the sources, it said, was the town of Southampton. As my colleague Jay was just adverting to, the town of Southampton is essentially irrelevant for these purposes. These venues are regulated by the village of Southampton. Those are 2 separate municipalities. It's very confusing, I understand. But the town of Southampton is this big area, and the village is a more confined area. And for example, the zoning that's relevant is done by the village. So what the town has to say is essentially irrelevant, first of all.
And is it fair to say that there are more rules in the village?
There are more rules in the village.
Okay.
And they're more detailed. Secondly, I would just mention in passing that the letter that was submitted by the town supervisor of Southampton, not only was it irrelevant, but he was a lame duck supervisor who was leaving in a couple of weeks. And he did not, as I understand it, have the authorization of his board to send that letter. That letter should have been on his personal letterhead, not on town letterhead. So it's irrelevant and it was inappropriate.
I understand.
Number 2, there's a letter of support from the Greek Orthodox Church, and that's very nice, and they're very respectful people, and they're a wonderful organization. Also irrelevant. They live miles, and their operation is miles and miles away from this venue. And one of the things you'll find, if you really take a look at the letters of support, the petitions of support that the venue has, they're not from the people who live around there. I really resent the fact that people who live miles away are talking about what a great thing this is when they don't have to live with the consequences. They have no stake in it whatsoever. These various people these kids who come there and say it's a great venue, I have a great time there. Yeah, and then they leave. And they leave, as Jay was suggesting, oftentimes strewing garbage around, urinating in our area. They have no stake in it. So I would discount all those letters.
Fair enough.
The last thing I would say, the one letter.
Can speak to his good character. I think we agree that, if he contributes to the community.
He's a good guy. Look, I think Ian is a good guy. I really do. And I patronize his establishments. And if it was a restaurant, what's that? If it was a restaurant, it would be great. He has actually another venue, and he and I have talked about this just a couple of blocks away. It's out of the residential area, though. It's a much more commercial area. And I said, why don't you turn that into your nightclub? You can make all the money there. You could have all the people there, and you disturb very many fewer residents of the village. The problem is, as he's pointed out to me, and is you can make a lot more money by having a nightclub. And so he wants to do that. I get that. I understand it. It's just not consistent with the desires of the community and the way things should be operated. And the thing is, he says he'd like to do things better. He recognizes there's been some problems in the past. The simple point is you can't really control this when you have that many people there. The other thing is the outdoor area. This is something that I think also is relevant. There apparently was a zoning board of appeals ruling years ago. It's hard to describe, but the venue has an outside sort of tiled-in patio, which is kind of small. And then it's got this grass area behind it that used to be a parking lot. And he got rid of the parking lot a while ago and started putting all the people out there on the grass, which was never permitted. The zoning board of appeals ruling said, okay, you can take away the parking lot, but you can never have outdoor music and dancing out there. And he ignored that for whatever reason. So I think that's relevant to the issue of all these letters of support of character. I don't know why he thought that was okay, but that was not okay. The last thing I wanted to say, there is one letter from his nearest next door neighbor, which I'm sure they're going to talk a lot about, which they say they have no objection to this, and they're the closest to him. So if they have no objection, how could anybody else have an objection? I think you should discount that letter. I have no idea what went into the giving of that letter. I think if you ask people under oath what went into the giving of that letter and any benefits.
Letter of support from whom?
The house most close to their venue
Oh, I see.
has said that they have no objection to him having the restrictions lifted. And they said there's never been an issue for them, never been an issue. Well, I talked to the gentleman who owns that house at one point, and I said, hey, it's pretty tough. It's got to be tough for you living right next to that venue at night on the weekends. It's really noisy and really, very difficult to live around there. He goes, I don't hear it. Never a problem. Don't hear anything.
Okay.
Well, there's something untoward about that. I live 3 houses over and across the street, and that bass is thumping. It literally shakes my house. It shakes my house. And he says he doesn't hear it. I would discount that letter. That's the last thing I have to say to you.
Fair enough, sir.
Hi, again, my name is Brian Light. I'm at 59 Pulaski Street, and I think Jay and Michael kind of put the whole thing in a package here. The only thing that I wanted to say is that we're directly affected. Our backyard where our house is situated is about 300 feet, maybe as the crow flies. So this venue, if you will, the party's in the back here, and it just amplifies the sound right into our backyard. It is so deafening and so disturbing to have that music and the crowd hooping and yelling in the night. We can't sleep. It's literally a complete burden on us. So aside from what they said, I think they've pretty much nailed everything. I just wanted to interject that as well.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
I just want to support everything they've said. The one other thing I want to emphasize, because there was a time when this was being discussed where somebody said that this was a commercial area. It is absolutely not. Elm Street is one of the most historically residential streets in the village. And they sit at the very end of it. Everything else down that street, which goes all the way to the village itself, is residential, and all of the property is around it. And it's a very vibrant residential neighborhood. And we support restaurants. T-Bar, which sits right next to them, is a restaurant which everybody in the neighborhood is in favor of. What we're against is, and emphatically residentially, is a nightclub in our area. It's extremely unsettling. Thank you.
Is that it for opposition? Okay.
That's it?
You guys all live there full time or no?
Yes.
All right, Connie, you want to speak or no?
They've said everything, thank you.
Okay.
Just give me a second, please. First, I looked at the map, and what happened, from my reading of the map, they are in a commercial area across the street from a residential area. So every map that lays out places, in an area, and you're going to always have some place where they border. Okay. Second, I would like to say that the C of O for this place specifically says that it has a C of O for a nightclub. So yeah, it is not illegal to have a club there, and it just isn't. It's.
And in fact, I believe that one of the gentlemen that they referenced, the building inspector for the village of Southampton, actually submitted the documentation that supports that it is zoned where it is and licensed to be used as.
Yeah, after the kind of argument that was coming out that it was illegal for you to grant this, the town the village, which didn't want to specifically get involved, did send you a copy of the C of O directly so that you knew that it is legal, right? That's the only thing that they sent specifically as a town, that the C of O showing that this actually has a niveau for a nightclub, dancing, music. So those arguments, are not, they're just not accurate. They may believe them, but they're not accurate.
All right. I mean, you've been a nightclub before. It was a disaster. You were in front of this board just 2 years ago. I was here at the time, and we had to sort of take back the method of operation. Neighbors are saying they love that method of operation, shorter hours, just a restaurant. So now you're asking to go back, and neighbors are saying, no, actually, we don't support that.
Okay, so.
And I trust the people that are coming to this place saying, my bed is rocking, I get that. And so what are you doing
And Chairman, we
differently?
certainly don't want to be.
Just give me a second and then, okay.
So
just
what are
give-
you doing differently? What are you
Okay, so
offering
fir-
that is different?
So first of all, Ian met with the mayor of the village and the village attorney and the police chief, I think it's acting police chief.
No, she's chief.
She's now chief, she was acting at the time of the village, and they worked out.
With, might I add, Jay Fitzpatrick. He was there for our meeting to discuss a whole slew of these things.
This was in anticipation because we put in this application some time ago, and they had been hoping to get this summer season. So they met with the town and the police to go over this in advance, right?
Okay,
And
was there a conclusion? 'Cause
Yes,
the
the
PD
conclusion-
is neutral. The PD is not supporting this.
no, he's not supporting it, he's not opposed to it, he's neutral, but the police and the village worked out traffic patterns to help support the idea that would cut down on.
Which is
on-
what? It's a one street that's
Yeah.
not even on a highway. Like, what kind of traffic can you work
What-
out?
what's-
They're
So
not creating a new
traffic
street.
flow, in creating a traffic flow, allowing for taxis and Ubers to be able to drop off and pick up on our side of the street. Again, we want to address all of the concerns that the neighbors have, and genuinely do believe that all of them are reparable. Every one of the things they've mentioned can be addressed and can be fixed.
Okay, that's what I'm asking you. What
Sure.
have you
I
been,
was
what
trying-
have you
I
done
was
to
trying-
address
try-
it or fix it?
I was trying to address them. Okay. So as Ian just told you, as part of that, they worked out a traffic pattern. The idea of the traffic pattern is that people will be dropped off and picked up by taxis, Ubers, and other transportation right in front quickly. Because one of the problems that created the noise was that at the time that this was going on, because partially because of COVID and things like that, that had rearranged things, they had stopped the traffic further up the block, and people were out and walking in front of the place because the noise, the majority of the noise isn't coming outside of the place, it's from people outside the place. When they're congregating outside. The second thing that they're doing is instituting a reservation system so that there'll be fewer people congregating out. People will be, this is a reservation system that has with it phone apps so that people will know when there is not enough room for people to get in, and they won't be able to congregate outside, which again is one of the big problems.
We're going to be able to create, just so I can expound on that so you can understand it. Much like you use a reservation system for dining in a regular restaurant, when you go online and try to make reservations, you can see that there aren't tables available. We're going to be using that from the nightclub capacity as well. So when people try to make reservations and they cannot, they will be advised as to what steps they can take, how we can reach out to them to let them know should something become available. We will be using a system that allows us to book tables in advance so that we reduce the crowds that are even trying to come to the nightclub. And working with sound and bringing in sound engineers, where we are going to do is, because we do understand that there are concerns from the neighbors, using sound barriers around our property, both on the interior and the exterior, to reduce sound.
You've done that already, or
No,
you haven't done
but
that?
we've got a company where they've given us the original proposal to hire them. Then they will give us all of the suggestions on the things we need to do, which we are willing to follow, which will now give us the ability to reduce and control sound.
Outside of these remedial efforts,
Mm-hmm.
there are two things that, for me, may present a per se problem for you. One is clearly there's a village ordinance, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
The
sir.
village, there's a village ordinance.
There is.
Hold on. That was amended in April of 2017. So I don't know when the COO was issued, but this is what the
But
village
the
ordinance
village has
said.
said that they're grandfathered out of that.
Okay, well, it says a restaurant shall not include any form of live entertainment, any form of nightclub or similar entertainment establishment. That's, you're saying that
That their
Their
grandfather,
grandfather.
and
And
May I-
that documentation was submitted.
Okay, and the second thing, yeah, sure. The second thing is, that, as per our rules, it appears that this is a licensee that wants to operate as a restaurant and a nightclub, and there is no license to allow for this method of operation, nor can it be done through a change of operation. So you can address that.
yes, okay, so first, when the application got its license, the application form said nightclub and restaurant, you check them off. You don't do that on your applications anymore. What happens now is that you get a restaurant license, and as part of the method of operation, you have dancing, if you approve it, you have dancing and music, DJs, that's part of a restaurant. We call it so that there should be no misunderstanding with the board, because in most cases, I would not put that on an application. I would just say restaurant, but because you took away their right to do this, and I'm coming back, I had to be concerned that I did not put in an application that somehow went through the licensing process without having told the licensing board that there was a problem with the full board. Because if that happened and the licensing were to have given this back rather than you without me having told them, I would feel that I had deceived the liquor authority. And you don't get to do that twice. So in this particular case, I purposely put on nightclub, so that, and I wrote a letter to Ms. Hughes, calling to her attention that this was asking you to re-argue, rehear.
I, for one, certainly appreciate your honesty. I'm sure everyone at the SLA appreciates that.
But the
Let me
the
just
real
say for the
answer
record
is,
before I forget, so that
Okay.
my colleagues
Sorry.
can hear, that the certificate of occupancy you've handed up is dated February 5th, 2002. So, and the village ordinance was amended April of 2017. So I just wanted to make those dates clear. Go ahead, sir.
But just so you know, the most recent was submitted to you with our application for this from the village.
the village sent you, I'm sorry.
All right.
May I just add to that, because for the last 2 years, they've lost their grandfathering because it became, village code 116-19 says that if you stop your non-conforming and you become conforming, which they did for the last 2 years, you've abandoned your grandfather. It's right there in village code
All right.
116-19, so they are no longer grandfathered.
Excuse me, that's not true, because you never took away their right to have dancing. You took away their right to.
We never took our right to be a restaurant or a liquor license. We were still operating. We just simply weren't operating.
No, the condition said no dancing.
I'm sorry.
No, no, I
But you didn't
said
take,
it's
you
a
didn't take,
restaurant.
you didn't take away their right to have music.
Here's what I have, if I.
No, recorded music only.
Recorded, there was recorded music only. But
No, they lose the grandfathering according
well,
to a nightclub.
you know what, if you grant this.
Sir, let me interrupt you?
I'm sorry,
because
Mr. Mayor.
I think I'm going to address everybody's questions here. The certificate of occupancy that was just shown to the commissioner is from 2002. So at the first glance, I agree with you that you're a non-conforming use, and that 116.2 is just definitional, and I don't, right? My immediate analysis is that's not very controlling at the moment. But
What's
let me
not controlling, sir?
That 116.2, but let me continue. And you have to help me answer this one. So you have a certificate of occupancy, which you just handed up, but it's based upon a resolution from the village. Tell me if this is incorrect. The village resolution does not allow outdoor live music.
That is correct.
That is correct.
And they don't do outdoor live
And
music.
Are you looking for that now?
No.
Okay. Are you thinking that whatever that certificate of occupancy is based upon, I'm just trying to pull it up now because I know I saw it. Hang on a minute. No outdoor music, entertainment, or amplified sound shall be provided. No, that you're not
That
doing
is correct. That is correct. What they do and what they have been doing
Right.
is that if people want to go outside, they have earphones that are just,
Okay, but in any event.
no outside amplified music.
There's nothing we could even talk about. The non-conforming, the grandfathered use never had anything outside.
Correct.
All right, okay, so now let me turn to the objectants. Sir, where's the? Yes, sir. You just made a comment that they discontinued a use. A discontinued use could void a non-conforming use.
It's called abandonment, yes.
What did they abandon? What do you say they
The
abandoned?
use was abandoned because they were,
Which use are
they
you
were
talking?
non-conforming.
Okay, but what aspects of the non-conforming use?
Well, they were a nightclub, on the COO, it said restaurant and nightclub.
Okay.
And then they became just a restaurant for 2 years, so
I
they
understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
abandoned the code.
Okay, but I guess my question back to the applicant is, you never had you're not asking for that now anyway, right?
Not asking for that, never had it. Well, no, it's not they never had it. There was a time when they had it, but it was taken away by that.
Just to clarify, so they
You,
did,
wait, time out. You said that there was another
No. I think the way I believe it worked was there was originally the C of O, just the C of O.
Yes.
Then if you look at the, at what was submitted, there's a letter that's attached
To the liquor authority or to the village?
to the liquor authority.
Okay, so the liquor authority, you're saying might have allowed something more
No,
than the code was
no.
allowing?
We submitted to the liquor authority that letter that you were talking about yourself,
Yes.
that's attached to the C of O.
Right.
I believe that was an addendum that was added after the C of O because they asked for changes in the occupancy. And part of it was, that we're granting these changes and there's a much bigger.
Okay, I'm not seeing
Yeah,
that,
it
but
does.
I hear you.
But it doesn't matter because the point that you're making, that they're not entitled to outside amplified music, is absolutely correct.
And it's moot because you're not.
And nobody's asking for it.
okay, but just a clarification on that before we leave that.
So I know for sure Commissioner De Leon and the chair is ready to vote.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So,
No,
if
no,
you're
no,
okay.
you have
I
more
mean, I just
questions.
wanted to
Go
get to the
ahead.
bottom of what you're.
If the chair's ready to vote, we have other people here in support. Can I?
No, so what else? What else have you done? Or so a sound engineer has not been done yet. Reservation system, traffic pattern, what else are you doing that's differently?
Did you submit the map, by the way, on the risk? You raised the point of the map.
Sure. I mean, we have the map here, but fair enough. Okay. What else?
Because I think it's important. I think it's important to also note on the traffic
Sir.
direction.
Yeah,
Is that
yeah.
possible for me to just?
Yeah, go ahead.
So what actually happened with them diverting from having the buses and the Ubers and everything pulling up in front of the establishment, where, by the way, there are numerous signs that says no stopping, no parking, no standing. What the village police department actually had to come in and barricade off the front of the street there because the congestion, they were actually valet parking on the public street there. So when they're asking to divert the people, they're actually using the train station parking lot because there is no other place for them to park. So in doing that, they're having the village police department come and work overtime to barricade the
I
front of the
know.
establishment.
I mean, it's like worst case scenario is a lot of black cars waiting outside, flashing lights, or it becomes a police state whenever they are operating.
But
And that's somewhat unfair to the people that live there. I mean, it's just a fact. I'm familiar with this area. It's unusual that there is a business with no actual parking lot. I don't think they would do that anymore
But I would like to point.
nowadays because of that. Like usually there's a place to drive in. I mean, we've been dealing with East End disturbance cases for many years. So
I'd like to point.
Madam Chair, if I could just point something out, that what they just spoke of with putting barriers in the street, this was not a traffic congestion issue.
I know, but it is going to be if you announce an event. I mean, you think that these young people that are going for the summer are waiting at home for you to text them to come? Like, that's not how this works.
So.
Like, you're talking about 300 people.
Correct.
but not 300
That's-
people coming at the same time. People are, so, one of the biggest
I
changes
used to
in.
be young, like I used to go to nightclubs, like, I'm not convinced, like.
Madam Chair, would you not agree that the industry has changed drastically? In that
People still love
it's a-
to stand outside of Velvet Rope and wait in a line in the rain.
No,
Like.
so I understand that. What I was about to say though
This
was
is the reality.
the.
And that's why you want to get back into the business. You don't have, you're not trying to do this so that no one shows up.
Our inability to operate as a restaurant without even being able to have DJs for dining experiences, without being able to have weddings and events, is absolutely devastating to our business. We simply will not be able to stay afloat. After COVID, just like everybody else, we took a beating. Then, of course, these restrictions were put in place.
Right.
We want you,
Tremendous,
I-
and obviously there's the economic impact on all of the staff.
I think
The
that we
number of
all want to
employees
see
lost.
this industry thrive, but we want to see it thrive in a responsible way. That's why we're here.
Completely
Not just
understand.
and so we have to weigh that, your thriving business against the fact that people live there. They live there. This is their home. And a person's home is their castle.
I completely understand that. The one thing I would say is that when the restrictions were imposed upon us, we were given permission to have a few events that had been booked on a calendar, and those were permitted. And all of those events went off without a hitch. We had no
Right, there were
complaints, no
3
sounds.
weddings, I believe.
So in the least, I understand everything you're saying. We know that we can do the things that we're putting forward. We'd certainly love to at least be considered to allow us to improve our dining, allow us to be able to have DJs during dinner, just like so many venues do, without having to turn into a nightclub. The ability to have events, for us to be able to still do those events, weddings, private parties, private events. If that could at least be
You didn't do
considered.
any weddings this past summer?
None.
You only allowed them to do the ones that had been pre-scheduled,
And
and
we
you
did
wouldn't
that.
let,
Right.
you can't do any weddings without dancing and
Are
music.
you guys okay with weddings or no weddings?
And there are many different types of parties, even the fire department, when they have their Christmas party, they'll have a band or a DJ.
You got a letter from the village fire department supporting this, you got a letter from the village ambulance department supporting this, you got a letter, and the village is in the town.
It almost doesn't matter because these people live right there.
Yes.
And
Yes.
if they're telling me their bed is shaking, I have to respect that, because if my bed is shaking, God, I would want the person deciding to respect that.
There is one other caveat to sound, by the way, that the
I know,
sound
but the point
engineers
is that you're
explained.
here and you still haven't done the work.
Because
You're
you're
still
gonna
in the
put,
future tense, which worries me that this is not possible to achieve.
but
There is one thing that can be done relatively simply,
We
if
don't
you'd allow me to
object.
just explain.
We don't object to having it run as a restaurant. If he wants to do venues and events there, that's fine. But I think it's reasonable to have a curfew or a cutoff time where it's not going until 4 o'clock in the morning. And he can put up all the sound barriers you want, but you can't control that base. The way this venue is, and what they're asking for is to come back as a
Nightclub.
with a DJ, with music. They don't put music outside. The music is blowing outside from the doors that they open.
That's the problem, that's the thing I want to clarify about the music.
right?
So they no longer, they did for a while, put speakers outside, which was quoted, and then after the police came and complained, there's residents, what they did is they moved the speakers technically inside, but then they opened up the doors. So if they closed the doors, that might be much better, but if what they're asking for is right back to those
we
days.
can build a subject to the fire department approval, we can build an area so that there are doors and then doors.
There is an association that represents the residents of that block. Have you tried to negotiate some kind of agreement with each other?
So the answer to that is, in a way. And what I mean is, it's not quite as simple as that. Jay and I had the pleasure of sitting down with the people who run the village. And this meeting was a couple of hours long. And it wasn't just Jay, this other fine gentleman was there as well. And we had very good discourse for about 2 hours.
Until you said, well, I'm gonna bring the nightclub back.
That wasn't, hold on a second, that isn't what I said, Jay, and you know I would never even speak that way. That's
Well,
just
at
not
the
fair.
end of the day, no agreement came out of that.
So what we did get was, we certainly got to a point where there was understanding. We appreciate everything that's being said from the opposition, and of course appreciate what the board has to say. We're simply asking if we can't have the full nightclub back, understood. Maybe that would be something that we could attain in time, being able to win back the trust of those neighbors. But in the meantime, if we could at least have the opportunity to just save our business, because if not, we're gonna go on.
Well, why not negotiate that with each other as opposed to have us take a gander at what might work or might not work?
Well, because the liquor license is currently set so that we cannot have DJs, bands, or dancing, that ultimately comes through you. We can't even begin to have a dialogue.
It ultimately comes through us in consideration of everything that we have before us.
But
That
that means
includes you, and that includes
But
the people that live there.
It does mean they can't have weddings. It does mean that they just said, you just heard, at least one person say they don't want to have weddings. Does mean they can't have weddings. It means they can't host you got letters from the Cancer Society say that they did their.
We got a ton of letters of support and a
You
ton of letters
got,
in
you got,
opposition.
you got 1,000 people, over 1,000.
So.
But they all live near there. You know,
Let me just ask a quick question.
Say something about they don't live
Wait,
there.
No, I just want to ask a question because I just want to get something. What was the use in 2022? How did you use it? Did you have all of these things that they're complaining about now?
Just a restaurant.
Just the restaurant?
Summer of '24
Yeah.
and
No,
summer of
22.
'23. '22 was still the end of COVID.
Yes.
Okay.
And that was.
So we had
With respect-
silent disco.
So the problem began.
With respect, there is a restaurant directly next to them.
Okay.
Immediately next to them, that does none of what you do
Yeah.
and doesn't seem to be having a problem.
you say that, but one of the times that the police were called, it turned out that they were called for the
I
police.
think T-Bar has music inside it. I think they're allowed to have a DJ
Inside.
inside.
I think at some
Inside,
point
right,
we're gonna have
but
to-
the
I have
situation
one
here
question.
doesn't allow for any DJ or any inside
Because
music.
they
They repeatedly abused it.
Could-
Don't you believe, I believe
All right,
in
all right,
patterns
please,
of behavior.
please,
I just-
no
It's
back and
history.
forth,
I'm not gonna go back and forth.
no back and forth, all
I
right?
don't have anything else to ask, but one question.
Please, sir.
I have just one question, so I can get this out of my mind with the village code. Did the village ever take action to change your zoning designation or
No.
anything, any use on that property?
None.
No.
And it's been less than 3 years since everything changed or not? I don't understand.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
It's been less than 3 years?
Yes.
Okay.
It was in May of '23 that the license
Okay.
was changed.
Okay, and that license was changed by this board,
Yes,
correct?
By the SLA, but the board was different than the members.
Yeah, I understand.
yes, this
Okay.
board.
Okay.
That-
Sorry.
Okay. Did you make that offer to change or did they change it?
That was, there were a series of charges that had been brought by the liquor authority, and
I
that
got it.
was,
That's enough. Thank you.
was a result of those
I'm
charges.
just trying to see, so the village hasn't done anything to you?
The village
That's
has
it.
not,
That's
the village has
don't
not
have any
taken
other
any,
questions.
any position except that the mayor who was mayor at the time has left and there's a new mayor.
So what do you say, what do you, what?
Well, one of the trustees, just so you're clear, did you submit that letter?
Yeah.
One of the trustees did send you a letter saying he's opposed to it.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but what could you offer so that you could meet with your business objective and their objections? What could you offer right now?
All right. Completely an understanding of the idea that we can't be the nightclub. We would like to at least be able to do the following. We'd like to be able to book events that are private events with invitations. Weddings, birthday parties, holiday events, where the people coming are invited.
And how many
ability-
is that?
What's that, sorry?
How many?
Well,
Every weekend.
no, oh, you mean how many events?
I know, that's what I'm asking.
So, we're not.
And they're only 14 weeks in the summer,
Right, but just so you know, like someone even spoke earlier about the holiday bump, we'll do a dozen holiday Christmas parties. And they're not outdoors, they're inside, there are 100 people, and again, that's the fire department.
How many private events are you proposing a year, sir?
In an ideal world, 40.
This is not an ideal situation.
No,
I
it's
mean,
not, but
That's every weekend.
hang on, well, I understand.
Basically,
I
two
understand
in
that.
the summer
I
and two
understand,
during
I
all
understand we're not gonna be allowed
holidays.
to have a party every Friday and Saturday night.
Look,
I do understand that.
I really think that flexibility,
Mhm.
letting some kind of track record of showing that what happened in the past is not going to reoccur is the prudent course.
Fair.
If you push too hard here, I got to tell you, I have tremendous respect for neighbors, for people who live in the area. This is their home. You know,
All
I
right.
want you to succeed in business. They live there.
How about 26?
Okay, you asked what is the curfew time?
curfew.
What would the curfew time?
2
be?
a.m.? All right,
You can't, you-
1 a.m.
11:30.
No back and forth, please.
but you think about it, if you're talking about things like weddings, you know, they usually go on to about 2 a.m. And you have, it was currently 4 a.m., so you'd be moving it back to,
The same thing, no back and forth.
Yes, this is not a usual situation. I really think that some prudency here
How about we land at 1 a.m.?
on both sides. Yeah.
Fair and understood.
Are the members ready to vote?
If anybody could articulate what
I'm
the
going
offer is.
to-
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards allowing the DJ if he does the sound barrier. But I know that I'm risking it. Because if the sound barrier doesn't work, then you're back to a bass rocking your living rooms.
we could also
That
talk
is
about
really
turning down the
smart.
base.
What I can say on our behalf though is, please understand that we have no interest in going back down that road, and I'll explain why. It is impossible for us to run our business this way.
Yeah.
We've been unable to book any event, any wedding, anything in the last 12 months and for the future.
Get it? It's
And so what
impossible
I'm-
for them to live under these
But
conditions.
we're talking about,
So what I'm saying is, all I'm just politely putting forward is the understanding that if we can come to a middle ground, we would be more than happy to do so. But we are not looking to suddenly be upsetting the neighbors. We don't want to come back here. We don't want them to drive back here. We want to be able to run our business, have it be successful, and not have any complaints from neighbors. And not have it, we want to have everyone be able to work together, which is what we've been saying for the last 2 years. And Jay, you and I sat and talked in March, and we both agreed that's what we both want.
I would go with weddings with the DJs, but only for weddings, not, because
No,
I
he
know
had-
what's gonna happen.
But he already
Once you
said that
approve
only invite only
But like, you know,
parties.
like jazzy DJ during dinner is
Like
okay,
live,
no?
outdoor
Like,
No.
There is
Sort of
also,
music, yes, but not.
there is also one more sound parameter I can offer. There is a way for it to be set up that it is restricted, so that we can't violate a sound complaint, just so you're aware.
What is it?
It can be done. It's a reader that gets put onto equipment, so that it caps it, so that
what
it
would the
can't-
limit be?
It would be village code.
What is the village code?
I've got to be honest, I don't know how the decibels read over ambient noise with the village. I've dealt with that in Manhattan in the past, but we would be happy to
I know,
honor
but
village
it's been
code.
2 years and you've been waiting all these months to come here and then you don't know what the decibel is. It concerns me because you actually have no intent of improving their quality of life. You just want us to vote your way because of your business, and like somewhat that's unfair to them, because if there was no history here, this is a new business, I can give you the benefit of the doubt, but I know how you can go, you know, in the bad direction, especially that was the year when we were coming out of COVID. That shouldn't have been, you know, huge parties and loud noises. You know, we were all coming out of recovery situation. So I'm just not very convinced here.
I understand, but be a little fair, Chair Fan. This discussion came up ad hoc. He just came up and said that this exists. We'll look up the village code. We'll tie it to the village code.
But you, as the lawyer, should have looked that up, right? I mean, if you're gonna come in and argue, we're gonna do sound protection, like, shouldn't we know what the standards are? Shouldn't the sound engineer have already been there? He's talking about, he's dealt with
Well,
these
part of the
in the city,
problem is.
like, you know.
Chairperson, I'll be honest, our business has been decimated by what has happened. And it is on the heels of COVID as well.
Sir,
So the
you
investment,
live in New York City, right?
my wife lives in New York City. I actually live out east.
Do you live in this neighborhood?
No,
Oh,
no, Brisa.
well, Think about that for a second.
What I'm saying is you don't go and do all of the noise dampening and then come to you and say, I spent all this money, now will you let me do something? You do the
Yeah,
opposite.
that would have been good faith effort.
That's not good faith effort. If
No,
you
they-
said no, that's a waste of money.
You know, we've been situations where people have done their own sound testing with their neighbor, and the neighbor comes and said, you know what, actually, I support it now because there's not vibrating my house.
Yeah, but in order to do that, we'd have to have the music, and we can't have the music, so you.
Chairperson.
I know, but
Fenton,
this is a chicken egg. I mean, there are other supporters here. Do you guys want to go for it quickly? Because I don't want
Yes,
you guys
please.
to have also come all this way and not be able to speak. So go ahead, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. It's good to see my neighbors here. Good afternoon. I only came as a character reference for Ian.
Okay.
Because he and I have worked together quite a lot over the last 5 years. His wife and he are members at our church. So I wanted to speak to 3 things that I really genuinely believe about him. And first, professionally, the restaurants that he runs now, which are the only ones I have experience with, are outstanding, clean, awesome. My kids go and hang out there, and I feel perfectly comfortable knowing that they're in a safe and great environment.
Are your
He's-
kids over 21 or no?
No, my kids are 17, and 15.
Oh, okay.
Meaning I trust
Your
my,
parents close by or not
my,
in the neighborhood?
so we'll just address the irrelevant comment. The Greek Orthodox Church of the Hamptons is in Shinnecock Hills, about 7 minutes away from the location that we're talking about. So while we're governed by a different code, we are most definitely part of the community. And I personally was a village resident for 12 years, and my in-laws still are, just so we know that. But aside from that, yes, we are part of the community and we're super close. So the second thing I wanted to speak to, right, other than Ian's impeccable professionalism, who's always kept his word whenever dealing with me, has always followed through, has always said what he's going to do, both in terms of things that he has done for the church and in things that he's done personally. He's always kept his word, and it's something I've admired about him. I want to talk about Ian's commitment to the Hamptons community. So at Union Burger, at our church, we have a program for adults on the autism spectrum. We were trying to get Jenna a place to work. This guy carved out room in his kitchen for her. She goes in there 4 days a week. She has a real job, gets it done, because Ian was willing to make his super successful burger restaurant accommodating for somebody on the autism spectrum. Nobody asked him to do that. I mean, except for the person who runs USA Autism Homes. He said, yeah, we'll do that. He's hosted and assisted the church in hosting, in my memory, at least 5 fundraising events for nonprofits. I know that he's done those at cost. I would not be surprised to learn that he did them at a loss. So I'm not familiar with Ian's flaws. I know that we all have flaws. But as a pastor and as someone who tries to lead in philanthropy on the East End, I've been very impressed with Ian's character over the last 5 years. I think he's an honest, good dude. I think that he really wants to make good on this. And since I have the microphone, I do want to just take 1 second to also just comment about, we tried to build a church in the Hamptons, and we had like 12 years of opposition, and the opposition nearly destroyed us. And now we're one of the leading organizations in the Hamptons. And culturally, and I'm going to speak directly to my neighbors now, people in the Hamptons have a very hard time cooperating when it comes to new developments and new situations. And as I'm not trying to disparage you, but as a member of the same community, I really do believe that if we were to get together in good faith and talk about how to move forward, that you guys could get what you need, Ian could get what he needs, and that the Hamptons community would be better for it.
Let's keep the restrictions in place, then we'll talk and come up with a solution.
I'm done.
Come back to you.
I'm not arguing. I just wanted to speak my mind respectfully and with love.
Okay.
And I just want to say, by the way, the Greek church is tremendous, the traders community. I go to the Greek festival all the time. It's wonderful. But with all respect, are you located in the village?
As I said, I live in the village.
What have I said?
Please, who's the next supporting person?
Okay, sure.
Hi, how you doing? I'm Michael Trank. I own a restaurant with Ian called the Bailey under Steel Beach in Harlem. We've been partners for 5 years. In this location, we have other businesses that we've been partners with for over 20 years. I've been in the restaurant business for 38 years. And I can tell you, I've worked in all types of restaurants. There's a lot of shady characters in this industry. I'm sure they are in front of you every time you have a meeting here. There's no one with more integrity than Ian Duke when it comes to what he is communicating to you. He is who he is. He's not trying to fool these people. I understand. I respect it. I've had crazy neighbors. I've had situations where people make noise. It sounds like it's a difficult experience. I know darn well that he will do whatever it takes to make this right and to work with them. As long as there's some sort of mediation and compromise, I know this can work. Events are the lifeline of our business. So that's where there's the best opportunities. And to do private events that I think end at 1 a.m., no ifs, ands, and buts, to do a silent disco, to do things that do not compromise the integrity of their homes, which is their castle. I completely agree that Ian will do whatever it takes. If you asked him in 2 weeks from now to give you X, Y, and Z, he will have it done. He's got, the contacts to do it. And again, when you're a small business, I understand what you're asking about should have been prepared. It is a financial, there is an outlay of money that comes from every single professional you want to bring into it. So I know there's no doubt in my mind that he will get whatever you want and he will work with them to make sure they are happy. If they're not happy, he doesn't have a business. So I will tell you, after, 25 years of being a partner with Ian, he is a man of his word and he's not like anyone else that you're going to be in front of. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That it? I just want to add, you got a
Does he
letter
have
from,
anything else to say? You don't have anything to say? Okay. You work at the restaurant or something? Yes, I do. Okay.
you got a letter from the Southampton Town Supervisor in support, one from one of the trustees. You heard from the pastor. You have a letter from the chief of the fire department. You don't usually get these things, which would be hosting one of the events here if you allowed it.
I get it. I understand. And I don't want this conversation to make you feel like we don't think you are a stand-up business person. I
Yes,
don't think that's,
If you don't,
that's
if
the
you do the
concern
one
here.
AM,
It's just that he, no matter how good of a person he is, cannot control the sound leaking out of the building. Like,
but you can redirect it. You
I know,
can,
but if you came here with a sound study and have them sign up for it, this would be an easier conversation. But you've had 2 years to do that, and that was not done. If you want to take this, we'll put this over, and you guys go figure that out. And they're willing to submit their homes to a sound study, and guys work together. You play some music. I mean, I've been here for 6 years. I was in the community for 5 before. This is done regularly. But if you're telling me, oh, I'm not willing to spend any of the money until you give me a nightclub and then I'll go do it, if there is no history again, like, I would be okay with that. But that's like, these people didn't just drive from Southampton because they don't like you. Like, I don't think that's the situation we
Could I
have
ask,
right
could I
here.
ask a question? Could there be a middle ground even based on what you just said? Where we already had some agreement, where we could agree that we can, in the least, in good faith, be able to book events where we can have DJs. There is no exterior music, it's only inside. So we can book events, private partners, for private with a 1 a.m. curfew.
Here's what I'm gonna say, and we've given this a lot of time. It's been a long day, and there are a lot of people still waiting to be heard. I think the chair, what she just said struck me, putting this over, giving you guys an opportunity to come to an agreement. You have an association you can work with here. And then you can, if you guys can come back to an agreement, that makes it a lot easier for us to accept. I don't want to feel like I'm forcing anything down. I don't want to feel like I'm hurting your business. I don't want to feel like I'm forcing anything down on people that live on that block, which is a narrow street from what I can see on Google. It is not that big. And who have come all the way here to express their opposition, not because you're a bad person, because it is affecting their quality of life. I think the parties can work this out. I think it is in your interest to work this out. And I would vote to put this over. I don't want to have to vote on denying your application at this time.
I appreciate that. When you say it gets put over, I just pardon my ignorance. What does that mean? Does that mean-
Rescheduling for a future full
Rescheduled
board meeting.
For another day, for you guys to have an opportunity to sit down and try to work
How
this
long
out.
would you need to put in to get the?
No, I suggest you do the sound study because I think
Under-
right
I
now,
Understood.
I am
Yep.
not comfortable with any outdoor service at all. You can have the 150 people inside, sit down, no removal of tables, maybe a DJ. And, you know, I don't know how you would do the weddings if there's no dancing, so.
But if you
So
allow
what day
music,
would
why
you
not
want
allow
to put it
dancing?
over?
It depends on them.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
just
go
want to
ahead.
make sure a day, yeah, you can vote.
Okay, well, this is what I say, I would like it also to go
9 or
over.
10:30.
I think it's a non-conforming use, and it's still a non-conforming use. When you buy a house next to a non-conforming use, it could be a tire shop, it could be a really messy place, but you bought next to a non-conforming use. That is a premise. You have, there's been talk about 26 and 1 AM and only invite only, which is much different than having a swarm of people from Manhattan get off of a bus and go. I understand that. It sounds like you need to do work on the decibel thing, okay? And I think weddings like live music and DJ music and things like that. So I think there's things to talk about. But in my mind, if it remains a non-conforming use, and we're not here to adjudicate that, but if it remains a surviving non-conforming use, that's what you get when you buy a house next to a tire shop. So I think you guys should talk. So I'm voting for over.
Okay.
So we need a date.
I'm gonna put 11:20.
Yes, thank you.
I concur, 11:20.
Commissioner Maya,
Yeah.
11:20.
Did you say 11:20?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And that's to submit basically a sound test. Yeah.
During that
Yeah,
time,
agreement.
during that time, we will do the things
Yep.
that you have suggested. I can't speak for people over there, we will try, but we will do the other things that are within our power, and we will try to do the things that are not in our
And
power.
have a conversation about the hours, outdoor use, DJ, live music, private events. You know, with
Your neighbors.
knowing that they're going to do traffic pattern
Oh.
reservation system. Look, we all know what we're dealing with here, and I respect you that you came here and waited all this time, but see if you can get to an agreement, and then we'll talk in November.
Thank you.
Let me just quickly say this. Your neighbors, you want to get along with your neighbors. This is an agreement. Nobody gets everything they want in an agreement, but they don't lose. If we decide there's a winner and a loser, if you come to an agreement, you all win. All right.
Restrictions stay in place and then we work it out and come back.
Until such time as things say. And the third
Until
thing-
11:20.
Yes, and if you
At
need more
11:20,
time-
you'll decide what
I mean,
happens.
it's summer, so it's past summer, so, if you need more time, just call Donald. Let Donald know.
No, November 20 is great.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is 23 MAMASUSHI Hooper LLC.
23.
23. Sure.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Jared Cooper on behalf of MAMASUSHI Cooper LLC. I have the principals of the applicant, Raymond Hernandez and Susan Osorio here.
What are your hours?
The proposed hours were 12 PM till 4 AM. Then there were the hours for the roof initially, which were 12 PM until 2 AM.
Can you please take your conversations outside? I'm sorry. The folks from Southampton. If you could kind of take your conversations out into the hallway.
So you have another
Thank you.
location called Sushi Vita that was summarily suspended for COVID violations in 21?
Yes.
And it's the two of you on the license as well? Or you are the one on the license, you're the manager?
She's,
Okay,
yeah, that incident stemmed from the outdoor dining. There was an incident where they had a structure which had flaps that were on the side of it. One of the flaps moved in the wind when they came by. That window was closed. And so there was a summary suspension issued. 2 days later, we came before you. We made a conditional no contest offer. It was accepted, and we got our license back shortly thereafter.
You've agreed to close at 12?
12.
The roof, yeah.
The roof of the new space, yes.
rooftop is 12 o'clock close, and the restaurant itself is 2 a.m. close?
No, we initially proposed 4 a.m., so the hours were 12 p.m. until 4 a.m. And then we initially had the hours for the roof at 12 p.m. to 2 a.m. And this applicant applied in 2021 and got a conditional approval, but they weren't ready to open because of COVID, delays. So there was a conditional approval issued in 2022. It expired. We withdrew the application in 2023 and resubmitted the application.
So this is like a sushi nightclub?
It's a sushi restaurant.
It's a restaurant.
With live music, DJs, karaoke?
I don't think karaoke is it.
Well, that was what was put down as method of operation. It's similar to the establishment that they have on Dykeman, the same method of operation.
I mean, this was found not in your favor for the 500 foot, so
we were addressing the issues from the ALJ, which was namely the violation for the COVID violation and the hours for
I don't
outside.
think so. If you read her decision, it says that this is going to contribute to the noise of the neighborhood. She does not say that because you have a prior COVID violation, that she's saying there's no public interest. So you have to overcome the non-finding of public interest. It's unusual that you are found in no public interest and you're coming up here saying, I want 4 a.m.
Well, that's what we put on for the 500 foot information. We're amenable to reducing the hours if that would be more amenable to the board. When at the end of the decision, it did say that the fact that there was, adverse history and her concern was that the outdoor deck was open until 2 a.m. and we proposed to have a DJ. So in the supplemental information, we indicated that we don't intend to have DJs outside, that we were willing to reduce the hours of the roof to midnight, and if need be, we'll reduce the hours for the restaurant. I mean, the principal has another establishment, which is not a nightclub, which has the same method of operation. The only seemingly, objection that the ALJ had was that we disclosed that she had an adverse history, which was that violation. And, that's what we're trying to address here. In addition to letting the authority know that we don't plan on having DJs outside.
I'm okay.
The 500 foot is a no,
Yeah.
so.
The experience with 4 license, we do have this issue in the past. There's no opposition near a newly constructed mixed residential and commercial building. You do have support from the Brooklyn Borough President. And you've agreed to close the rooftop at 12.
Yes.
Yes.
And no DJ outside, right?
No DJ outside.
It's a rooftop in a residential building?
There's a second floor of the building, which is sort of a terrace. So it's a terrace. It's a 6-story building, but above the restaurant is a terrace.
The building.
Looks like a residence.
There's a residence on the other side of the building. It's a 6-story building, and The ground floor comprises the restaurant, and then there's a terrace / roof deck above the second floor. So the steps from the,
Are they asking for dancing? We said no dancing. Yeah. So it's there. Well, not totally, but. And what's on the other side of this building?
excuse me?
What's on, you said half of it is residential?
There's the back half of the building, there's an entranceway on the side of it that goes up to the, let's see.
To the residential.
To the residential tower. There's a sort of a tower like attached to it, 6 stories. And so above the ground, the restaurant is comprised of the ground floor, the terrace, which hangs over the ground floor in the basement. And then there's an entranceway to the, from one side of the block. And then the other side of the block is an elevator which goes up to the residential portion of the building.
So if you have a DJ and karaoke and live music, you're not going to have dancing.
There's no dancing. No, this is a restaurant. Yeah.
I mean, because people live there, you know, the problem would be noise, right?
Right.
If the back part, yes. If the back part. Yeah.
So the restaurant is on the 5th floor? I just want to clear.
The ground floor. So it's the basement ground floor, and then there's a terrace above the ground floor in the front of the building. And towards the back of the building is a.
Terrace is on the 2nd floor.
It's up top of the
Yeah, the second
restaurant just have the terrace on top, and then the apartments are in the back.
So it's not on the 6th.
No. You access from the restaurant.
That was an-
using the stairs right there.
It's not necessarily the roof deck, it's a terrace on top of the first floor. So the access is the second floor essentially. There's a staircase that goes from the ground floor up to the terrace.
Yeah, no, I don't know why it's not the same picture.
There's no access from like the apartments to a roof deck, no. It's only from the restaurant.
Yeah.
Can you
take a
just
look at this
come
and just
over here
confirm
and
for
look?
us?
We just want to confirm this. So this is the photo that we have.
Oh, it's over here.
Is that, this is
So
the,
Yeah,
front?
this portion.
That's the,
apartment.
And
okay,
it
that's
is-
what I thought.
This is the apartments upstairs.
Yeah, but you don't have access from the apartments.
Right, there is. Yeah,
Okay.
You can see it. in the-
This is the restaurant and then that's the terrace.
Yeah, that's the
And the
terrace.
residential areas.
Residential entrance to that street.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
It's basically this portion of it. Okay. And there you go. That's the apartments. Oh, that's where the apartments. Right next to the apartments.
And the rooftop is eating purposes, and the outside is not DJ, no live music there.
Are there apartment windows on the side of the terrace?
Sorry?
Does the apartment building have windows facing the terrace?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so I'll tell you what I'm willing to do. With the Bureau President's support and with your prior license history, I'll be willing to go until midnight all around. No DJ on the rooftop, ever. But the rest of your application in terms of method of operation may be approved, but only until midnight, until you show that you're not disturbing the neighbors, because there are literally residents overlooking this.
Could be, maybe get to 2 a.m.
2 a.m., the indoor, like the.
No,
people that
because
goes-
you know what? The ALJ actually came out saying no public interest. You have said nothing about why this nightclub essentially needs to go into the space. So that's where I'm at.
Well, just to add, I mean, I didn't add anything about the variety or, unique dining experience because I believe that it was already on the record. I was mainly addressing the issues which I thought the ALJ was, brought up in opposition to the public convenience argument.
You can always come back, right?
So, I mean,
File another method of operation change to get the hours changed.
Commissioner Daniel?
Yeah, I'm going to concur with the chair's vote. You can always come back, give this a trial run, see how it works.
So what would we need to do? I mean, do we need to amend the application, or you're giving us what you just
Method of
said?
operation that we offered is going to be on your license,
Right.
and then you run it for 1 year, and if it's no problems, no complaints, no neighbors, you can go back to the community board first and ask for a change in method of operation for hours. But you have DJ karaoke recorded and live music inside. None of this music outside, no music at all outside, because literally there are neighbors upstairs of you until 12 o'clock, midnight, every night.
Commissioner Mayo?
I will concur with the chair and the commissioner.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next is 25, Family Negotio Corp, DBA The Last Call.
I think the best name I saw was the
25.
Stumble Inn. And it was in Docs or something. Perfect name.
That's good. Well, not really, but.
25, right?
25, yep. And if you could introduce yourselves.
Hi, my name is Nicole Tad. I'm working for RSNYC, and I'm representing Noriko Jimbo, the owner of Family Negocio, DBA The Last Call. We understood that the reason to this meeting today is regarding the 30-day notice, if that's not correct.
Well, did you meet with the community board?
We initially did. Our very first meeting was back in March 2022. That's also stipulated in the
But
minutes of
they
the
said you didn't
meeting.
appear in April of 2024.
We did not. The reason why we sent in a new 30-day notice was due to a clerical error that was sent on the initial 30-day notice with the application. In the process of the application with SLA, we received a deficiency letter requesting a correction on the 30-day notice, which was done. We requested a waiver, which was denied by the community board. And we also communicated, they also communicated that no waivers are issued and that there was no reason for us to attend due to the fact that we already attended back in March 2022. This was also all communicated to SLA. I have copies of emails, proof that this was sent out.
You've been
So
operating with a temp from August of 2023? Right.
But there is an extension. There's DJ playing, which they didn't. No complaint.
Okay. But at the end of the day, the community board did not respond to our request.
yes,
So
I understand that.
That's one thing. But there may be some other issues here.
So the application doesn't include any rear yard space, right?
No.
But are you currently allowing service in the rear yard under the temp?
No.
Okay. And you apply for recorded music only and you're using a DJ?
We did take out that aspect.
That's been discontinued.
Discontinued, yes.
The client was not aware that that was not allowed. We were not aware of this, but as soon as we did find out, we advised them to discontinue.
And we did
as soon
take
as
it out.
possible.
And you're an experienced owner, and isn't it on the license?
Like I said, we were not aware of this matter. As soon as we did find out, we advised them to take that out as soon as possible. So we were aware that that wasn't applied for, so.
You're saying you, but I'm talking about the owner.
I'm so sorry, I didn't.
You said
hear
you're an
the question.
experienced owner, and isn't it on the license, so you would know.
I'm sorry, I wasn't, yeah.
You were not what? That you were not the one who hired the DJ? Like, who's running this place?
It's me. I wasn't aware that I cannot get DJ if it wasn't that license. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about the service in the backyard?
There's no service.
There's no, yeah.
There's no service being done in the backyard.
Okay, when you don't apply for backyard, no drinks can go in there. Do you understand that?
Yeah, we're aware of that.
Can you tell me who Noriko Jimbo is? That's you.
I am.
That's right. And who's your partner, Samuel?
Yes, Samuel means.
And where's
Cielo.
he right now?
He wasn't able to attend today.
Okay. What are your hours?
We're closed on Mondays. We're 4 to 12.
So you have another license, so you should know how to stay in compliance here. And because it's a restaurant, I'm gonna approve it. Recorded music only, midnight, across the board. No rear yard service. Recorded music only, meaning no DJs.
Commissioner De Leon
I concur with the conditions placed on the record by the chair.
and Commissioner Maya.
Go to the chair.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
All right, thanks.
Next is 15, STARZ Banquet Hall, Inc. 15.
Good afternoon. Martin Mailer, Mailer Musemi. This is my partner's matter. Unfortunately, he's not in the country, so he's asked me to stand up to what he requested. It's my understanding that he spoke to the attorney and counsel's office that had the matter. They agreed on the conditional no contest amount. I would just like to point out, I know because
Can you clarify what you mean, like partners matter? You mean that there is a different person who's on this license who runs it?
No, my partner, Frank Buscemi. He's out of the
okay.
country. The only thing I'd like to point out that I notice, and in speaking to the licensee, is that these events, these charges, go over a period of 3 dates, and they basically all say the same thing. Again, I'm not arguing whether the charges are good or bad. What I am saying, though, is, in speaking to my client, that they were issued by a certain police officer who apparently had an in for this place. There was a complaint made by the licensee to the police department, and then he was removed from the precinct. So again, I realize I see what is here. I would ask that the penalty be accepted, and if in the kindness of the members' hearts, they could reduce it a little, given the fact that business hasn't been too good at the licensed premises. They'd appreciate
So
that.
let me tell you, the method of operation says no dancing, no music after midnight. All of these violations are noise, this is maximum occupancy. It doesn't matter that it's the same police officer, but this is a consistent pattern of problem.
Again,
And there are 2 sets of adverse history on this, so I just feel like we're going in circles here.
with all due respect, I understand what you're saying. I don't disagree exactly with what you're saying. However, from what my client tells me, the police officer never had any sound readings, he walked in and just wrote the same tickets on 3
I
separate
get
days.
it, but you have a full DJ setup and you're supposed to not have that after midnight.
She's been told that she cannot go beyond what the conditions of approval are, and those will not occur. If you'll notice, the last one occurred in August of 2023. And
When
it
you
has,
have these events, is it ticketed events or is it nightclub? People are walking in? Because you're supposed to be running, it's called the banquet hall, but it's not that.
It's a bar lounge. Good afternoon, the board. My name is Claudia Sinclair Levy. I am the licensee. And it is a bar lounge. It says banquet hall because that's the name that I came up with at the time, and we've been in operating for approximately 14 years.
The 311 complaints here as late as 3:20 a.m. So we have that. It's an outdoor bar with 250 persons. That's a lot.
I'm sorry.
That's an assumption
Parking
that,
violations.
that's an assumption that the lieutenant, he had it out, he had a biases against my brother. And once I filed the complaint to the internal affair department, he was removed from the precinct.
But the 311 calls would be documented if they, you know. if
There
it-
were
if it
no
says
three-
3:20 a.m. It's.
There were no 311 calls, or when he's off, he would send his officers to issue summonses.
if I may say one other thing, again, the last complaint, or at least the last charge, is 8/18/23. I don't think you've had any since then, because when the lieutenant left, so did the problem.
Did they renew this?
Yes,
Yes.
it's been, if you look at the second page, it's been renewed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the stipulation has been removed from the license.
What do you mean second page? It doesn't say renew.
Well, here.
But it has this convoluted thing about the class change, and that's why I asked you that question, Maureen. And then you said there was no class change.
There is not a class change.
But it's a renewal?
It's a renewal, correct.
Okay, because everybody is reading this as a renewal, and I'm like, that's not what it says. But okay.
So they renewed, yeah. they
So
did
what's your plan? You're gonna change the method of operation? Because, she's not supposed to have music after midnight and
No,
no dancing.
I will-
And I just want her to be in compliance. Like, I don't want to.
I agree with you. If she's going to change the method of operation that you know to be the case, we will file a change of method of operation. Otherwise, we have to conform with what the conditions are on the license. I'm going to explain that to her very thoroughly. I've just met the lady the first time this morning. I'm sure my partner has explained it to her as well. And yes, we will not violate the conditions that you allow us to operate in.
All right,
Okay.
are the members ready to vote? Commissioner De Leon,
Yeah, I will accept the offer of 10,000.
Commissioner Maya,
Accept.
and Chair.
10,000, with the
Okay.
condition that you file a change of method of operation, and please have that come here.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Thank
Do you
you.
want that condition? Or just?
Give me a quick second.
No,
As
it's
suggested.
gonna be a condition because she's running a bar lounge. It needs to have music.
Well,
So we just want her to be in compliance as opposed to backing off, because, and I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt that the police was bad, but I get that, but I just want people to be in compliance.
You want that part of the offer?
Yeah.
Was that, yes, so you want that as part of the offer?
Yeah, maybe change the name, like, it doesn't need to be called a banquet hall. It
come
can be a
back.
tavern license,
You're okay with that,
I'm okay with filing a change of method of operation.
as part of the civil penalty?
Yes, it
Just has to be, procedurally, he has to say it's a counter. right?
Okay, but if you accept it now, then we'll just send it that way. Okay. Commissioner Meyer, you're okay
Yes,
with that?
yes.
And
Oh, you have 2 votes there.
we do have 2 votes, so it's approved, but for you guys, yeah.
I've been here.
All right, thank you.
Your partner owes you one, Marty, by the way.
I was gonna say the
All
same thing.
right, we're on a brief recess then.
Apparently.
So,
Oh my God. I was like, next time it's gonna be long. Oh, no, it's right
All right. So all right, we're back on the record after a recess. Commissioner De Leon, so back on item number 15, STARZ Banquet Hall Inc. While you were away, the offer was altered a bit.
On which one?
So that was 15, STARZ Banquet Hall Inc.
And what was it?
I added a condition that they would file a change in method of
So
operation.
they accepted that there, and Commissioner Maya also accepted it.
And I
So
accepted.
you
Yes, I
accept as
did.
well? Okay. All right. Next is 32, Cherry Soul Food and International Deli Inc.
3-2.
32.
32.
Stands, no fire extinguisher.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Teresa Tig. I'm the license.
You're the licensee
Yeah.
and you're
Catherine,
The-
employee.
an employee, okay. So you have been operating on a temp since December. And this happened when you were still on the temp? Small violations, but are you aware that you can't have smoking on the premises? Are you still using hookahs?
Yes, it was closed that day. I don't tolerate smoking at the place. I wasn't there. It wasn't
Okay.
even open. Oh.
Were you there, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. So what happened here?
So it was closed to the public. It was closed, like wasn't selling food, no drinks, wasn't selling anything. It was a private event, somebody's birthday, like a close friend. And
Okay, but you don't, do you have a hookah permit?
no, We don't sell hookahs.
No.
We don't even have hookahs. That day. we
Okay, because I
allowed-
asked her if you're still using hookah and she said yes.
No, I said, no, I'm not using.
Oh, no, when she
Okay.
asked.
Okay, you mean you said yes, but you meant no.
Yeah, I probably didn't hear that.
It's okay, it's
part.
okay, it's late. So you're not using hookahs?
No, I don't use hookahs at all.
Okay. All right, I mean, that's.
Are you saying that the people who were having this private event brought hookahs?
Yes, they brought hookahs in. Mhm.
Okay, well,
But it
obviously,
was closed, so, yeah.
that's a problem, you know that, right?
Yeah.
And it's, that may not sound like a big thing, but not having a fire extinguisher when you got charcoal for hookah going,
No,
We
no,
have-
the fire extinguishers,
have
all
none
that
now.
was there. We went to court.
what I
And
have
so-
here is no fire extinguisher where the charcoals for hookah are being prepared. That's what I have.
No, see, that's,
Well,
when
let
we
me
went to
just-
court, they dismissed it because they asked me to show them.
As a
And-
caution, let me just say, that's fire extinguisher, very important.
Yes.
People come to your place, they want to be safe, they have a right to expect to be safe. That's all I'm going to say.
Yes, I
Okay.
agree.
Okay, and then you don't have the pregnancy signs or the warning signs? Do you have those now?
Yes.
Yes.
It was one sign we didn't have.
I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay.
All right, I'm gonna lower this to 2,000. Thank you.
De Leon?
I concur, 2,000.
2000.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in. I'm
Thank
sorry
you.
for the long wait.
Thank you.
Next is 63, Raise and Raise Corp. 63.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Louis C. Rodriguez, 1 Fulton Avenue, Suite 20, Hampton, New York, for Mrs. Reyes. Rosa Reyes is on my left. This
You
is
are the
for-
licensee, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we had spoke to Mr. Moretto. He said we had offered $5,000. He said we should come in because there was an issue. It says that the method of operation says it was a restaurant. But I'm looking at the license that they have.
No, you're a bar tavern.
Correct, there was a bar tavern, and the violation said there was a restaurant, and we do have dancing on as part of the method of operation.
I have bar tavern, you have recorded music and dancing.
Yes, ma'am.
But what you are running is,
But-
a little bit of a nightclub perhaps,
Right.
with a DJ, no tables and no food.
There's limited food, we don't have a kitchen, but she does always have food, there's a prep area as well. The food is
Do you have
always
food now?
available. Yes,
All right, but you're not allowed to have a DJ, so
We-
do you have a DJ right now?
we're gonna change the method of operation, Commissioner, Chairman. The chairperson, I apologize.
It's okay.
You have the DJ now, right?
Where are you
Yeah,
at?
yes. So yes, we are gonna have to change the method of operation to add the DJ, unfortunately. Did not know.
I'll accept 5,000, but you have to change the method of operation.
We will do that immediately.
I concur.
Chair?
I'm gonna try to agree with the 5,000 just because there's no actual violence or no real incident that drove this, but I just want to remind you that you have, a prior summary suspension, so in theory, we would have gone up, but I want
I
to
understand.
support you in your business, but do file the change in method of operation to reflect your current method of operation. I would set 5,000 with the condition of the filing.
Thank you.
And you accept that counteroffer right now?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
This one I feel bad for. Next is 60, Mexican Grill, Inc.
And Maureen, have that come here.
I'm sorry, Mr. Roper, what was it, 16?
60.
60.
So-
60, okay.
This is
Hi, good
one
afternoon.
we should have pulled up ahead. So I really apologize. Your representative is unable to
Oh,
appear.
yes, was unable to. She had a family emergency.
That's the licensee?
Yes, yes.
Or the applicant? I'm
Yes.
sorry, you're the applicant, right?
Yes.
And you need an interpreter?
Oh, yes.
And the rep's not here.
So,
Right,
I mean,
so,
are you
yeah,
okay
and
with this?
We would like to reschedule.
Let me see
If
the location.
possible.
I think, I respect that you want representation. Where are you at?
Let me look at my notes, I'm sorry.
But
I'm okay with
but
it.
the Queens
community
Community Board
yeah.
said yes.
Yeah.
We just don't wanna mess
There's
up.
no complaints on the record.
I'm good.
And since you waited all day, what are your hours?
Oh, we open at 10. Well, we open at 9, but we open at 10 to the public, 10 a.m.,
Yep,
and we close at 2 a.m.
2
So
a.m.
we're closed.
across the board.
Yes.
Restaurant wine, right?
Gates down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Restaurant wine. What's your music situation?
Oh, we have a jukebox.
So, okay, so I'm gonna vote to approve 2 a.m. across the board, recorded music only,
And jukebox, since they said they had a jukebox.
and jukebox.
Yep.
I vote to approve with the same conditions.
Okay, great. Thank you so
I
much.
concur, yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So you've been, thank you. Next is 38 Two Brothers Restaurant of Hempstead LLC. 38.
Who's the lawyer?
I am Louis C. Rodriguez, 1 Fulton Avenue, Suite 20.
No, sorry, who's the lawyer on that, Don?
Oh.
I have to go
Not
back
sure.
and look.
Oh, the last one.
Okay.
It's a conditional, no contest offer of $2,500.
All right, you got the same situation here. You got a live band, which is not on the method of operation, approximately 150 persons with a max of only 98, large group fighting at 1:30 in the morning with highly intoxicated male.
Yeah, this was an isolated incident that he was celebrating his own birthday that was happening, I think, in like a week or two. He has never done this in the past. If we look at the history, I don't think there is history from Mr.
All right, what about the
Pineda.
two other things? The live band that's not on your method of operation and 150 persons when you only got a max of 98.
Right, again, that was an isolated incident, no bands ever. It was just this, that he was having his own party. Yeah, he was celebrating his own birthday. And that's what, he
All
had
right,
that
but-
one band, but he does not have bands at all.
This is the owner who's celebrating his own birthday?
Yeah, he was
Oh, and he
celebrating his
decided to
own
have a band
birthday.
that night, you said?
Yes,
Oh, you should know better.
Yes.
All right.
but yeah, there was a lot more people and we went through court with that as well, so.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
All right, I'll accept 2,500.
Thank you.
Commissioner Maya
25.
and Chair.
All right, 2,500. I just want to say that if he were to use a live band, which, then you should file change in method of operation.
I will notify him.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next
Thank
is
you.
44 Woodfield Deli and Grocery.
Yes, good afternoon. Same appearance from Woodfield Deli. It's also a conditional no contest. There was the gambling devices were taken out, and I did speak to a client concerning those devices. And I did sit down with them that, with her, that she is not allowed to have any devices, no matter what anybody says.
Do you know if the device has been removed?
They were removed.
Okay.
All right.
They seized them? Okay, that's good.
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna accept the 5,000, but we have a case where they actually got the money out of the device. And the money was $168. If you multiply that times 7, multiply that number times 4.3 for the months, multiply that number by 12, they're making $60,000 a year on that machine, and that's on the low end.
Wow.
So 5,000 is,
It's a headache for, people like this, we have a business
I'll
to
accept
run.
5,000.
Commissioner Maya.
This one. 2,000. Yeah, this is more than 5 years.
No.
Commissioner Maya.
Yeah, I will say 1,500 civil penalty.
All right, the delegation on this is 2,000. You have a long history since 2015. So I'm at 1,500. 1,500.
Thank you.
All right.
You
So what
were-
happens?
you
You
were-
said
He
it-
was at 5,000.
I'm at
You guys
5.
are at 1,500, so it's 1,500.
No, I think they're making a ton of money on this stuff, even though the machines have been removed. But I'll stay where I am. It's 2 against 1.
Thank you.
1,500.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Have a good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you. Next is 33 John and Joe's Restaurant Corp.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioner, Secretary, Council. I am Candace.
Former counsel of our agency, just.
Oh,
Hi, how are you? I'm here today on behalf of John and Joe's Restaurant, DBA Last Stop Grill and Bar. We submitted a CNC to Mr. Bob Buckley in regards to this premises for $15,000. We also submitted a picture of the new security wand that we purchased. We also have provided all of the ATAP program courses that the employees have done, as well as provided a letter for the new security company. We believe that this is a sound offer. We also would accept less, seeing that my client had to purchase these things. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer those.
This is 4 different sales to the same agent in the same month.
That is correct. So approximately in Halloween of 2023, there was an outdoor shooting where there was a drive-by. One of the patrons who was leaving got hit. Due to that, we believe that's the reason why they started to do the sales. Coming in to see whether or not there was underage sales, or that's the reason why the scope got on the premises. From there, I believe within a 2-week period, there were 4 different undercover officers or sales. My client informed me that there was never a citation received, so he did not know which person supposedly did this or who to fire. So from there, that's when we went ahead and got the new security company, as well as the one, and each person now has been trained to serve alcohol appropriately here in the state of New York.
Okay.
Vote.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Commissioner De Leon.
Okay, I think it might have been 2 agents because the data, one is 19 years old and 2 months, and the other is 19.3. This might have been 2. Nevertheless, I don't see any other sales to minors, but there are 4 sales on 4 different days. That's a concern. Then we have a little bit of a history here. I'll accept the 15,000.
Commissioner Mayo.
15.
And Chair.
15,000.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Next is 57, HB Wine and Liquor One Inc.
I have all those.
57, right?
57.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioner. My name's Henry Warakomsky. I'm the attorney for the applicant. This is an application for a new liquor store in Howard Beach.
Okay, we don't need to rehash because we've already covered this. I believe there is no protest on the record for this store, but there was a question
It's a
that,
small store. It's only,
I understand, but there was a question from before about the applicant sharing an address with a person that was previously disapproved by this agency at the same location. So do you have more information about that for us today?
what address is that?
So
Why are you still asking us the question? We had this discussion last time and we told you that you represented that same person and they share an address. Like, I mean, did you look into this?
No, I didn't. We didn't look into it.
We did not look into
We
it.
told you to request the material.
What's the address?
From 1997 to 2006, they requested.
So the Gashayan Patel, how do you know them?
Who?
Gashayan Patel.
No, I don't have any relations with
You don't know this person?
No, I don't have any relations with him.
They provided the financing originally in your application.
No, I mean.
Gashayan Patel?
Can I?
Yeah.
you know the person? No. You don't know the person?
Okay, so why are they on your application
Exactly.
then? They provided the financing, the Bank of America sale of stocks in the amount of $39,000. They were listed on your financial disclosure originally. When questioned, the financing was changed. So this person, how do you know this person?
I don't know the person.
I'm
You don't know.
feeling like maybe it's just a minor mistake. Is that possible?
There are three different financing statements. One shows that he resided at the same address with the previous licensee. The previous license application was denied for cause of bailing. Everybody's in the diamond in the business. Yeah. No. Spouse refused to answer questions as to whether he had a relationship with the previous licensee. And we had the same attorney representing both.
How did you find this attorney? How did you,
Friend?
yeah, how did you bring, yeah, how did you, through a friend? Who's the friend? Who referred the attorney to you?
One of my friends.
Yeah, what's their
his
name?
Yes, so Ganshayan Patel, who provided the financing on your application originally, shared an address with Daksha Patel, who was disapproved at this location.
Dr. Patel.
Who referred him?
But you didn't ask the question. What's the name of the friend that referred you to Mr. Wormakowski?
Yeah, how did you find this attorney?
I mean, as I said, it's through the friend, but he's no longer in the States. J Bank. He's moved out of the US. No.
You have his name? Did you?
Jay.
Jay, his name is Jay.
Daksha Patel was
Yep.
head of liquor store across the state, but this is now.
Yeah, Daksha Patel applied for this very premises. Mr. Warren County, sorry, I'm not saying your name correctly, represented that applicant. They were disapproved at this location because their license across the street was canceled. And Ganshayan Patel, the person that provided the financing originally for your application, shared a residential address with Daksha Patel, who was disapproved at this location.
There's some confusion from that.
You sold your stocks. You had stock, right?
I have stocks.
Yeah, you sold it.
Did the members have any questions or?
How'd you find this location? Did Henry, you call him to tell him to apply for this, or did you call him?
No, there is a real estate broker. Her name is Asia. And her mother, she was owning this property. So that's how. And regarding the stocks, what you guys are mentioning, can I just show you on my phone?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you changed the financing to show that the money came from you, but originally it was from this other person.
Okay.
So yeah, there's no
Did you do
question.
the application yourself online?
No.
I mean, I'm looking at the financial disclosure.
No, not yet.
No, don't hit the button.
I'm looking at the financial disclosure.
Permits,
Where did the
maybe.
name Patel come from?
It was in the original financial disclosure. It was amended later, and an alternate source of funding was provided from
He sold
the
his
applicant's
stocks.
account.
He sold his stocks for 39,000.
That's what I'm showing. No, it's 40.
But you wrote a letter saying that Mr. Patel was going to be an investor, but he has advised he no longer wish to be involved. So you know who he is. Like you're not, you're now not even saying that you know this person who was on your financials. We're just asking. It's not necessarily
I don't know
a
where. I mean,
disqualifying.
I'm looking at the financial that I submitted. It showed that a sale of stocks. I don't know where the other name came from. With a Patel.
I don't know. I don't know. What do you guys want to do? Is it for cause, you know? But, you know, it's unfortunate because there's, for once, actually no protest from the surrounding stores. You know, the stores are showing, 3 of the 4 showing relative growth. Closest store is 1.1 miles away.
You ready to vote?
I don't know. You guys decide.
I'm ready.
Commissioner De Leon?
Everybody's ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just not comfortable with the facts and circumstances as they've been relayed to us on our previous date or today. And so unfortunately, I'm going to have to vote to deny.
For cause? Like good cause? Okay. Commissioner Maya
I would vote to deny as well.
and Chair.
All right, it's denied. You can ask for reconsideration. Maybe there's a way you can clean this up and try to ask for reconsideration.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Just for the record, that was for good cause and not on the public convenience standard, or?
That's, I think,
Yeah.
for fitness and character.
Right, yes.
All right.
Thank you. I should be used to saying that.
Next is number 2, 5 de Mayo, 5 de Mayo Grocery Corp.
Oh. Sitting too long. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board. My name is Aliona Gerasimov. I'm representing Cinco de Mayo. My understanding is that the previous council, Mr. Flynn, was on this matter. I spoke with him yesterday. I also a conference with the council Beckley, and my understanding is that there is an offer of a civil penalty, $1,500 at this moment. And I'm just
I can barely
asking-
hear you. For how much?
There is an offer of 1,500,
Right.
and I'm asking the respectful board to please approve that offer.
Yeah, one sale to a minor back in 2017, 500 Meloxicillin tablets, selling them at $350 a pill. That's $1,750. And 24 other pills. Taramicina, whatever. Yeah. I'll accept 1,500 if my colleagues will.
Commissioner Maya?
Is there delegation on this? I'll go 1,500.
You should accept, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep, Chair.
1,500.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is 59, Power 202 LLC. What? So you'll get a letter, like email. The letter.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. My name is Miguel Acosta. I'm here with Mr. Julio Jose Otañez, the sole member of Power 202, proposed DBA Zona Rosa.
No, it's number, that's the old number.
We're here today
59.
for application that was submitted back in March of 2023 after previously being disapproved due to a situation with his previous partner. Back in 2021, I appeared with his ex-partner, Ania Tavares, who was deemed unqualified due to a adverse history of her employment in previous locations. And she was disapproved and the application entirely disapproved. In 2022, October, Mr. Otañez purchased the 30% interest that Ms. Ania Tavares had and reapplied, met with the community board in December of 22, reapplied in March of 2023. We're here today to discuss this application and any concerns that the Liquor Authority may have with regards to the relationship with the previous owner and the current applicant.
I have a question for you. The application says that he will manage, right?
Yes.
And he works full-time as a Frito-Lay salesperson?
He was working at the time of submission. Right now, he's working for the MTA. So this application was submitted back in 2023. Things have changed since then. So anything that may arise, any questions or concerns with regards to his new employment, he also just informed me that he moved to New Jersey. So I would have to also update his personal questionnaire or any changing method of operation. As per my discussion with him, he is waiting for approval, might be looking to hire a manager or somebody that's in the hospitality business, because the reason that he partnered up with Ms. Tavares in the past was because he lacked experience and she came from experience but had an adverse situation and caused the disapproval.
What does he do for MTA?
Tour operador.
I'm a bus operator.
He's a bus operator, yes.
That's a full-time job, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because it says here, he's, again, like we
Yeah,
said,
yeah,
he's
he
a
would
manager, and that he's gonna devote 30 hours, 5 days a week.
Yeah, just looking forward to live there. It's just a lot of stress driving the bus, so I'm trying to organize myself. And when the business go up, then I'm preparing to.
How long have you been with the MTA?
About 3 years.
3 years, okay.
Just a lot
So
of
once
stress-
you
just
get
a lot of
this, you're
stress.
gonna stop driving the bus?
It's just a lot of stress, and it's just.
You're gonna
it's
transition
it's
to doing
even
this
It's
full-time?
even getting dangerous now.
She's asking if you get approved, will you start making the transition into operating the restaurant?
Yes, yes.
And now you have no partner, there are no investors.
That is correct. I actually, I brought, because we originally provided just a new operating agreement. I moved my office last year and then he just moved, so he couldn't find the sign. I actually brought the contract for the purchase of the 30% that the attorney has sent me to review. So if you would like this for your records.
You can hand it up.
All right, and the hours are 2 a.m. across the board.
That is correct.
DJ recorded live music, security guard as needed.
Yes, that is correct.
No outdoor service, windows closed at all times.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with those conditions. The contract that you handed up or the agreement is not signed, so it's really not.
No, that's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna give that back to you.
All right, so I'm gonna set a condition. I'm gonna repeat these conditions again. 2 a.m. across the board. Mr. Veras Polino will not be employed
That is
or
correct.
involved in this business. You're allowed to have DJ recorded live music, security guard as needed, no outdoor service, windows closed at all times.
While you're making this transition, how's this gonna work? I mean,
Well, we don't know yet. You know, we've been working with this since 2019 that he originally
is there a
started.
manager all ready to step right in?
Well, he hasn't even finished because this location, it has 5 different restaurants. So it's actually, there's an overtenant and the overtenant does the build out of the premise. And then now basically he's just waiting now to see if it gets approved to speak to the overtenant to start doing bringing in the furniture and doing all the other stuff.
But what I guess what I'm getting at is, you know, he's only got 3 years with MTA, so he's not all that invested.
Yeah, so.
He can step away, you know, he's not gonna lose a pension or anything like that. But while he's making this decision and getting this business up to going, he's still at the MTA.
Yeah, that is correct.
To be at the restaurant. Who's gonna be running things at the restaurant?
Well, he hasn't assigned anybody yet because he doesn't know yet what's going to happen. So basically his intention is bringing somebody that has experience to at least help him out to get the business going and then start making the transition after the business starts
I get
flowing.
it. Maybe I'm not being clear. If we approve and he started today, he'd be at MTA today and the next day.
Yes,
and the next
correct.
day. Who would be at the restaurant?
No, the restaurant is closed. There's no furniture, no nothing there.
I'm already
So
spoke to my union. I'm already set up a legal asset for that.
So
6 months.
so you're saying, once the restaurant is done,
to ready to
quit
open,
at that moment and roll the dice?
that is correct. But it's still going to be a couple of months before he opens because now he has to start getting the furniture in there,
I
finishing
got
up.
it.
So-
That's different. I
Yeah,
had,
and he doesn't know anybody yet that he's gonna go in. So if he gets approved, he's gonna consult it with the overtenant because he's been in the industry for many years in the hospitality
well,
business.
whoever he gets, we're gonna have to know who's there.
Yes, and we will be appointed as a manager on the application. We'll make sure of that.
I don't know, maybe I'm just
No, you're not. You're not. It's,
Commissioner De Leon, I think the chair already voted.
Yeah, I would vote to approve and with the conditions given by the chair. And I'm also gonna say, by the time that the date that this restaurant opens, either he's there or he has a
manager
manager
is
approved
there.
by us.
I'm 100% clear with that. Thank you.
Want to add a condition?
Yeah, condition for PQ from a.
Yeah, we could do that. That'll work.
Manager.
Yeah, by the time we pick up the license, we should have a PQ for manager.
Sounds good.
Commissioner Meyer?
I concur.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Next is 42 Medford Convenience Store, Inc.
Oh. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Ghulam Chaudhary for the Medford Convenience Store.
Comes up a lot.
Interesting. Interesting.
What number?
So it's 42.
We sent in a request asking to negotiate. Right, that's this one.
42. Yes. Back to council's office. This is a default that will vacate. Thank you.
Commissioner?
Back to council.
Commissioner Meyer? Okay, so this is returning to council's office where you can talk to them. You can talk to council's office, either submit like an offer for a penalty or go to trial. Just
My lawyer will call for the district attorney and he say I called for couple time, he did not give the answer. That's why today I will come.
Okay, thank you for coming, but we're gonna withdraw the default, which is good news. Right now, you are defaulted, which is not a good thing on your record. But we're gonna send it back to council's office and
I informed the prosecutor who will reach out to you, basically. what I
yeah, the
do.
licensee or who's the lawyer?
The lawyer, right?
He's, yeah, definitely lawyer, but who's the lawyer?
That's a name of lawyer Wang. That's a Chinese guy, the lawyer Wang.
Yeah, what was the name of the attorney?
The full name is.
Yeah, give us
Do you? Do they have appearance on record? We can't just leave the lawyer out of it, right? But he's
No.
saying that he can't get in touch with the lawyer, so that's why he showed up
Can't
today.
get in touch with your lawyer?
Yeah, that's what he just said.
His name is J.
Oh, J.U. I know who that is.
J.U.
J.U. You can't reach him?
No, he called for the district attorney.
Oh, he called us.
Yes.
And he
then
can't
said
contact.
Nobody gives the answer.
Okay,
That's
but you're in contact with your attorney, J.U.
yes.
Okay, so.
The prosecutor will reach out to your lawyer.
Yep.
Okay.
We'll
Hopefully
make
it
sure of
works
it.
this time.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Tell your lawyer to call them too.
Okay, thank you.
All right, but they're getting no answer, so that's not good. Who's the lawyer on it?
That's probably why they can't get
Oh,
any
okay, yeah.
contact.
Don't call Mike, he retired.
Oh, I think Margarita reached out to me about that. That's right. Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. Yep. So
Wait, would
Margarita
you
already
let
knows.
Margarita know? Just
She already knows. She's
Okay, great.
involved.
She's on that. Okay,
Yep.
great.
Next is 67A, JBS Supper Club LLC.
Oh my God.
I think he even told her that he didn't have to appear, so I don't even know.
Good afternoon.
This is 67A?
67A. What was your name? I'm sorry.
Joseph Solomon, excuse me.
You're the applicant.
I'm one of the principal partners.
Oh, God. You're bad. You waited all day because of 2 summary suspensions that had nothing to do with you. What are your hours?
Hours of operation are going to be till 10 p.m. during the week, Tuesday through Thursday, Friday and Saturday till Friday, Saturday to 12 p.m. and
12
Sunday
a.m., you
8.
mean?
Yes, 12 a.m., excuse me.
So 10 p.m. Tuesday to Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 12 a.m.
Correct, and then 8 p.m. on Sunday.
What's the music situation?
Acoustic.
Acoustic live? Acoustic?
During normal operating hours, acoustic, like just regular background music.
Non-amplified acoustic?
Correct. And then like if we book a private event or something like that, like some sort of a live entertainment, like for a christening, baptism, that sort of engagement party.
What would that be?
When would that be, you said?
No, what would that be? Because that no longer is acoustic live, that's amplified live.
Like person with a guitar, no bass, you know what I mean? Just the instrument.
So either way is non-amplified acoustic.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Are you guys okay with this? He's here because there were 2 summary suspensions on this location, but they have no connection with the prior licensee.
We have no connection. I also run a restaurant in Staten Island with no infractions.
And this is
I've been in
only
business for 10 years.
And he has another license that's clean.
I'm okay.
I'm good.
The other partners don't have another license, just him, just you. You're Joseph.
Just me, yes.
Who's running this place?
Myself and my partner Sal will be the daily operation.
Are you okay?
I'm good.
Did you put conditions on the record? or no?
Yeah, if you guys are okay, I'm just gonna do midnight across the board because it's a dinner restaurant. And I'm gonna do recorded and live non-amplified acoustic music.
I approve.
Security guard as needed.
I approve with those conditions.
And Commissioner Maya?
Yeah, this is for the temp, and I would say that he does not need to come back here because it wasn't really his problem. But you guys can decide that. The actual application, you wanting to come back, or you're okay?
No, I'm fine with that also.
Okay.
Thank you. We're good?
I'm thinking about this because I'm going to concur, but I thought you said something about live music on certain occasion.
Yeah, like if we book a baptism or an engagement party and they want to do like a band with drums, nothing amplified that's going to be hooked up to speakers or anything like that.
Okay. If that's what was stated, I concur with that. I don't know if that's what was stated
Yeah,
by the
it's
chair.
non-amplified live music.
Okay,
That's why I
okay.
tried.
Yeah, like no, we're not. Yeah, it's not gonna be a nightclub. It's not gonna be any DJs or anything like
I
that.
can understand the chairman and the commissioner, so I concur.
Thank you.
And if you need a DJ, you can come back for a change of method of operation after you get your full license.
Okay, thank you.
All
Question: the temp. So how does this work now?
You're gonna get a letter, a conditional letter.
Okay.
So watch your email probably next week or next couple of days. Submit the conditions and then we turn them around really quickly. Probably within 48 hours, you'll get your temp emailed to you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank
All
you.
right, good luck. Thanks for
All right.
waiting.
Next is 64 and 65, If Not Now, LLC.
This is,
64 and 65 is gonna be a short.
Good afternoon, good evening. Joseph Levy here on behalf of If Not Now. I have with me the Director of Operations of the space. There are 2 different disciplinaries, one for their on-premise, one for their off-premise, that are located right next door to each other and share the same corporate name.
Okay.
So we can handle whichever you'd like first, or we can handle both together. You have a,
So let's talk about the liquor store just because it's 64. Our finding is that there is no inventory on the licensed premises. There is continual access to another business, which is a golf club. There are multiple violations that were found in an inspection that happened in 2023, and it has not been corrected. So it does not appear to us that there is a liquor store running there, but I am open to an explanation.
Sure. We are aware of a number of violations that have happened, and they've all either been corrected or in the process of being corrected. I can run through what those are if you'd like. It's a very narrow space. I don't know if you see pictures of it, but it's a very, very narrow, tiny store. They deal in higher end wines that are typically very expensive. They had a theft issue early. They had a breaking bottle issue early. So they basically removed the majority of the inventory from the floor. It was brought to their attention that they can't do that. They have to have some inventory on the floor. So they've done that. So now there is inventory on the floor. There's a person there and there's Also an issue with the door. The door is completely opaque. They're in the process of replacing it with a door that either has a window or is glass. They're working with their building. It's part of the building security system. The building is an entire square city block. So it's taking a bit longer than expected to get an approval for a door that works, but that is underway with the building. And the other issue with the liquor store with respect to the golf club downstairs, we have absolutely no affiliation with that golf club whatsoever. The landlord just contacted my client and let them know that they've leased space downstairs to a golf simulator group and that people should be able to walk through their space to get there. And they allowed that for a time. And once it was brought to their attention, they can't be doing that. They let their landlord know they have to stop. The liquor authority told them to, and they've since ceased to do that. How people get to the golf club, I could not tell you. Unaffiliated with the people here, not my clients, so I can't tell you how that
So
exactly
where's
works.
the liquor store operating? It's an online business?
It's the store, and they have
No,
a-
but there's no store there.
So they have a clientele that they've had for many, many years. This is a new location. There was a former store at a different location that's been operating for about 20 years. So they have a list of regular customers, and there are regular orders that people place. So there's an online component. There is this store. There's the on-premise space next door, which operates separately. Obviously, no wine sales there, but they do events and stuff there, and they do stuff with winemakers and that.
What's your DBA?
It's C Tribeca officially at the moment. That may change again, and we will file that with the authority. That is something that they're.
What do you operate? What's your website?
nyvintners.com.
NY.
Vintners, VINTNERS.
And that was the name of the old store. They tried to rebrand for the new location. That's not quite working as well. So they're probably going to revert back to that. So you will see an endorsement likely with a change to that DBA here. There was also an issue with a warehousing issue of inventory that was not kept on the store. A warehouse permit had been applied for and had been approved by the authority. That certificate is now hanging and that inventory is where it's supposed to be.
And then the.
With the on-premise, there were some issues because they had done some renovations. So 2 parts of the space were not fully functional for a period of time. Now everything is fully functional and being used.
And that's Vintner's Bar.
Vintners, so
Is
Vintner
it
bar.
Vintner, like Vin?
Like
No,
a vintner.
it's
Vintner is somebody who owns a vineyard or
VINTNERS.
makes wine.
Okay, yeah.
So the bar piece, which is obviously the on-premise side, that's the furthest facing to the street, which is also a small space, which is open, has a weekly schedule to it.
So what's the signage say?
I'm sorry?
The signage.
Right now it says C Tribeca on the store and then.
Yeah, NY Vintner. I'm sorry, the other way around. Yeah.
Other way around, sorry, I got them confused.
So NY Vintners is the historical name which the vast majority of the community and people who do business with us know us by. C Tribeca was the name that was originally used for the on-premise side.
Is the golf place still open?
I believe so, but again,
So how do they get in?
So originally what happened was,
No, just.
Yeah.
How do they get in now? You must
I
have
don't,
some idea.
I do have an idea.
How do
Basically,
get
they
in?
have to use a very weird route where they go through the building, but it's not through our space.
Okay.
I don't know the specific route. I know they have to get down to, so we have 3 floors that go down. Theirs is on the 2nd level. So they have to use the building's service entrance to essentially go down. Now, the exact route, I'm not exactly sure, but that has to be
You're aware of a route.
correct.
Yeah, and again, this building is 1 square city block. It's a massive, massive space.
And they also have a space on the 7th floor. They operate as a members club, and this is a part of that. So I don't know if there's access directly from the 7th floor to downstairs. That's just, I don't know, but that's why it exists down there. It's not just a standalone golf space.
So you sell specialty food as well?
On the on-premise side. And we occasionally sell specialty food.
So New York Vintners is the liquor store or is the restaurant?
So
I thought the restaurant is Vintner's Bar.
So Vintner, so this is where things become a bit confusing. New York Vintners is the name that we operate under. Retail is our primary business. That's our, that's the vast majority of our sales. We use our on-premise to essentially promote our liquor store. And that's why we have a bar. We do events, as our attorney mentioned, winemaker dinners, things like that, to essentially find more customers for the retail side.
So obviously you can't serve food in the off-premise side.
There's no place.
So they
Yeah,
have,
but you also cannot sell food on your website that is supposed to be the liquor store. You understand?
I mean, I haven't been to the website, but maybe, are they commingled on the website?
Yes, I mean, this has been going on for weeks. You haven't been to the website?
I mean, I've been to a version of it, but I just looked at it before and it changed.
They have a
bit.
website that sells, and this doesn't offend me. It's just what the law is. It spells spaghetti and flour and chickpea and chickpea flour and lentils and a lot of high-end items that are dry goods that are coming out of the liquor store.
What we can certainly do is we can certainly put up that page letting people know they're being redirected to the retail liquor store as opposed to more of a grocer. So to create a separation like you have with Fresh Direct and other.
And I would add too, we don't have current stock on that. A lot of the things on our website from a stock perspective, if you look at the products, are outdated.
Well, that's what I just don't understand what this business really is, because when we go there, there are no patrons. The sign is not even a permanent sign, it's a piece of paper. It's a plastic door sign. Like, our investigators see no inventory, no physical existence on what you would consider a liquor store. So I just really wonder why there's someone who's continuing to pay license fees for what seems like it's two establishments that don't actually exist. I'm just confused about that.
Well, they exist and they just don't do a tremendous amount of walk-in business. They have built-in clientele. There is inventory on the floor now. So if someone did want to walk in and make a purchase, they certainly could. And the businesses complement each other.
But there is nothing there. I mean, have you been there?
Yes,
There's no
I actually-
actual bottles that are for sale there.
So I actually went there myself recently just to kind of check in on what the story was. And I went in and I did see things there. And I did see that there was a movement towards more of a regular space. I was in the restaurant part. I saw people there. I saw people cooking. I saw an actual operation. I was in the retail store. I saw inventory there. I saw the elements of a store.
I'd also point out the inspector came at a very early time before our on-premise opens. I believe it was 2 or 3 in the afternoon. So there wouldn't have, the bar opens at 5:30, so there wouldn't have been anybody there.
Yeah. I know.
I mean, is there stuff I can provide in terms of, photographs of things, POS system reports? Is there anything that,
We provided our sales figures, which are not insignificant. So
we can provide POS data, we can provide photos of things, we can keep you updated on the changes with the door and things like that. It is an operational business, and to your point, Chair, it's like, why would someone pay for license fees if they're not operating a space?
Yeah, I mean, any legit business would have a physical sign that has the real name on it.
So we're waiting on approval on the sign, and again, the DBA is a bit in flux,
Like,
so.
see Tribeca, you run that online and it doesn't show up as a business, and that's your DBA, so it's just confusing.
Well, again, it's a bit of an identity crisis because they had another name, they tried to change it, it didn't really take so well, so now they're reverting back. So, the sign needs to be amended, but it needs to be the right name, and obviously we need to get a DBA, an additional DBA registered with the authority.
So you're the director of operation?
Correct.
And how long have you worked for this business?
Since construction started on the space in 2019.
Is that 2018 or 2022?
19.
19. And how many licensees are there?
What do you mean?
How many people are on the license?
I believe there's 2 principals on the license.
Okay. And you converse with them, like?
One of them is a operating partner and the other one is not.
Okay. I don't know, I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, because, with our investigative report, it's essentially a cancel, so.
Yeah.
Because the businesses don't exist according to our records.
I can provide I mean, a lot of sales data that would counteract that. I mean, again, we submitted our sales data when there was another liquor store opening, which we can substantiate, tax returns or whoever else you want. They're not insignificant, so well over 7 figures.
You can put conditions on proving the items that they're gonna fix with the door.
The door.
And the physical walkthrough and the inventory, the warehousing application.
Yeah, the warehouse has been approved and it's hanging in the store.
And I would say that the inspector did see all of the warehouse.
A real person is here, at least there's a real person. Who says he's an employee, so
But we have to split it up, right? It would be 75 on 64 and 25 on 65?
Yes.
Commissioner De Leon?
Yeah, I'll accept those offers. Do I have to repeat the conditions? I'm tired.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna accept $10,000 on these two matters, 7,500 on the first one, 2,500 on the next one. We are going to ask you as part of the condition when you pay the fee or shortly after, prove that the visibility
Right, the
is,
signage,
the signage is fixed.
warehousing was done.
Yeah, and then that warehousing is done and that there's pictures of inventory on premise and that there's no walkthrough access to the golf range. Pictures of all such would be sufficient.
Great, and we'll also undertake to make sure that additional DBA gets filed immediately.
Yeah, make that a condition too.
Yeah. I concur. I approve with those conditions.
All right, so you accept that?
Thank you very much.
Counteroffer?
All right, thank you.
You guys accept that counteroffer?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next is 48 Z1 Diner Lounge, Inc.
Good afternoon, Neil Vasaki for the licensee. The gentleman I deal with all the time had a surgery on Friday. This morning he was in the NYU, but he had all intentions of coming up here, but I could certainly speak on his
Who is it,
behalf.
the lawyer or the licensee?
I'm the lawyer. I'm
The
Neil Vasaki.
licensee has
Yeah.
surgery?
Yeah, Friday. Yep.
So what do you want to do?
Well, this is
This
a
is
request
a
for
recon,
reconsideration. Excuse me?
This is a recon.
Right, so I didn't represent him the first time around. He had somebody else represent him. So I don't know really what you folks have up here as far as a written memorandum or anything like that, but I wrote a 2-page memo basically detailing the facts and stuff. I filed a method of operation change for him. The incident, it's in one of the most popular diners on Staten Island. It's a real diner. It has a small room to the right. It was on Cinco de Mayo. The manager was fired. So they're very good adverse history. So to me, this is, if I had represented him on the first time around, I think it would have been a CNC and accepted the first time around. But I didn't represent him, so I don't know what you folks have up here as far as any facts from the person who represented them. So then he came to my office and I took it from there. But the thing that is different for reconsideration is that I filed the method of operation change, which I know was big last time around. I think the last time around, the chairman.
I granted the reconsideration, so let's vote on reconsideration first.
Commissioner De Leon?
I agree. Reconsideration granted.
Commissioner Maya?
Granted.
I'm okay to recon.
Are you?
So they want to pay 20,000, right?
Yeah, I have some pictures here. It's just pictures worth
Last
1,000
time you were
words.
at 15 and I was at council and you were not here, so you guys can decide.
You guys ready to vote
I'm
on?
good with 20.
I'm good with 20.
Chair?
All right, 20,000.
Okay, thank you.
I'm
Thank
out
you.
of order, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
All right, thank you.
All right, sorry for the long wait, man.
It's okay. Have a nice day.
We've never gone this long, so you're about to.
That's fine. I'll go to Katz's Deli. I gotta go. Get a jersey.
Bye.
Next is 17 River City Deli, Inc.
River City Deli, Inc. 17?
17.
I got the wrong number.
Wait, what? Is it River City Deli?
River City Deli.
Yeah, 17.
I was told
Okay.
47.
Oh
Okay.
my God.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lawrence Pruzansky, Pruzanski. I represent River City Deli, Inc., and to my left is the licensee, Mr. Marwan Obeid. Good afternoon again, everybody. We are here. We received a offer from the Office of Counsel of a $2,000 settlement in this case. I just want to point a couple of things out to this tribunal. My client, the violation was issued on February 15th of 2024. My client has a small location, been in business not very long, maybe 2 years or maybe a little less than 2 years. He installed or had installed a joker poker machine in the store several months before the inspection here. When the inspection occurred, the police came in, they broke the machine and told him when he gets out of jail, because he suffered the indignity of being arrested for this, when he gets out of jail, to send the rest of the machine back to the company, which he did 2 days later. The district attorney's office decided not to prosecute the case. Why? Because the Bronx District Attorney's Office offers a program called Project Reset, which is a restore of justice program to educate people with no criminal history about the laws that are in New York City. He really didn't know. I know it's no excuse. They get into the law. It's not an excuse. But he saw other stores in the neighborhood had it. So he put the joker poker machine in.
You hit the nail on the head. The other stores in the neighborhood have it.
Yeah.
How many days a week are you open, sir?
7 days.
Right. When they busted into the machine, they found $168. So multiply that by 7 days a week. That's 1,076 times 4.3 for a month. That's 5,056. And multiply that number by 12 for a year. That's $60,000 a year. That machine can bring in if you're only making $168 a year.
A day.
A day, excuse me, a day.
Well,
And I've seen, things that say these machines can bring in as much as 300, 350, 400 a day. So we're talking a lot of money here.
he learned his lesson. The machine was only in the store for several months, I'm informed. But
Yeah, I get it.
But he wasn't making that kind of money from what at least he's telling me.
I get it. I just, like you said, everybody else in the neighborhood is doing it, and there's a reason why.
Well, he took this program by the Bronx District Attorney's Office. It worked out okay. He ended up with no criminal record, and he's doing everything legally. There's no more machines in there.
Can I thought, because this is the first business, I'm sorry about my language, is not like.
Don't worry about it, it's okay.
I don't know nothing about is legal or not legal, to be honest with you guys. When the cops come into the store, I was not in the store. I just come in, I see a lot of cops inside the store, and I see what happened. I have nothing wrong inside the store. You knock the door, you can ask the cops to go back to the cops. I knock the door, they told me the door is closed. I said, this is my store. I want to see what happened to my store. And they let me go inside. Straight, he asked me, do you have a beer license? I said, yes, of course. This is the beer license. I tried to explain to him. And he said, we come because this machine. I said, what happened to this machine? He said, it's legal. Why you have it in the store? I said, I don't know. Like directly, I told him, I don't know, that was it's legal. And I swear I'm not lying to you guys.
No, look, I understand, and
It's the first business for me, like
I understand
have to learn
it.
more, like, but to be honest with you guys, the first time business for me, like I have it for 2 years. When I start, I don't know, like I'm here for like 7 or 8 years, like here. I was working, this is the first business with me. I support almost 4 families.
I understand.
I just come in to me.
Okay.
I understand and I appreciate
I would
it.
ask you most respectfully, if you can, to maybe lower the penalty to $1,500.
No, I'm not gonna lower it below the 2,000, because, like I told you, there's a lot of money in these machines, and there's a reason that I'm seeing a little more and more of them. And so, at least from my perspective, I might be looking to increase fines on this, but that's just gonna be me, there's 2 other votes here. I'm just putting it on the record. There's a lot of money involved here. There's a reason.
No, I
why said
understand
everybody
that.
in the
You won't
neighborhood
see him
has it.
back here.
Yeah.
You don't-
2,000, I'll accept 2,000.
Commissioner Maya? And Chair?
2,000.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
2,000,
Thank you.
yeah.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right.
Sorry for the long way. All right,
So
are
nothing
we-
else has been signed in? All right. I don't see Mr. Levy sitting over there. I don't think, he just likes hanging out.
Oh.
All right. So first is number 1, St. Tropez Soho LLC. This has actually been withdrawn by the applicant's attorney. Number 5 was adjourned to October 9th, full board meeting prior to the meeting.
10-9.
Yep. 6 is a new grocery store beer and wine products application.
That's cool.
I was,
Oh, wow. This is
so I just want to.
I have some.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Oh, and how do you buy it for that? The pictures show more in inventory.
Yeah.
Members ready
Put it
to.
out. Probably got canceled.
And this is on a temp.
So just.
No? What's the?
Go ahead.
Commissioner De Leon, you ready?
I'm thinking. I'm sorry to take so long.
No, take your time. Might as well.
All right, let me just say this out loud so I can make some sense of it. Previous licensee at the location was canceled in June of 2022 for availing. There does not appear to be a connection with this licensee, but the brother of this applicant was denied at another location in December of 2021, again availing. Fidel Guerrero's application for Jaden Deli was denied December 21 for availing. Purchase agreement between Fidel and the applicant for $15,000. That's his brother. Is there a contract? Is there proof of payments? Application was originally disapproved 12/22, reconsideration granted March of 2023. No license but selling beer and alcohol. There's a previous conviction for DWI, that's a long time ago. Blah, 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 photos of well over 15,000 in inventory. Nothing here seems to add up to me, not to mention the additional information that the chair has provided me with. Is it cancel and bond for a temporary what are we doing?
No, it was disapproved in the
And then
temp.
the temp will be rescinded.
That's what we said.
Disapproved.
That's what I'm.
All right, Commissioner
So it's a
Myers?
disapproval to me?
Okay. And Chair?
I vote no.
Yeah, and I vote disapprove, yes.
Yes. And please rescind the temp.
Who wants disapproved? Okay.
Okay, so that's done.
All right, next is 7. This is an offer of 10,000.
Why is that so high?
Because this is Stewart's, it's the 4th sale.
I'll go
I'm good with
6.
10.
Oh, you're good with 10?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go 10.
10,000. That's
De
that.
Leon?
10.
Okay. 8 is an offer of 2,000.
2,000's okay by me.
It's good with me.
2,000.
9 is an offer of 6,500.
This is 4 and 5 years. They have a scanner. Clerk scanned their own ID and was fired.
Kid was almost 21.
But this is the 4th sale, just so that everybody is aware. And therefore, they already paid 3,000, 6,000, 10,000. I would not think this is the right number, but it's up to you guys.
I don't think it's the right number either, based on what you said.
But you can't go above 10, so
10?
yeah.
Counter offer at 10?
Counter offer 10.
Counter at 10.
Number 11, the attorney had court today, so they asked to adjourn to October 9th.
10-9.
So it's back to council because it's 11.
Yeah, back to counsel's office. Oh, okay, so drop this. So it's just going back to counsel's office. It's not held over.
Okay.
Yeah.
The freshman license.
Yeah.
All right, everyone's okay with that?
Yes.
Which number was that?
11.
Okay, yeah. I'm good.
12 is an offer of 500.
500's okay by me.
Definitely okay with me.
500.
14 is a defaulted hearing.
14 and 16 are the same licensee, so I would encourage us to do those together.
Okay.
This was expired and they did not renew. It's a corporate change violation and a sale to Intox, both in 2021.
Right, so C and B?
Yeah.
What was it? C and B, cancel, cancel and bond, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And cancel and bond.
And then for 16, just cancel for the record.
Yes, cancel for the record.
Is that okay?
Yeah,
Commissioner?
that's fine.
And Commissioner Maya?
Yes, that's okay.
18 is a no contest.
Could I speak first on this one?
Yeah.
Sure.
This is that elderly woman in Buffalo.
Yes.
I say letter of warning.
Yeah, I'm okay with letter of warning. Are you okay with letter of warning? She's now operating it. She was in the hospital, but she's apparently now operating it. We checked.
All right.
She just has to get her people, her payroll in order, right? That was.
And she's got no payroll, right, and family and friends supposedly helping her out?
Yeah.
Okay, letter of warning.
20 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
21 is a no contest default at pleading.
License expired.
Yeah, cancel and bond.
And it's already technically,
Cancel and bond.
so the ultimate penalty of
Double
cancellation
license
of
on
bond
21.
will be imposed if available. So cancel and bond?
Yeah.
Okay. Did everyone say that? I'm sorry. Commissioner Maya
Yes, I said cancel and bond. I'm
and Chair?
Yep, cancel and bond.
All right, 22 is a offer of letter of warning.
I'm good with that.
Letter of warning.
Chair.
Yep, letter of warning.
24 was adjourned to the October 9th meeting.
Okay. 9.
10-9.
10-9.
27 is a no contest default at pleading.
27?
27.
Yeah. Bartender did not call the police. The NOP was delivering sign for, we got a stabbing. I said 7,500.
Where are you at?
Lower.
Okay.
Commissioner Maya
I'll say 5,000.
and Chair.
How about 60? 62.5.
I'll go with 62.5.
Split the baby, 62.5.
I got confused for a second. Can't do math.
28 is a no contest default at pleading.
Yeah, that was an easy one too.
I know.
Oh, wait, what is this?
28.
28.
Backpack with weed, 432 packs of untaxed cigarettes.
There's a lot.
There's a lot here.
It's also this since 22.
Yeah, he had a
It's already the
suspension.
second time.
Large number.
So, yeah. Where are you at?
I could go CB or
I'm at 15,000.
Okay, I'll go with 15.
15,000.
You're okay with that too, Commissioner, you said?
Yeah, I'm okay with 15.
Okay.
Could cancel them too, but that's fine.
Yeah, I know.
29 is a no contest default at pleading.
15.
15.
Another, yeah, okay, 15,000.
15,000.
If they don't pay, it's a revocation. 30 is a no contest.
What's the delegation on this?
There is no real delegation. This is to sell the minor and then run registered security guards. So I suppose if you're asking, the delegation on the sell to minor would be 3,000. And then because it's to sale on the same day, it would be the same 3,000 and then whatever you want to put on the unregistered security guard.
If I may go first, I wrote this out. My note was $3,500. I'd go with 3,500.
I got police confiscated 5 fake IDs at the location. Police say there are numerous issues at the premises. Security hard punched 2 women and is known to police for having a history of an arrest. And then we have the sales to minors. I was at 7,500.
All right, I'm gonna do 5,500.
Do 5,500.
Mr. De Leon? Or do you want to stick?
Don't want to split the baby again? Yeah. All right, we'll split the baby. 5,500.
34 is an offer of 6,000.
So this one is a for sale. The sales were in 16, 2,500, 17, 6,500, 19, 9,500, and we are
34.
still within the 5 years of the third sale, but obviously within 8 years of the first sale. So, it's one of the questions is, are we holding to this? It's a fourth sale, therefore it should be canceled on bond. It's a Walmart Supercenter. I don't know how that sway either one of you that they should have been better or that because it doesn't matter and it takes away food security if we take away a Walmart Supercenter license. But I would at least suggest that we go above 6,000.
Well, I would agree going above 6,000. This is a 19-year-old. They didn't even request ID on it. But, some 19s could look 30. I don't know. Then it says scanned ID at checkout, but was able to impute a fake ID. You want to do 10?
Yep.
10,000.
What did he say? 10?
10,000.
Yeah, 10 is good. You got like 10.
35 is an offer of 2,000.
2,000.
2,000.
Commissioner De Leon?
2,000.
37 is an offer of 5,700.
I'm good with that.
5,700. There are no gambling machines there now. This happened when they were on a new license, Virginia gambling machines. I was at 57.
Commissioner De Leon?
I'll take 57.
40 is an offer of 3,500.
Okay, I think we should go up on this one. That's
What
up
is
to you.
this one?
This is a cannabis.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
The weed.
Where are we at?
What do you want to do, 10?
Yeah, 10,000.
10,000.
Counting.
And Commissioner Meyer, you said
10,
10.
10.
41 is an offer of letter of warning.
41. Let me look at my notes.
Cast underage test, but did not have signs posted. Letter of warning, I'll go with letter of warning.
Commissioner Meyer?
Okay, yes, I'll go with the letter of warning.
And Chair.
Letter of warning, please. Thank you.
46 is a no contest default at pleading.
I require him to produce ID.
Been there a long time.
2 sales. I would say 35, at least 35. 3,000 for one, the 3,500 for the 18-year-old or more, but then you get a credit for having the license for, I don't know, 20 years, 20 some years,
21
so
years.
3,000.
3,000.
I'll go 2,000.
But it's a default as well, so that's concerning.
51, the attorney has asked to adjourn the case to 10:30. They're waiting for the municipal letter still.
10:30.
10:30.
10:30 for 51. You missed one somewhere. It's
did?
this one.
I missed 51, I got 51.
You got 51? Okay,
Yep.
10:30, okay.
So 58.
That's next time, right?
Yep. Adjourn to 10:09.
Okay.
10-9.
Commissioner Maya?
10-9.
61 is an offer of cancel and bond. I don't know why they asked to hold over.
It's okay. Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
62, this was not guilty, it went to hearing.
1,000.
1,000.
Mr. De Leon.
Is this a failure now? Yeah, okay, 1,000.
I don't know that town.
And the ALJ sustained the charge.
Right.
I don't know why they held these over and then they didn't show up for it. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
66, the licensee's out of the country and asked to adjourn to 10:30.
Again?
Yep, they're out of the country a lot, we've noticed in Secretary's office.
I mean, if they're not running their business, that's another concern. All right, we're good.
What's number 2? 1 and 2?
10:30.
Are you okay with 10:30?
Number 2 was,
I don't think we did this.
It's next,
You're doing it next?
Next,
Daisy? Okay.
but you have 66 for 10:30?
66. Let me look. I might be out of order
It's adjourned.
in my brain. 66. Oh, yeah, no, Saratoga, I marked that. I thought I voted. It's 10:30.
Yep.
66, yeah.
So 2-001 and 002,
Yeah.
this is an offer of cancel and bond.
cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
All right, I have nothing else. Chair, do you have anything?
No,
All
thank
right,
you.
Meeting's adjourned.
Quick ones now.